Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. The price for victory. Summon the celestial spirit king. Don't listen to him, shouted Hiswai in fear. We can't trust a man like this. He's a monster who only knows death. All Hiswai's words were cut off. It wasn't like she suddenly collapsed. Her, and everyone around them, froze. Every night, every creature, they all froze in time within the courtyard. Only Ziref and the 3 celestial spirit mages still remained in motion. Ah, now that is better. Far less noise from such annoying worms. I'd kill them, but I feel like not doing so purely on principle, just to spite her and show her I know more than just death. Now then, I believe we were on a very important matter. Is what you say true? Asked the future version of Lucy, looking more trusting than any of the others. Out of all of them, she knew the gate better than anyone else. She had traveled through it after all. If Ziref, the man who created the Eclipse Gate, was offering advice to them to close it, they had no choice but to listen. Especially when the only other solution that they had available had failed. Will summoning the Celestial Spirit King really stop this? Do you not believe me? I wouldn't be surprised if No. I trust you here. Ziref actually paused for a moment, looking at her in amusement. It's very rare I hear such words, and even more so from someone who isn't something I created. But to answer your question, yes. The Celestial Spirit King is a being capable of controlling space itself, and time to a lesser extent. His power over time comes from pulling his world into this one and altering the fabric of time in the nearby area. I guess a good example of this is the magic I'm using right now, though I'm sure a being such as him can extend the range much further than I can. But how do we summon him? Asked Lucy. I mean, none of us have his key and . Our king doesn't have one, said Locke, approaching the group while the other zodiac spirits hung back. Ziref raised an eyebrow at them as he noticed how they could still move, pointing out the fact himself. Yeah, we can move. The magic you are using is the same style our king uses, as you said before. We know how to resist its effects, especially when the user isn't aligned to such magic. How interesting. So then, do you plan to argue against me now? Stop me from telling these girls the secret to their salvation. It's no salvation for them, snarled Locke, fang-like teeth showing. Lucy, listen to me. To summon the Celestial Spirit King, 3 conditions must be met. The first is the ability to summon 3 spirits at once. We can skip that step, however, if we have you and Yukino summon him together. The second step is a technique called recompense summoning. Recompense summoning? So I have to pay something in exchange? That's right. You see, our king has no key of his own. To summon him, you must sacrifice one of your keys to guide him here. What? There's more, Locke said gravely. The spirit must be one who you have a high level of trust with. And they will never be able to reappear in this world again as a result. Reaching out towards her, Locke pulled her against him as he wrapped his arms around her. Please, use me. Lucy froze, her eyes watering. Locke. I can't. I can't do something like this. To sacrifice a friend for victory. To choose one over another. I can't do that. I know you can't, Lucy. That's why I love you so much. So I'm not making you make this choice. Use me. Use me because I'm offering. No. It wasn't Lucy that answered but Ziref. What you say is not wrong. With this method you can summon the Celestial Spirit King. And his power will be strong. Strong enough to stop a dragon. But tell me, will that be strong enough? Spreading an arm out, Ziref gestured at the city, the dragons rampaging on the ground with some more in the sky finally moving to join them. Look at this. Take it all in. Your friends will all die, one by one. Closing the gate will no longer stop this. Not even the abomination drawing most of the attention of the dragons can stop this. But there is a solution. If you summon the Celestial Spirit King at full power. She doesn't need to do that. Our king is more than enough with just me being sacrificed. Is he? Ziref mockingly smiled before turning back towards the future version of Lucy. You believe me, don't you? After all, I stand nothing to gain from these dragons running wild. This was not in my calculations, and quite frankly they are a nuisance. Trust me, you don't know how much of a pain it was to drive them to extinction last time. I don't fancy doing it again. The cost, the future version of Lucy asked, turning towards Loke. What is the cost for doing as he says? Loke held Lucy tighter in his arms before answering, his voice breaking as he choked with emotion. The lives of all the summoners involved. And how was that worse than the previous method? You said that the spirit sacrificed would never reappear back in this world again. That's not because they lost their key, however, is it? If that was the case, then why not tag along with another spirit? No, the reason they can't do that is because they're dead. The spirit who is sacrificed must die. Loke. Loke could hear Lucy's voice by his ear, but he didn't release her, not wanting her to see his face. If she did, then he knew he'd crumble before her. Is this true? My life is nothing compared to how much I value yours. And you don't think that perhaps I feel the same way? To have any of my friends die. I'd rather give my life instead. I cannot allow that. Lucy, you should live. And if I do, then you don't. I won't live either way. Exclaimed Loke before he realized what he had said. He slowly released Lucy before finally meeting her eyes. It is not just the sacrifice of the people casting the spell that brings forth the Celestial Spirit King at his full power. It's also dependent on the number of zodiac keys used. He's right, stated Ziref, not caring for how high their emotions were running. This is not a summoning as such, but a ritual. A ritual that uses the user's life force to power it as it deconstructs the sacrificed keys and sends their power to the Celestial Spirit King to free him of his restraints. But if you want the power to stop all these dragons, you need him at the top of his game. You need to sacrifice all forms of the spirits. Yes, Ziref added as he glanced over towards the future version of Lucy. Even the Eclipse versions of them. Doing so will release all the bonds on the Celestial Spirit King and allow him to materialize in this world. Not briefly, not for a while, but permanently, with all the magic he possesses as a result. If we do this, spoke Yukino, speaking up for the first time since Ziref had appeared, or rather when we do this, I want to know one thing beforehand. You said you'd tell us how to summon the strongest human to ever live. Are you saying the Celestial Spirit King was once human? Ziref smirked. Indeed. While I never had the good fortune to meet him, I read about his story in a wonderful place. He was a lot like me and the others you see. A Nukan, born to achieve some form of recognition. And he did so. He took his magic to its highest peaks and then shattered them, reaching even new heights. His magic could manipulate space itself, and he used that knowledge to create one of the most phenomena-breaking magic to currently exist. A magic to manipulate space to such a degree that the user could even create a world. Sighing, Ziref glanced at the zodiac spirits in sadness. But alas, people fear such brilliance. He could have crushed them all like the bugs they were, but sentiment got the better of him. So instead he crafted 13 keys, 12 gold, and 1 black, and sealed his power amongst the keys. Then he retreated to the dimension he had created with his new creations. Magic given physical form and personality. But in the end, they are all a part of him. And to restore him to his full self, the pieces must be reassembled in the puzzle to complete it. Magic with a consciousness, both Lucis muttered at once, sparing a glance at one another. They remembered this from long ago. Like the magic of Nirvana, Lucy continued. Nabera was the consciousness of that magic. So you met that magic, did you? You're quite lucky then. You'll have been in the presence of 3 great beings in the end, even if you haven't realized it. 3 of them? What do you mean? Now then, said Ziref, ignoring her question. You have a choice here. You can do as the lion says, or you can do as I say. But let me tell you, you will not be able to save everyone with his plan. But with mine, thousands will live. Millions will live. Weight the lives of you and your precious spirits against them and tell me your decision. No matter what you decide, I'll be interested to hear it. Protector of the fairies. Hold them here. Shouted Jura from up high, standing on the head of his Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou. Raising an arm, his staff in its collapsed form and wielded like a blade, he swung down, the giant's actions mirroring his own as the large stone blade cleaved through the air. It hit the dragon against its neck before the creature roared in pain, its scales cracking from the weight and speed of his blade. And yet it didn't move any further through the dragon, its raw strength living up to the legends and surpassing them. Luckily he wasn't alone. Even if he couldn't kill them easily, his legendary spell had more than enough power to shatter their defenses. And once that was shattered, an opening appeared. The other members of Lamia Scale rushed quickly to help, Leon taking the lead as he created animal after animal of ice, all simultaneously charging at the downed dragon. Normally he would have been worried about Leon. His wife had been killed only recently, and by someone he viewed as a brother, even if he might never admit it to the person in question, and the ferocious effort he was currently showing and pouring into his attacks made him look almost suicidal if he didn't know any better. However, he did know better. He knew what was nearby. The large earth dome behind them was all his own work after all. Inside was every evacuated civilian, all protected within from any threats. And with them too was Lion's daughter, the only one he had left. He didn't blame him for fighting so hard when she was in such danger. He was impressed how well the man was fighting, however, despite missing half of his left leg. It had been replaced by a body of ice, not letting Leon do anything complicated with it but still enough to allow him to fight. He was glad he wasn't alone in this fight. Maintaining the defensive shield around the civilians, combined with using Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou, was not without cost. Every bit of magic that he had recovered between his defeat in the Grand Magic Games and now was being taxed to its limit, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. If he stopped using Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou, he'd be able to maintain the barrier for longer, but it wouldn't survive against repeated assaults from the dragons. It simply wasn't strong enough. Even now it was merely to make sure no stray magic hit the civilians, hence why they needed to fight to protect it. And if he stopped using Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou, he was under no illusions on how the fight would go. Right now he was making up around 55% of their strength purely by himself. The other major contributors came from Leon and the others, but he still needed to open up the scales from them to truly do damage against these dragons. It took immense amounts of raw power to break the scales. Perhaps if he had been a dragon slayer it would have been far much easier, but he didn't have a single drop of that kind of power in his veins. All he could do was brute force his way through for as long as possible and hope they would all come out alive after all this was over. But really, he'd never have been able to last this long without the dragon slayer nearby. Gajeel had barely left their group since the fighting had begun and the dragons had started flying towards the city. And as more dragons came down, the dragon slayer still didn't leave to help anyone else. It seemed he understood how important it was to protect this place, and he couldn't ask the man to leave when really his help was what they needed more than anything. That lightning iron dragon mode made sure that Gajeel was flying all over the place, and the iron purposely embedded in his giant was purely to allow more room for Gajeel to move around while giving him a height advantage. That speed, coupled with the power he had as a dragon slayer, meant he could actually defeat a dragon by himself if it came down to it. With everyone else to help out, however, the time it took drastically dropped. Still, this would not last. With this dragon falling, that made 3 dragons to be defeated. But this was not the full strength of what dragons were. Even with his legendary spell, the scales still cracked far easier than he ever thought they would have done. Maybe it was because it was that powerful, but he wasn't a fan of overestimating his own power. He was realistic. He knew his limits, and he knew this was not the peak of what dragons could do. Not even close. Looking upwards, he saw another dragon moving, turning towards them in the sky. It was bigger than the others that had fought. At least twice the size. It happened so fast that he missed it. 1 second he had been watching the dragon, and the next second his spell was shattered to pieces, the dragon having closed the massive gap in that brief moment and ripped its way through his spell. Jura. Hearing the cries of his fellow mages, he quickly acted. So long as he was maintaining the barrier around the civilians, he doubted he would have the magic to reconstruct or repair Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou. He had to make do with everything he had and pray to anyone listening that it would be enough to win. Even as the giant crumpled around him, he still forced it to spin, bringing the still functional blade of the giant round at the dragon's exposed back. It impacted against the scales before the earth shattered apart, only a scratch being left against the dragon's scales. The dragon sneered at him before lashing out with its tail, finishing what it had started and completely severing the body of his spell. As the earth started falling back to the earth, Jura continued his assault, forcing pieces of rocks to alter their paths and slam against the dragon. He reformed pieces as best as he could, trying to do everything in his power to bring this beast down. As the iron embedded in the earth came free and fell around the dragon, Gajeel appeared, completely cloaked in his lightning iron drive. Without wasting a second, iron fired from all directions, Gajeel pushing how fast he could move to his limits and using everything he had. The iron impacted against the dragon and slammed into its body, staying there rather than bouncing off. The dragon roared in pain, and that moment was all Jura needed, leaping from one of the pieces of falling earth and onto the dragon's back. His staff still held, he raised it upwards, all the nearby earth reforming once more into the blade his legendary spell used. Tenkan. Swinging his arm down, the blade slammed into the dragon's back, impacting against the iron already sticking into the dragon and pushing it in further. The roar became far louder before the dragon shook him off, Gajeel rushing to catch him just in time before they both skidded against the ground. Turning its head towards them, the dragon roared once more, this time in anger as it shook its entire body. They could see its muscles tensing before all the iron was flung out of its body. Gajeel jumped in between Jura and the iron, the metal harmlessly bouncing off his skin. But as Jura looked around, he realized the others weren't so lucky. Many of the mages who had rushed to lend their aid to them had been unable to dodge in time, some having become like pincushions from all the iron sticking into their bodies. Leon wasn't safe either, a large spike of iron stuck through his chest while another had shattered the fake leg of ice he had been using. "You bugs have gotten on my last nerve," stated the dragon before it looked at them hungrily. "I think I'll have an early tea. How about you?" he asked as he turned to look towards Leon. "You look tasty, even if you had a bit less meat than I normally would like. I hope the others won't think I'm going on a diet if I eat you." As the dragon started to move, earth shot out of the ground, wrapping around the dragon's limbs as Jura tried to halt it from moving. "Now, Gajeel. On it." Both of Gajeel's arms shifted into spikes as he raised them towards the dragon, digging his feet into the ground as he poured everything he had into the attack. Dragon Slayer's secret art. He shouted as a massive amount of lightning appeared around both spikes. Thunder Railgun. Both spikes flew forward, flying off Gajeel's arms and accelerating towards the dragon. Rogue had dodged this, but Rogue was smaller. This dragon might have been fast to reach them, and it had been strong enough to take down Jura's legendary spell at the same time, but right now it was not only a large target but it was also stationary thanks to Jura. He couldn't miss. Both spikes slammed into the dragon before shattering the scales that tried to stop them, continuing right through the dragon and continuing out the other side. The massive cry of the dragon was his prize before the dragon slumped down against the ground, its body slowly moving less and less before its head finally impacted against the ground, the large pool of blood around its body increasing as blood spilled from all its wounds. Gajeel let out a sigh of relief before collapsing to his knees, the iron around his body shattered to pieces. "That's it. I'm done. I'm not doing any better," stated Jura in worry. "If you hadn't hit the heart then, we would have been done for." He glanced towards the dragons in the sky before freezing, looking on in fear as 5 more started to leave the large pack and descend towards them. "No. That's it," muttered Gajeel. "We're dead. This is the end. We can't take on that many. Not when me and you nothing left to give against them." "I have an idea," said Leon as he struggled to approach them, hobbling on his good leg with a crutch of ice beside him. He doubted he had time to make a decent ice leg right now. Not with his current level of skill if he wanted it to actually be attached to his leg. "Get back. I'll make sure they can't fight us any further. I'll use Iced Shell." "Iced Shell? No," stated Jura furiously. "If you use that spell you are willing casting away your own life, and we have no idea if it would even work. These are not normal creatures. These are dragons. It worked on Deliura, and he was a demon of the highest class, created by Zeref himself. Everyone knows the legends of that monster, and stopped him with Iced Shell anyway. Iced magic is all about sealing away the enemy through the power of your own life force. The ice cannot melt by normal means. They will not be able to break free. And besides, if we don't do this, all the people behind us will die. And I can't allow that. Not when my daughter is with them. Even if she has to live without a father too, I will make sure she gets to live. There's no need for that, said a familiar voice, Leon freezing as he turned towards the man. You have people to live for. You have a reason to live. Me, I don't think I can justify my own reasons to even myself. All I can do right now is try and redeem myself. Gray. Leon looked as his friend in shock, noticing how sane he looked in comparison to before. In his hand he could see the medallion he had tried to use to seal away Gray's demon side, gripped tightly in the palm of his hand. But I thought I failed? I thought I had accidentally sealed you away instead. Gray shook his head. I don't know what you did, but I do know that I feel more at ease so long as I hold this. But even this will not last. I can already hear him, clawing at the surface of my mind, begging to get out. For once I am calmer than I have been in months, and yet at the same time I know it cannot last for more than another few minutes. And I don't think I'll ever come back again if I lose myself to those instincts within me. I won't have the strength to fight them, and I'll be absorbed into them. My consciousness will vanish and I'll become nothing but a husk of who I once was. Turning towards the dragons, Gray slowly moved his arms, extending them out in front of him into a cross shape as he placed his right arm over his left. Both palms were facing towards each other as ice slowly began forming a circle around Gray, the winds picking up from all the magic the spell was emitting into the world. Ice formed and melted rapidly around him, clinging to his body in preparation for what he was about to do. Gray. No. You don't have to do this. I already said I would, so stop this. Gray smiled sadly. You need to live. You have your daughter waiting for you, don't you? How do you think she'd feel if you never came back to her? Besides, I had already decided on this path. I want to die while I'm still me. I want to do this now while I can, because I'd rather be the cause of someone's safety instead of their death. Turning towards Gajeel, Gray gave the best smirk he could towards the man. Tell the others, won't you? Let them know it'll be okay. I don't want them to worry about me, even though I know they will. God, Natsu's going to be so pissed off. He said this was running away once, but I'll willing be called a coward by him so long as he and the others are able to talk about me after all this is over. I tell them, said Gajeel in respect. I should be stopping you. That's what I should be doing. But you won't. Even Jura, for all his protests about this spell, won't do it. Because if there's the choice between one life and thousands of others, there can be no choice. Turning back to Leon, he gave him one final sad smile. Juvia. Do you think she'd ever forgive me? Even after everything I did to her? Of course, muttered Leon sadly. She was that kind of person. I see. Then I don't think I'll have any regrets here. Hearing the sound of the dragons almost on top of them, Gray turned towards them before his eyes narrowed at the sight of all five. This is it. Not a single one of you will avoid this strike. Magic circles appeared all around the five dragons, trapping them within a barrier. It wouldn't last long. They'd break out within a minute or less. But he only needed a few seconds. Here we go. Iced shell. Gray's entire body was suddenly enveloped in white light, the ice spreading out from him before firing upwards towards the magic circles. Because in the end they weren't meant to hold the enemy for long. They were the beacons for the spell to lock onto. The ice hit each magic circle in the center before they all vanished, shrinking down till they were no longer there as ice sprouted from their previous position. It extended out all around the dragons, pushing in towards them and leaving no area unfrozen. When it was finally over, all that was left was a massive crystal of ice in the air, the bodies of all five dragons motionless inside as it fell to the earth below. Even the impact against the ground didn't shatter it, the ice resisting all the damage from the fall perfectly. Leon watched as the light faded around Gray, his friend's entire body nothing more than a white body of energy, the one exception being his head. His hair had turned dark blue and a large crack could be seen along the right side of his face, his right eye light blue and almost like ice. The last bit of energy Gray had was used to smile. He knew what it meant. Gray was happy it was all over and he could rest peacefully, even if that meant he would be dead in the process. Goodbye, Gray. The rest of Gray's body broke apart as the energy maintaining it faded, moving to the ice prison he had created instead to maintain it forever. Because he knew that was how long it would last. He had only managed to melt that ice through moon drip, one of the highest classes of dispelling magic. These dragons would never bother them again. Every bit of hope he had was instantly incinerated when the ice began to burn. No. 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 Leon could only cry out in despair as he watched a sixth dragon, this one made of pure flames, reach the ice prison and start melting it, the flames of the dragon burning away the ice that should have been impossible to melt. How was this possible? Were those flames so hot that they were actually burning the ice away before it could freeze itself permanently? A few moments later and all the ice was gone, the only sign that the dragons within had suffered being their slower movements and the small amounts of frostbite the brief exposure had given them. It's all helpless, muttered Leon, collapsing to his knees and punching the ground. Damn it! Damn it! And then, right as the dragons were about to move towards them, a pillar of golden light shot up into the sky. Protector of the Fairies. Darting across the sky, Natsu narrowly dodged the blast of energy that flew from the dragon's mouth. It was just his luck to fight a dragon that didn't use fire, despite how many legends there were from what people had told him on that front, and this was a strong one too. Then again, considering the show of force they were all showing, it wasn't that surprising that the current dragons fighting them would be tough. Even with everything his heavenly flame dragon mode had, it still wasn't enough to guarantee victory by any means. Especially not against a dragon of this size. Leading the dragon downwards, he brought it across the street, not needing to look behind to know how close it was. Luckily he was faster, and even then only because of the propulsion from his flames. The dragon didn't even see it coming when 100 swords rained down on it from all directions, Urza's magic accelerating them all to their target. It didn't surprise him when all of them shattered or were deflected off the dragon's scales. It had been worth a try however, even if it had failed. It wasn't like they didn't have other issues however. This dragon had a strange magic. At first he had thought this dragon wasn't very impressive, and the reverse had probably been the mindset they had too. But the moment it had taken them seriously, it had rained down eggs on them. For a few seconds they had all dodged, believing them to be projectiles. They should have shot them down instead since the moment the eggs landed, they hatched, creating bipedal draconian creatures. They could also fire a miniature version of the breath attack that the dragon could use, and it made them tricky to deal with. Most of the guild were busy trying to contain them in the city, unwilling to allow them to make their way towards the other groups, but if they didn't stop this dragon then it would continue raining eggs down whenever the forces on the ground got too low. Right now they had very few that could even try and fight the dragon. Urza was split half the time between the two, her skill enough to get some breathing room every so often. She could have used it to catch her breath but she wasn't that kind of person when others were still fighting. So instead she'd sent anything she could his way to help out. The other person was the master himself, but taking down the first dragon they had faced had worn him down and left him with a large gash along his chest. And despite the old man's power, he was still old. What they really needed was someone like Gildarts right now, but he wasn't anywhere nearby to the best of his knowledge. He didn't even know where he was currently. Well, at least he had one other helper. He quickly pulled upwards, barely avoiding the dragon as it flew right past where he had been. He sent a quick blast of flames down at the dragon but he already knew the result. It wasn't enough to hurt it. Not with the little amount of magical power he had poured into that attack. What he needed was time, and hopefully he'd get it right now. No sooner had he thought that had Toshiro darted out from one of the buildings, his ice wings beating as he dug his sword along the dragon's side. Blood flew from the wound as he continued his swipe, the dragon roaring as it tried to turn round and catch him with its claws. Toshiro was faster however, darting out of its range before it could even finish retaliating. This thing won't go down like the others did, muttered Toshiro as he drew nearly Natsu's hearing range. It's monstrous. That thing is a dragon. Can't you call it as such? Toshiro had the decency to shrug sheepishly. While he might have not liked these creatures much, he could respect Natsu's views on them. He had been raised by a dragon from what he remembered. What do we do? This dragon simply won't get put down. I'm using Bankai and my Dragon Slayer powers to their fullest and it's not enough. Combine that with your Heavenly Flame Dragon mode and we should theoretically be able to beat it. It's stronger than us, Natsu said simply. Trust me, that's how it always is with dragons. There can be a large difference in strength, even if two dragons look or feel similar. That's what Igneel always told me, probably to make sure I wouldn't get too cocky in battle. Didn't work very well, but I see what he meant now. What about that move you were telling me about? I only got a glimpse of it on the cameras when I woke up, but that was the end. Can you use it? Of course. But time's the big factor here. It's easy to use it, but it takes a bit longer to charge up if I want to keep control of the flames, and right now I haven't quite mastered moving and charging. Can you try? Natsu shrugged. Better late than never. People have said I always learned best in actual combat. But I'd appreciate if you can at least draw its attention away from me somewhat, in particular when I start releasing more and more flames. I'll need to build up enough power, and I can only hit it for so long. When the flames from one hand explodes outwards, that's your cue to get out of the blast zone or lure it towards me. By that point I'll have enough charge behind the strike to take it down, I hope. All right. I'll do my best. That was easier said than done, but he wasn't going to admit that to Natsu. It wasn't that Daigyurin Hyorin Meru wasn't powerful. The issue was some of his powers weren't exactly suited for such this fight. Not when so many people were nearby that might get caught in the blast. If they weren't here, he could have used his strongest technique, but he couldn't worry about something like that now. First things first was to get the dragon's attention. That was easy enough. Gunko Tsurera. Slashing towards the dragon, ice formed in the air in the shape of daggers, each flying towards its target at high speeds. They all shattered on the dragon's scales, but he knew it at least was cracking them, even if it wasn't much. And it was enough of a pain that it meant the dragon couldn't just ignore it. Exactly as he predicted, the dragon turned to him, focusing on him completely as it flew towards him. It was fast, but with Shunpo he could still stay ahead for now. As he flew through the air, the dragon not far behind him, he held out his Zanpakuta to one side, gripping it tightly with both hands as he felt the resistance against it as he did what he needed to do. Ice spread out from the blade into the air, hanging there suspended from the rest of the ice that continued to form from his blade. The dragon ignored it for a moment, confused at what he was even doing. He was thankful for that. It made things easier. Spinning round, he swiped out towards the dragon, the ice he had left in his trail snapping out like a whip as additional ice sprouted from it and clipped the dragon in its injured side. Hyoryuha Senpai. At the last moment, however, the dragon had realized something was up and had flown upwards, avoiding the rest of the attack. Or so it had thought. Not letting up on his attack, Taoshiro adjusted his grip and swiped upwards, the ice continuing in its whip-like path before darting upwards at the dragon's exposed belly. Zeku. You pest. Well, that solved the question on the dragon's gender. That voice was definitely male, though he had thought it had been female due to its egg magic. However, the fact it had talked now, after staying silent for so long, only served to keep him on guard. He was right to do so when the dragon lunged at him, slashing down with one of its claws. The only thing that protected him in time was the wings of ice he had around him, forming a cocoon of ice to block the blow. It was still strong enough to send him crashing against the ground, leaving him winded as he tried to get up. Die, you bug. He looked up in time to see the dragon started to prepare a breath attack, but he still smiled. It didn't take long for it to prepare one, but it was far too late anyway. As if sensing the threat, the dragon turned its head, just in time to see the massive wall of flames Natsu was using to stabilize his next strike. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Heavenly Flames, Mode Burner. Launch. The storm of flames that shot forward consumed the dragon instantly, continuing far beyond the city. He could feel the pressure from the attack from where he was beneath it. Natsu wasn't kidding on how strong it was. But would it be enough? As the flames died down, he got his answer. It wasn't. The dragon, while not in a good state, was still alive and flying, if a bit more shakily than before. It didn't stay in the air for long before it quickly descended, as if it wasn't sure it could stay in the air for much longer too. That, however, put it right on a collision course with him, and the dragon was showing no signs of slowing down. He barely got out of the way before it crashed into the ground, shaking the area he had made it to from how close he was. Bringing up his sword hesitantly, he watched as the dragon looked around before its eyes latched onto him. It was then he got a good glimpse of how badly hurt the dragon was. Its scales had been completely burnt off, and it was probably only their strength that had kept it alive in the first place. It still hadn't been enough anyway, since he could see burns on the dragon's body. Burns that were far too recent to have been caused by anyone but Natsu. You bugs. Die. 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 It brought its head back once more before massive amounts of energy were drawn to its throat. Toshiro wasn't worried. He knew he could dodge it. All he had to do was move out of the way and... No. He couldn't. The direction he was in, it would put the dragon's attack right on path with the rest of the guild. If that happened, they'd all die. They'd never survive a dragon's breath attack. It was a miracle in itself that they hadn't been bombarded by these blasts as it was. He looked towards Natsu and felt his hopes die a bit further. Natsu wasn't looking very good. He looked exhausted, and it was there he realized how draining that spell must have been for Natsu. He had to control so many flames and pack so much destructive power into them, while at the same time making sure that they never escaped his control. If they did, anyone around him would probably have paid the price. So in the end he was the only one who could stop the dragon. And he had to act quickly. Rushing forward, his blade guiding his path, he used Shunpo to close the gap before piecing the dragon's head with his Zanpakuto, stabbing it in as far as it would go. Ryusenksa. Huge amounts of ice erupted from his blade, consuming the head of the dragon instantly. He hadn't been sure how well this would work, but the loss of the scales had made the dragon's defenses drop drastically. But it wasn't enough. He was commanding the ice to shatter, taking his enemy apart in the process, but it wasn't working. It still had enough energy to resist? Or was it all the magic in its throat that was repelling his own? Whatever the case, it was too late. The dragon prepared to fire and... Suddenly the blast was over his shoulder, directed harmlessly into the sky. He looked towards the source of his savior before seeing a familiar butler suit, golden light shaped as a large hand holding the dragon's head upwards. It seems you all need some help today. We may have just become enemies recently, but I hope for now that you'll accept my aid. Miss Dogen? What are you doing here? Ichigo's fighting, so we decided to do so too. Now then, he said as he turned back to the dragon. Ah, where were we? Ah, I know. Reaching into his breast pocket, Miss Dogen pulled out his golden pocket watch, letting it open and send out the magic stored within. Immediately the changes began to happen as golden light enveloped Miss Dogen's body completely. The dragon rose with him, Miss Dogen's grip with the hand of energy too strong for it to resist in its weakened state. It could only watch as the giant formed in front of him before gripping its neck with its other hand. Danga Jiao. With one swift moment, Miss Dogen twisted, snapping the dragon's neck in an instant. It fell back down to the ground lifeless before Miss Dogen turned his attention towards the distance, Toshiro finding himself doing the same. It was faint, but he could sense it. That familiar magic of Shinji, and it looked to be coming from the direction of where Byakuya was. But what drew his eyes was the strange sight in the distance as golden light shot upwards, fighting its way through the pitch-black sky and opening up a path towards the stars themselves. That wasn't normal light, just as that darkness wasn't normal darkness. That energy covering the sky was dense and heavy. It was Ichigo's, and the sheer amount spoke of his power if this was caused his Bankai, because really there was nothing else but this that could have caused such a phenomena. For a light to be able to break through such dense energy, when it had already blocked out all the light from the sky, it was no ordinary light. Natsu only looked on in shock before he realized why the magic was so familiar, taking off into the distance and flying towards the light as fast as he could. Toshiro didn't chase after him though, still confused at the feeling the energy gave off. It was almost divine. In some part of his heart, he could feel it. Like they had all suddenly been saved. Protector of the fairies. Keep fighting. shouted Ishin as he deflected another blow of the dragon's claws. He could hear Injetsu screaming in pain as the claws cracked his blade, but he didn't let up. Despite how much pain he knew his Zanpakuto was feeling from struggling to hold back such power, he knew it could handle it. Injetsu was strong. Keeping the dragon's attention on him, he fired a quick blast of lightning straight at the dragon's eyes. Byakurai might have been only one of the lowest level Hades spells he knew, but it was still a strong one when used correctly, and right now it would serve the purpose he needed it to. It didn't need to harm the dragon for this plan to work. The dragon's attention completely fixated on him. It missed Karen and Yuzu appearing above it, Karen in her Bankai while Yuzu had activated her Volstandig. Working together, Yuzu formed a massive arrow that fire spread along, infusing the arrow with both their power. Umol's Heilig feel. The massive arrow flew down, slamming into the dragon's back and knocking it off balance as its feet collapsed underneath itself. A large burn could be seen across the dragon's scales as the smoke cleared, but that was it. The scales were still there, even if they had taken damage. Ishin swore, immediately realizing he had to draw the dragon's attention back on him before it tried to fire at them. Already he could see the dragon's mouth opening, energy collecting within. Burn, Injetsu. The flames erupted from his blade as he swiped down, the brute force from the energy enough to knock the dragon's head off target and to release its attack early. Instead of hitting his daughters, it merely tore through the air next to them. Signaling to his children, they all drew their blades back, Yuzu having to quickly summon 1/4 and funnel her power from the wraith into it, before they swung at the dragon. Getchuga Tenshou. 3 crescent blasts of magic flew at their target, one made from pure flames, another from blue flame-like energy, and a third a pure white. The 3 attacks collided on the dragon's damaged scales, finally cracking a few of them. It still wasn't enough to destroy them completely, however, and he didn't know how long Karen and Yuzu would be able to keep this up. Yuzu hadn't used Volstandig in a long time, meaning she was far out of practice for maintaining it for a long period of time. Karen meanwhile was still hurt from using Shunkao earlier, and he didn't know how long she would be able to maintain her Bankai for at the rate she was burning through energy. She had done well to maintain it so long when she had been fighting Ichigo, but he hadn't been forcing her to constantly use all this power to keep herself alive. At least there was one trick left now that the scales were weakened. Yoryuki could finish the job. Now. On command, Yoryuki appeared right above the dragon, moving faster than the eye could see. He could even see the dragon show its own form of surprise, as if shocked there was a human this fast. Yoryuki pulled back her fists, each wrapped in a large gauntlet that matched the ones on her legs, before she rapidly pummeled the dragon's weakened area with the gauntlets. Ryuken. The dragon felt its body slam back against the ground against its will, the ground cracking and causing smoke and rubble to fly out as the ground shuddered from the repeated blows the dragon took. With one final punch, Yoryuki slammed her fist down, the dragon roaring in pain. Immediately she leaped back, letting Ishin take her place as he stabbed his blade into the now exposed flesh. Burn. A mixture of flames and raw energy tore down his blade and into the wound, burning the dragon up from the inside. This dragon was tough, however, and probably would have thrown him off if Karen hadn't joined him just in time, pouring her own flames into the dragon's body. A few moments later and it didn't move anymore, giving Ishin a brief moment to rest as he glanced around. They'd be another dragon to fight in just a few moments most likely. And with Blue Pegasus being pushed back nearby, he had to hurry and lend them aid. They were lacking any big firepower right now, especially when it had taken all of them to take down this one dragon. Looking at Yoryuki, he already knew that trick they had used wouldn't work again. The armor on her arms had shattered to pieces, and he could see the blood around her fists dripping onto the ground, despite her best efforts to hide it. She was fast, but even with that armor there was a limit to her strength. She must have shattered the bones in her hands just to crack those few scales to give them that opening. Still, as much as he'd like to tell her to step out of the fight, she still had 2 legs she could use. And she could still be bait with how fast she was. "We need to move on to the others," said Ishin, the others quickly following after him as they rushed towards Blue Pegasus. They arrived just in time to see the guild struggling to hold the dragon back, constantly firing barrages of magic as best as they could. They weren't standing a chance without them, and already he could see that their numbers seemed smaller than before. Out of everyone in the city, how many people could even fight dragons? And how many was it taking to actually kill them? Rushing quickly, he barely managed to knock the dragon's claws away from slicing apart a group of mages, his blade struggling under the strain. The other arm came up but Karen intercepted it for him, leaving Yoruaki to appear right underneath the dragon where its defenses were weakest, lighting exploding out around her. Shung Kao. She brought up her right leg before slamming it against the dragon, sending it flying upwards into the sky and right past the clouds. Blue Pegasus cheered but Ishine knew that peace wouldn't last. The armor around her leg had completely shattered, and as she brought her leg back down he saw the wince she made. She wasn't standing very evenly, meaning something had broken. And, as much as it pained him to think it, the dragon was unlike to have been harmed by the simple brute force of the kick. "It'll be back soon, won't it?" said an orange-haired man as he approached Ishine, his look showing he already knew the answer. "How did things go with the other dragon?" "It's dead. But it took a lot to kill it." "You're Ichia, right?" "Correct. And that news really does sadden me. There truly is no end to these monsters either, is there?" "Hold out. That's all we can do. Can we do so against those odds?" Ishine looked before seeing the dragon Yoruaki had sent flying climbing back down. And with it was 2 more. 3 dragons? Yeah, he knew there was no way they could take on such odds. He'd have to use his Bankai to even stand a chance at taking down one on his own. 3 was impossible. And then, all of a sudden, they all paused, turning towards the palace. He mirrored them, watching as the light tore upwards into the sky. "What is it?" "This light." Ichia looked at it in confusion, as if recognizing it from somewhere. "Could that be?" "It's similar to the light that comes from a celestial spirit being summoned. But I've never heard of a spirit that would need that much power to summon. Or at least not any of the zodiac." As they all watched, the danger momentarily forgotten, none of them noticed behind them as Yuzu's mouth opened in silent pain, her eyes turning pure white as her body locked up. Her head turned towards the light before a tiny smile appeared on her face, quickly returning to a look she never showed. Expressionless. "He's here," she muttered, too quiet for any of the others to hear her. "You are free, master. Protector of the fairies." Letting out a large roar, the nearest dragon, one with electricity bouncing across its skin, lunged at Ichigo, a blast of lightning wrapped around its claws. Bringing one cloaked blade up quickly, the blade caught the claw on its flat side easily, the energy that covered it devouring the lightning from the enemy dragon. "Not enough," Ichigo commented quietly, forcing his blade upwards and causing the dragon to retreat back. In the time it took it to move, he had already vanished from its sight, appearing right behind it and slashing down with one blade. The tail, a spiked limb with a dangerous point at its end, fell off as his blade tore through the scales, causing the dragon to roar again, this time in pain. His attempts to follow up were completely halted when another dragon, this one faster than the others, shot towards him, tearing through the sky within a vortex of wind. With no choice but to dodge, Ichigo retreated back to a safe distance, unwilling to risk taking down one dragon if it meant being torn apart by another. When it came to his regeneration, there was a limit to what he could heal from. If the dragon's attack tore away too much, he might not be able to recover in time to stop another dragon capitalizing on his momentary weakness. It wasn't like when he could take more risks when he fought Kenpeki. At least then he had been able to recover if he did let his guard down. Any enemy that he needed his Bankai to fight, however, was not someone he could even underestimate for a second. Individually the dragons weren't a problem. His speed was greater. Far greater in fact. No matter how fast they could move, he could outrun them and outmaneuver them. And when it came to strength, he had the upper hand too, able to block their physical blows easily enough and allowing his swings to have enough power that even the scales that protected the dragon's harm couldn't stop him. As if to prove his point, he spun towards the dragon that had tried to sneak up on him from above, dodging its swipe with ease before bringing a blade right down on top of the dragon's back. The next moment the dragon was gone, the ground beneath them all breaking as the massive body slammed into the ground. The problem came from how resilient some of these dragons were. Physical strength was all well and good, but cutting off an arm or a leg or even a wing wouldn't kill them. He had to chop off the head or destroy the heart. A blow like the one he had done wasn't nearly enough since, while it could break the scales with ease, it still wasn't enough to kill the dragon in one blow. To do that, he needed to wrap a lot of energy around his blade and release a Getchuga Tenshou directly at the flesh. With an attack like that, he had more than enough firepower to slice through the dragon. The same if he targeted the neck, a well-defended area. The problem was that these dragons wouldn't let him do that if they could stop him. This is where the problems came from. He wasn't fighting one. They had sent 10 at him. Even if he was faster, he still had to watch out for 10 dragons at once. Dodging one blast may put him directly in the line of fire for another's attack. Committing to one attack may leave him open to a surprise attack from behind. And whenever he built up enough energy for a big attack, every dragon went on high alert, ready to intercept him the moment he cut one of them down. He had been lucky in the beginning. 3 dragons were already dead. That was what increased the numbers further in the first place. They weren't taking any chances with him. Not when they knew how dangerous he was. At a time like this, he normally would have used Kid or a Zero. But once again, they were ready for any big attack. And the issue came from the fact that, unlike his Getchuga Tenshou, the attacks weren't enough alone. He could break scales through sheer force, but the Kid spells he knew and the Zero he had were not able to completely break through the dragon's defenses. Not when the dragons facing him were this powerful. The only reason Getchuga Tenshou worked so well was because it was amplified even further because of the speed and strength of his blade when he swung it. "End of the line hybrid!" cried out one of the dragons, the smallest of the lot surrounding him. It rushed at him against the will of its peers, something he shamelessly took advantage of as energy exploded off his blades. Before the dragon even had a chance to regret its actions, he was right in front of it, slicing up with body blades and watching as the attacks sliced straight into the dragon's head and destroyed its brain. Dodging back as the body continued forward and began to fall, Ichigo took the chance to observe the reactions around him, waiting to see who would move next. There was anger. There was disappointment. But none of them made a move. But then it was expected. He had heard them discuss this briefly as he fought when other dragons tried to rush in. Being headstrong was not a benefit here when it meant you ended up fighting alone or opening yourself up without someone to cover you. They knew as well that they would lose allies in this fight, but in their words it was better to lose a few friends than to allow a hybrid to continue to exist and potentially cause more unrest in the world. He didn't want to admit it, but he was in a real pickle. They were in a stalemate right now. So long as they were careful, he couldn't kill them unless a mistake was made. Or for those he did kill when they were careful, it was normally because he had whittled the dragon down enough that it no longer had the strength left to fight. The only ray of hope in this fight was that he wasn't going to run short of magic anytime soon. His Edala's self was making sure of that, but controlling his absorption capabilities while he fought. There was still one card he could play if he was being honest. If he used that, he would be too fast for them to stop, no matter how prepared they were. But using that meant pushing himself to his very limits and removing any chance to fight if he exhausted himself in the process. "There's no chance I can ask you all to simply go back home, is there?" He found himself asking, the oldest-looking dragon of the group shaking his head in response. "I'm afraid not. Personally, I don't like fighting creatures like you. You lot are always too unnatural for my tastes. But letting you live would be a crime against nature." Ichigo sighed. "Why did I know you were going to say that?" "Mavis, increase synchronization." Before the dragon could even ask what he meant by that, he vanished, reappearing behind the furthest dragon before they even had a chance to work out where he had gone. Releasing the swords in his hands, the blades held in the air by chains of the black energy, he pressed them against the dragon's body, chains of golden light bursting to life from his palms. Bakuda number 63, Fairy Art, Suja Sabaku. Infusing the Kida with the defensive power Fairy Sphere had was hard, but he was familiar enough with this Kida spell to make it work. The normal Kida wouldn't have been enough, and even this one would barely hold the dragon for long. The chains wrapped around the body as quickly as they could, grabbing limbs and wings and forcing the dragon into free fall. They were already started to strain against the dragon's own power. It would break out again in a moment, even with the additional power from Mavis. Luckily all he needed was a brief moment. If Heidu and Zero couldn't work alone, he'd have to fire them both at once and finish up before the other dragons could move in. "Hey to number 73. He cried out, skipping the incantation entirely. There was no time and he could more than make up the lost power by overloading the spell. Blue energy burst to life in one hand while the other was held separated at the other side of his body, a crimson-red Zero charging till it was bigger than his whole hand. Sauren Sukatsui. Zero. Firing both blasts directly down at the dragon, he immediately cut off the blasts, letting the energy he had fired carry on alone. He was already below the dragon before the energy had even connected, slamming a fist back up against the dragon's exposed belly and sending it crashing into the attacks above. With a flick of his wrists, the chains the swords were dangling off retracted, pulling the blades back to his hands. With the damage done above, all that was left to do was a quick flick. Appearing above the dragon, he slashed downwards, the pressure from the sword causing the wind to shape and slash down at the dragon's exposed flesh beneath the scales and to slice down towards its organs. "Behind you." Hearing the panic in Mavis's voice, he spun round only to find all the other dragons holding steady in the air in the distance, breath attacks all ready to fire. Before he even had a chance to think about trying to cross the distance in time, they all fired, covering the area in a massive blast of magic of all kinds. It was so sudden and fast that he wouldn't even have time to dodge any way but backwards, and he had no idea how far he'd have to run to get out of its range. So instead he raised his arms, the blades crossing over one another as golden light burst into existence before him. There was just enough time to form a semi-sphere before the attack hit, colliding against the hastily constructed fairy sphere spell and splitting around it. It didn't last for long, the shield already beginning to crack. The real fairy sphere would never crack, but this was only a half-formed version. "Getchuga dash," he started to say, letting the energy pour forth from his body and amplify around the edges of the blades. More was drawn in rapidly, fueling the spell further as it spiraled out behind him in the gap safe from the combined breath attack. Slicing forward lightly with one blade, the heavy energy wavering in the air for a moment, he swung down across it at the last possible moment, the shield breaking as he did so. Jujishao. The dragons never saw it coming. One moment their blast was consuming the air, the next the energy appeared in the middle of the blast, the black Getchuga spreading out across the air in front of them like a plague. And worse, it didn't just halt the attack. It was pressing forward, devouring the energy from their own attack and using it as fuel to press further forward. Cutting off his attack, the eldest dragon threw himself forward in front of his allies, taking the brunt of the blow as it tore through him and obliterating what remained of his body entirely. Breathing heavily, Ichigo gripped his blades tightly as both sides' energy faded, keeping a close eye on all 8 dragons still left. That attack took more out of him than he had thought. Already he could feel his reserves being replenished, but that attack had still consumed a lot of magic. But then he was always careful when he used that attack. It was far easier to use a normal Getchuga Tenshou, even if it wasn't as powerful as the fused technique. Still, was there really still 8 more of these? And the worst thing was that they could go for reinforcements any minute now. If this kept up, he'd lose. All it would take would be one slip-up, one mistake that he couldn't correct in time, and he'd be dead. Before he could even think of what to do, bright light shone upwards nearby, blasting through his own energy coating the sky and reaching up to the stars above. The dragons sensed it too, all pausing in their fight with him to look up too. He could feel it, an energy unlike any other that surpassed any he had ever encountered. "What the hell is this?" he muttered, slightly fearful at sensing it. "Please, don't be an enemy. It'll be all over if you are." "Protector of the fairies. You have made your decision then," stated Zeref as he watched the 3 celestial spirit mages gathering around one another, their hands locked together in prayer. All the celestial spirits had formed 2 circles around them, the eclipse versions forming the outer layer as golden light shone upwards. Realizing his time was short, he moved quickly towards the gate, allowing time to restart for everyone else around him. He chuckled as he heard the green-haired woman continue her rant, unaware anything had ever happened. Her attention soon got occupied by the light shining upwards, which left him free to approach the gate without interference. "Have a good trip," he muttered before he heaved Rogue up with one arm and threw him forward, Rogue's body falling into the void of the portal and vanishing from the world. His work done, He took a step back and leaned against the side of the gate, enjoying the sight as the golden light tore its way through the darkness in the sky that simply radiated such a foul presence in his mind. Good riddance. Looking back at the girls, he wasn't sure if he was happy with their choice or not. In some ways, it was a predictable end. The lives of millions saved. The majority over the few. Sometimes, however, he wanted to see someone be selfish. To choose the minority instead, even if the rest of the world would burn around them. Perhaps change would happen then. After all, so many people did such horrible things in the name of justice, and sometimes they'd justify it by saying they were prioritizing the majority over the few. Still, sometimes people could really be thinking about the good of others when they did things. And that was why he was so interested to meet this god. The man who sacrificed all his own happiness to leave this world and create his own, merely so no one ever had to be afraid of him anymore. He even gave out the seals that kept him there for people to use, still trying to help them even after all they did to him and all the pain they caused him. He still let them call out his power through the fragments he had created, despite once rejecting who he was and the power he wielded. But there was one person who was very unhappy with the fact he had listened to all the pathetic voices of the humans and left. That woman, constantly waiting, constantly plotting. If it hadn't been for her, he would have never been able to create the Eclipse Gate. He never would have been able to gather all the celestial spirit keys. It wouldn't surprise him if she had been hoping for this to one day happen with all her heart, since it was only due to the Eclipse Gate that the Eclipse versions of the celestial spirits could appear. If they had never been sacrificed, the celestial spirit king would forever stay sealed away in his small little world. The tales were just as she once said too. One day, after the 88 wielder of the stars was found, the heavens would open once again and the shackles of space would break. When all 26 keys shattered, the exiled could finally return. Come now, Almighty God. Your precious summoners are crying out for you. Do you dare leave your world, your self-imposed prison, or do you stay there and ignore them? Will you ignore their cries as they beg you to save their friends? Or will you come, and brave this world once more? Come, Lord of the constellations. Do not run away this time. And when you return, bring down your divine wrath on the ones who caused all this death. The light shone upwards, and the celestial spirit mages slowly disintegrated in the beam. He watched as a familiar head of pink hair screamed out the blonde girl's name, charging at the light as if he was desperately trying to reach them in time. His hand almost managed to grab onto the present version of the girl before they all broke apart into nothing, Natsu's hand slipping through the energy as all the celestial spirits broke apart too. And as the light continued upwards and Natsu cried out in despair, he instead watched as the skies shattered in the light, revealing a world of stars and planets unlike any ever seen before in their world. As fast as light, a blast tore downwards and crashed down onto ground, the 3 dragons that had moved to investigate it being torn in half completely as it passed. The ground shattered as a heavy pair of boots landed against the stone, an armored giant with a long white mustache and a giant sword appearing before them all. He was here. The Celestial Spirit King. Protector of the fairies. Hope arrives through the darkness. Breathing heavily, anger radiating in his eyes, the Celestial Spirit King turned to face the humans nearby, for the time being ignoring all the dragons in the sky. He towered over them all, being as tall as the Eclipse Gate itself. His long mustache trailed down diagonally from his nose, extending past his shoulders and past the large plates that covered them. He was entirely cloaked in heavy armor, green plates covering his entire body with easily identifiable marks and scruffs on many of them, clearly conveying to them all how many battles he had lived through with that same armor. A helmet rested on his head, leaving his face exposed while 2 horns extended from the top of it and curved outwards. Between the 2 was a single 5-pointed star, turned upside down so that the top point was aimed downwards between his eyes. Lifting his sword, his long tattered red cloak fluttering in the winds as he did so, he stabbed it into the earth in front of it for all to see. It was an unusual blade, that much they all could see. The crossguard of the blade was straight, the protrusions from it resembling arrowheads more than anything else. In the center of the guard was a single round gem, shining brightly with dark red pulses even now. From it were 4 spikes, positioned diagonally to the crossguard and the blade and hilt. They only extended out a short way, however, in contrast to the 5th spike that extended across the blade itself, overlapping the elegant protrusions on the blade's flat sides. At the top of those protrusions was a single star, similar to the one he wore on his helmet, only somehow brighter. The Celestial Spirit King kept his hands resting around the hilt, the length of it long enough that both his hands could fit along it with ease. At the end of the hilt was a star-shaped pommel, his hands positioned just below it. Ziref, for a moment, frowned as he observed the weapon, taking note of how elegant the magnificent blade looked. The question that raised, however, was how powerful it truly was. This was a blade for a ruler. This was not a blade for battle. Unless in this man's hands, it became both. Ignoring them all for a moment, the Celestial Spirit King turned his attention down towards where Natsu was standing, easily identifying the fading energy that had been there. My precious summoners, my longtime friends, this is goodbye it seems. I have heard your cries. I have received your sacrifice, despite my wish to deny it, and I will carry it through to the bitter end. Gripping his sword tightly, the Celestial Spirit King turned towards the skies, counting the number of dragons present. His head turned towards the city in turn, repeating the process. Finally he turned to the remains of the castle nearby, sensing the heavy energy of a hybrid within it and the dragons that fought him. 57, the Celestial Spirit King stated. 57 dragons left. You have done well to stand against such odds for so long. But now I will carry you all forward. I swear upon this blade, I shall avenge you my summoners and carry forth your will. Turning towards Ziref, he locked eyes on the Eclipse Gate, a frown appearing on his face before it descended into disappointment. I see this was the cause of it all. This magic, this blend of space between then and now, she was involved I see. She never did understand my reasoning for leaving this world, and it seems now the tool she inspired and you designed, all to bring me back, has become the root of this all. Very well. I shall start with this. Raising his blade from the ground, the Celestial Spirit King swung diagonally upwards, his blade not touching the gate. Something happened though. Something they couldn't see. The portal that had continued to run, held open by the infinity clock, changed. The space within twisted, becoming an orb as the energy condensed and collapsed in on itself until finally only a tiny part remained, small enough that someone could hide it with their two hands. The gate is shut. Not even I can rid the world of this tear, however. That is not a job I am capable of. But no more will ever pass through it. He turned his attention back upwards, already catching the movements of the dragons above. One of them rushed down to the ground, causing him to swerve to one side to avoid the large beast. It had barely touched the ground when he had raised his blade, golden light shining across it. Gripping it tightly with both hands, the Celestial Spirit King swung downwards, the energy exploding through the air as it tore its way towards its target. The very ground shattered across its path and the dragon had barely managed to turn before it was torn in half, the energy slicing right through it. It didn't stop there, continuing on for miles until it finally reached the edge of where they could see to. Meteor blade. Impressive, commented Ziref as he walked towards the giant. You tore that dragon apart with ease. That was an old dragon too, and from the look of things you used more power than you even needed to. And throughout it all, your magical power hasn't even dipped down even a tiny bit. Was this a show for us? Or for the dragons above? It hardly matters really, but it does confirm what I theorized. You truly are as powerful as the legends said? You're Ziref, I presume, the Celestial Spirit King replied. I received the memories from the spirits that made up who I am, and I remember your face clearly in their last few memories. I know enough about you as well from the tales of my summoners from that time period, as few as they were. You even killed most of them, I remember. Bringing his sword down, the Celestial Spirit King aimed it towards the black-haired man. Give me one reason why I should not kill you now. There are many. A main reason? I'm an Ukin, just like you are. The Celestial Spirit King flinched. Ah, you do know what that means. In your time you were the only one, but this time period has quite a few, having carried forward most of their Ukin from each generation in the past 400 years. A battle between Ukin is not like a battle between humans. You can't kill me, that much I can assure you, and fight these dragons at the same time. Especially if I fight back. And if I do, you won't be able to protect all the people your summoners wanted to protect either. I see, said the Celestial Spirit King with a grimace. You truly are an unpleasant fellow, aren't you? I can see now why you were treated as such a threat for so long. You don't appear threatening to many, but the power you hide within you is so much more frightening than even my own. And that curse that binds you to life, that contradictory nature I see within you. You truly do despite this world for it, don't you? For not even allowing you the right to die. I pity you, Zeref. You pity me? You think you can understand me in my mind? Black magic spiraled out around Zeref, almost reaching the Celestial Spirit King before it was blown away by the intense light coming from the Celestial Spirit King. I ask you though, what are you waiting for? Those dragons won't stay silent for long. Look, more already come. The Celestial Spirit King turned back towards the sky before sighing. I expect we shall not meet again when I am done here. You are unlike to stick around unless it suits you. Leave. I have a fight to win. The ground cracked under his boots as he kicked upwards, taking to the skies as he began to fly. His blade swung through the air, golden light wrapped around his blade before he sliced through one of the 3 dragons' wings as he reached it. The dragon began to fall, unable to support itself with one wing, before it finished it off, his sword swiping down and cleaving its head clean off. From behind him the 2nd and 3rd dragons lunged at him, swiping with their claws as they attempted to tear through his armor. Their claws only left scratches against the surface, however, the Celestial Spirit King spinning round as his armor absorbed the blows and swiped his sword up. Golden light tore through the air and sliced through both dragons, leaving the lifeless bodies to fall to the earth once more. Come now, said the Celestial Spirit King as he faced the large crowd of dragons. There had to be at least 30 here, leaving the remaining dragons to be scattered throughout the city and either by the palace itself or slowly moving towards it as reinforcements. He could leave the other for the time being. He was confident they could hold back the last few dragons for the time being. If they couldn't, he'd have to count on the hybrid if he could beat his own in time. He could sense the level of power that thing had, and if he wasn't dead from fighting so many dragons alone then there was no doubt about his strength. For now though, he'd fight these ones alone. Your opponent is me. I am the king of the celestial spirit world. Face me if you dare. I'll cut you all down and clear these skies so that the stars may shine once more. Come. Protector of the fairies. What the hell is going on over there? Ishein muttered, seeing the sight before them all in the distance. Even the dragons nearby had temporarily stopped their attacks, as confused as they all were about what had just happened. Who was that giant? And how had he killed so many dragons so quickly? And the range of his attacks too. That blast of light have been larger than any attack that he had ever produced in his entire life. Ishein. He turned towards Yuryuki at her call, the woman signaling upwards as subtly as she could. We should take advantage of this while we have the chance. Can you use your Bankai? I can. I can't guarantee it will be enough, the dragon's scales might be able to negate a lot of the damage, but given time I may be able to whittle them down. A lot of time considering there's 3 of them. But what about you, Yuryuki? She shook her head shamefully. You know I can't, Ishein. Even this was not enough to make me pick up my blade again. I'm sorry, but that's all there is to it. I can't help on that front. Sighing, Ishein eyed the 3 dragons they were about to face. They were all big ones. Could his Bankai even do anything? He had managed to get glimpses in the distance of some of his fellow generals, but he didn't know how they would be faring right now. Shunsui was one of the last people he would ever expect to release his Bankai, or at least when he was close to a lot of people. It was simply too dangerous in his words. As for Byakuya, he doubted the man would even bother. For all his Zanpakuto's strength, it was better suited against humans. A dragon's scales were tough, and it was times like this where Byakuya's tiny blades became a hindrance rather than a strength. Well, it was now or never. He couldn't distract himself from the fight about to happen any further. A chance like this would only come around once and he did not intend to waste it. Karen, get ready to move. Use everything you have in the next strike. And as much as I don't want to ask you to do this, I need you to use Shunkao with it too. Does it matter if I can move afterwards or not? It doesn't. Karen nodded, her grip on her small blade tightening in preparation. Alright then. I'll use every last drop of magic left in me. Thank you. Yuzo, if we create any openings, I need you to pinpoint some arrows into the wounds. If a large enough opening appears and you think you can do it, fire the strongest arrow you have and aim for a kill. Be careful though. Ishine paused when he realized Yuzo wasn't responding. Yuzo. He turned towards her only to see the sight of her back as she walked away, completely ignoring her. Yuzo? What are you doing? She still didn't respond, making Ishine rush towards her to try and stop her. His hand brushed against her shoulder before she suddenly vanished from his grasp. Immediately he felt a blast of searing pain rip across his back as Yuzo's arrow took off the flesh from his back. He had to stop his instincts that screamed at him to cut her down, his mind struggling to tell his body that she was not an enemy, despite what she had just done. Gripping his sword tightly, the blade shaking in his hand as he struggled with his actions, he got a glimpse of her face. It was so void of anything, no expression able to be seen on it or in her eyes. Why Yuzu? What are you doing? Karen rushed towards her sister before Yuzu vanished only more, appearing in front of Karen as she slammed a foot into her older sister's chest. Immediately Karen felt some of her strength failing her as she collapsed to her knees. The feeling. Did Yuzu just siphon away some of her magic? She was finding it hard enough to maintain her Bankai, and she almost felt it fade completely with that hit. Out of all of them, Yuruaki was the one person who didn't move, eyeing Yuzu dangerously. In terms of speed, she was sure she was many times faster than any level of speed Yuzu could produce. But the speed of her teleporting was far faster than normal. A single miscalculation, a single misstep, and she'd be caught off guard. Normally she could still recover easily, she had fought teleporters before, but it was another issue entirely in her current state. Alright then, she asked instead. Who are you? Because you're certainly not Yuzu Kurosaki. The Yuzu we know doesn't even like violence much, and would never attack her own family because they were trying to stop her. So then, who are you? My name. Yuzu tilted her head to one side, still showing no expression as she pondered the matter. I'm not sure. I haven't been called by it in so long that I actually can't remember anymore. I'm really hoping my master knows, but if he doesn't then there's really no big deal. I'll just have him give me a new name, one only he has to call me by anyway. Let her go, said Ishine threateningly. Give me back my daughter. I'm afraid I can't right now. It was really a stroke of luck that I found her, you know. Her Quincy power, the Wraith, was a beacon to me, despite my state of existence. It has been a simple matter to piggyback on the signal she gives out whenever she seeks to summon someone from the other side and allows myself to replace them. That's why Yuzu never could summon anyone else, muttered Karen in shock. Those powers she uses. They aren't part of the Wraith, are they? They're your power. Indeed. Her power is meant to allow her to act as a vessel for those long past, and allows her to channel a fraction of their own power through herself. Whether that is magic-based or tool-based, it works the same regardless. And I heard her call out so long ago in my silent prison, waiting patiently for the time to finally arrive. My true home was lost from me due to a mistake I made once, and I've been wanting to return there ever since. And now this vessel will help me reach there. We won't let you go. Really? Well, what about them then? Yuzu pointed upwards, gesturing at the dragons that had become active once more and were currently heading towards them. If you want, chase after me. But you'll have to leave all those others behind to die. Before anyone could stop her, Yuzu vanished, teleporting in a flash of white light. Ishine swore, returning his full attention to the dragons. That thing in Yuzu's body was right. They couldn't chase after her without leaving Blue Pegasus behind, and they wouldn't survive against these odds. Frankly, he doubted they would all survive considering how much trouble one was. The pain in his back wasn't getting any weaker either. If this kept up, he'd never be able to maintain focus and control over his magic, and without that control he wouldn't be able to use his Bankai. And without another Bankai to help out, these odds were even worse. It was practically a death sentence as it was. The dragons suddenly stopped before they all opening their mouths. He knew what that meant, and it was confirmed as energy started appearing before them. Fire, lightning, and earth. If they hit, it was all over, but could they even deflect those attacks? Glancing at his blade, he gripped it tightly as he brought it back, energy pooling around it. Everyone. Throw everything you have at the blast if you want to live. The dragons fired and Ishain prepared his strike, knowing everyone else was doing a similar thing beside him. Right before he fired, however, the blasts were stopped, impacting against a massive green wall that barely made it in time before them. The walls extended around them all, forming a large barrier that circled the area. Right in the center extended a large tower of green energy, connecting out to the walls and continuing higher beyond them where a large 8-pointed cross rested at the top. Right below it were pathways that connected up to 2 large blades, each reaching up the height of the cross itself. Renzin, Hajukwari. They all turned at the woman's voice, seeing Nozomi with a large blade dug into the ground, the blades on her weapon resembling the ones in the large structure. It looks like I made it in time. You're one of Ichigo's friends, stated Ishain, knowing that was probably the politest way to put it. Calling her an accomplice of his son who had in all sake and appearance killed the king, or at least until they heard otherwise, was probably not very wise considering she had just saved their lives. Instead he focused his attention onto the spell around them. He couldn't help but be impressed, especially as it had blocked the blasts from those dragons, and from the sound of it they weren't too happy about that. This spell. This is a legendary spell, isn't it? Nozomi nodded. It's not brilliant offense-wise, but it gets the job done. True to her word, the large cross shone brightly before a blast of green light shot forward from it, smashing into one of the dragons. It didn't do much, however, the dragon shrugging it off harmlessly. Unfortunately, it won't be much help here for that. This may be classified as a legendary spell, but it primarily functions as a barrier. All that power is poured into maintaining the spell and protecting all within its walls. And even that will have its limits from how many hits it can take like that. It should last long enough at least. Long enough? Asked Karen. For what? Reinforcements. Nozomi turned towards Ichiya, her eyes locking onto his hair more than anything else. You match the description I was given. You're Ichiya. I am, admitted the orange-haired man. And why do you want to know, cutie? Nozomi ignored his flirting completely, turning her attention back towards the dragons. Hibiki said to tell you he's sorry. Ichiya's attention was immediately focused on her, all pretense of his flirtatious attitude now gone. And why would he have to say that? I know what he stole. Are you saying he did that on Ichigo's orders? I don't know what Ichigo told him. But it's likely he asked for help and Hibiki chose to take whatever he stole. He contacted me briefly not long ago and said he's almost here. He should be here any moment now. He know anything that can help? Asked Ishain, his gaze still locked on the dragons. Any help on taking them down would be appreciated. Hang on. All right, I'll wait a dash. No, hang on. That's what he's saying. Ishain's eyes snapped to one side, locking onto the suddenly build-up in magical power that he could sense. A massive blast suddenly tore through the energy in the sky, slamming into one of the dragon and tearing a hole right through it. It barely had time to scream in pain before it was dead, crashing against the ground. The shockwave from the blast translated Hibiki's message perfectly as the very ground began to shake, the blast having hit not far away from them. If the barrier wasn't there, he wondered how bad it would have been. Out of the hole in the darkness, they saw it rapidly descend. For a moment he thought it had to have been Christina, Blue Pegasus's supposed airship. But this wasn't Christina. The body was entirely different, many overlapping layers and shapes making up the central body. From the front extended out 4 large prongs, spaced evenly apart from one another. A large gap was left down the middle between the prongs where he thought he could see a hole in the ship. It took another second until he realized what it actually was. A cannon. Did that make the prongs accelerators or stabilizers for it then? The command center of the ship had to be near the top from what he could see. Behind the ship as well was a massive engine, bigger than any he had ever seen on an airship, as rare as they were, and the rotating magic circle around it constantly seemed to spill out magic as it pushed itself forward. Extra prongs extend out from the back, two on each side near the edge and facing out diagonally to the sides. If he had to compare the difference in size to this and Blue Pegasus's Christina 2, he'd have to say this one was at least 5 times larger. Maybe even more. "So you really did take it," muttered Ichiya. "Hibiki, can you hear me? Are you monitoring us from up there?" "Yes sir," came Hibiki's voice, speaking directly into his ears. From the reactions of the other Trimens, Ren being there as well as Eve, meant they were hearing Hibiki too, and it seemed like Ishine and the others were not being left out either. And there was no doubt that Nozomi was in contact with him since he had already used her as a relay for information. "I'm sorry, I had to steal her. Christina simply wouldn't be powerful enough." "What is that ship?" asked Ishine as he calling up into the air, momentarily forgetting he didn't even need to for Hibiki to hear him clearly. "That is not on any records. I don't blame you for keeping it under wraps. That kind of ship. The Magic Council would have relinquished it from your position in a heartbeat. But the kind of firepower there. What Ishine means is that you shot down a dragon," stated Yoriyuki, one eye still watching the others. "By the way, you have the other two incoming." "I see them," stated Hibiki, the ship already moving. Diverting energy to forward barriers. Increasing layer strength. And to be on the safe side, let's try and dodge too. As the claws of one of the dragons descended on the ship, it moved to one side, the claws racking across large magic circles near the edge of the ship that appeared just as it was about to be hit. "Ah, really glad I dodged that. The barriers are done to 61% from that single blow. I underestimated the level of physical strength these creatures have. I don't want to see what happens if they were to use magic. Had to jink it, didn't I?" The other dragon raised its claws, lightning darting around them as they swung down at the ship. Instead of trying to dodge to the side, the ship suddenly moved backwards, the claws shattering the barrier edges that they touched and slicing through the air between the front prongs. "Ah, charge complete. Got you." From the hole in the center of the ship's front, energy exploded outwards, magic circles appearing in the gap from the prongs. Ishine recognized the pattern they took in an instant, watching as it tore apart the other dragon. And from the look on Yoriyuki's face, she knew what it was too. Etherian. Ishine watched the ship in shock, finally understanding the true reason why this ship had been hidden. If the Magic Council had known you had this, your entire guild would have been labeled as criminals. No one was meant to have the knowledge to recreate Etherian. And you made a miniature version on top of that, something not even the Magic Council can do. "We gathered the remains of Grimoire Heart's airship," explained Ichiya as he watched the ship avoid the last dragon as best as it could. "We found the pieces and took them before the Magic Council did. No offense, but we did not trust your organization with them after what you did to Fairy Tail. None taken. But I saw the reports. If Grimoire Heart's airship had been this powerful, Lahar would have known. Because it wasn't. They made a good start, I'll admit to that. Hades was likely one of the greatest geniuses this world has ever seen from what I read in his notes, but he was too early to utilize everything to its fullest potential. He only managed the barriers and the power source, and even then wasn't able to completely replicate them as intended. The weapon systems, however, were never incorporated, but the notes and designs were there. I do not know where he got them from, but they were far beyond any level of technology currently available. It took 7 years to finally finish this ship, and that was using his old work that must have taken at least 2 decades minimum, taking into account his genius. And this ship is the successor to the magic bomber, Christina, said Ichiya as Hibiki took down the final dragon, the cannon on the ship having finally recharged. This ship is the magic dreadnought, Genesis. Protector of the fairies. Sailing through the sky, the fire under her feet glowing with golden light wrapped around it, Levi ducked to draw herself closer to the small flame bird, using the weaker air resistance to move faster. She barely made it through the gap under the dragon's arm, the large creature's claws scratching her slightly as she passed. A trail of blood dribbled down her cheek from the cut she gained, but she paid it little heed, whipping it away with her free hand. Her other hand gripped her staff tighter as she brought it up, slamming the base against her spell. The effect was almost instantaneous. The light around the spell expanded outwards, flames rushing to fill the gaps left as Kakao grew to its full size. The now giant bird of flames spun towards the dragon, its beak lunging at the wings of the dragon. Pushing the bird's piercing power to its max, Levi was relieved to see it manage to knock the dragon down, tearing a hole in the dragon's wing. She had learned quickly on that her spell wasn't very effective against the scales of the dragon. While all legendary spells were strong, hers was definitely not suited for fighting dragons when they could shrug off the flames her attack created. And while she could break a scale or two, it wasn't enough to break many around a concentrated area unless she widened the attack range, and doing that would result in not being able to break any. With that in mind, all she could do was attack the weaker areas of the dragon and tear through them. Combining that with the compressed version of Cacao also meant she could fight for longer. Cacao, for all the power the spell had, was not meant to be used for long periods of time. She wasn't someone like Jura or Mistogan who could produce giants and maintain them for ages. She didn't have that kind of magic to waste, and even now it was only fairy glitter that allowed her to use Cacao for longer than a few seconds. The energy she had to replace was simply too much. If she didn't contain it within, else she'd never be able to last in a fight. That led to the compressed version of the spell. By shrinking its form for most of the time, she could further minimize the amount of magic that she wasted from just using the spell and fairy glitter. It was one advantage she doubted Jura and Mistogan would ever have, since the flame nature of her spell meant it could expand rapidly to its original state once fairy glitter expanded. It also let her travel much faster on the smaller bird, and it certainly helped make her a smaller target. Her attack done, and the dragon already showing signs of movement, she let Cacao shrink back down, carefully balancing herself on the bird's shrinking form as a gust of wind threatened to send her tumbling down. Her eyes never left the dragon as she tried to keep her balance, knowing that a single delay in noticing its actions would be fatal. The dragon turned towards her, its head raised up high as it roared and beat its wings. Despite the hole in it, the dragon still managed to shakily get up into the sky, doing its best to rush towards her. That was her cue. Tapping once on Cacao, she crouched down as her spell sped backwards, trying to get as far away from the dragon as possible. The dragon tried to make chase, but it was slower than before, and it was making it so much easier for Laxus to hit it from above. Holding out his hand, lightning instantly bursting to life and shaping into a giant spear, he threw it down at the dragon below him. Dragon Slayer's secret art, thunder-piercing lance. Even without being enhanced by fairy law, the legendary spell lost none of its power as it tore through the air, slamming into the dragon's unguarded back. The scales on the dragon's back resisted for a split second before the spear tore through, shattering all the scales around it and ripping a hole straight through the dragon. Watching the lifeless body falling from the sky, the small sparks of lightning still darting around the massive wound, Levi couldn't help but envy Laxus. He made it all look so easy, but she supposed it was when you had both Dragon Slayer magic and a legendary spell. And his spell was far different from most legendary spells as well. While he could fight with it as a weapon like Jura might, his was similar to hers in some regard. A one-hit type spell. The only difference was she could make hers last longer so long as she managed her magic right. He couldn't. It was that kind of spell. All or nothing. And it helped that the energy was so compressed down that it amplified the destructive force of it tremendously. Still, there was a price to pay for using such a technique. It was probably the reason why he had yet to use the version imbued with fairy law in it. That was even stronger, but it used far more magic as a result. And even the light that came from the spell wouldn't be enough to take down the dragons. Their scales were far too dense to be affected by fairy law on its own. Right now, Laxus could only rely on the original version of his spell, and he had used it 2 times now. His limit wasn't high. For all his power, each blast probably took up about a quarter of his reserves. It was less than how much energy she needed to give up, but that was only because she had so much less to work with than he did. And with how much he had been flying around in his lightning form since the battle had begun, along with firing plenty of other spells, she wasn't sure if he even had the energy left for a third blast. His lightning form was flickering erratically as it was, so he couldn't have much left to give. "Hello. Come in, everyone." Levi frowned, recognizing the human tone to the voice. It might have seemed stupid to be relieved by such things, but considering dragons could talk too and sounded different, she was just glad this wasn't another enemy. Still, she couldn't help but glance around, one hand hesitantly raised towards her ear as she responded. "Hello. Ah, Levi, right? I've got your location being added into my map as we speak. Levy? Are you okay? That was a voice she recognized. Kana? Kana, is that you? Yeah, it's me. Everyone else is coming in too. I'm here. Shouted Natsu before multiple people could be heard wincing across the line. Sorry. Sorry. A louder voice joined in, chuckling deeply to himself. She didn't remember the man's voice very well, but Laxus did as he began to hear the others too. You shouldn't be. I'm enjoying this just as much as you are, Dragon Slayer. You're probably the only one enjoying this, Kenpeke, muttered Laxus angrily. Don't lump us all together with a maniac like yourself. Calm down, all of you, stated Shunsui as his voice cut across the stream of voices. The chatter immediately died down before Shunsui spoke once again. That's better. Now then, I assume you are Hibiki of Blue Pegasus? That ship of yours certainly is a very advanced-looking one, and Blue Pegasus is one of the few groups in Fiori capable of producing such technology. And this magic you're using to contact us is undoubtedly archive, if I'm correct too. Yes, it's me. But don't worry, I'm here to help. I see then. And you can help, I assume. He can, said Hein's voice as he spoke up. The fact that I and everyone nearby me is alive is proof of that. Very well then. Hibiki, I defer to you then. You have the eyes in the sky, so to speak. Thank you, said Hibiki quickly, the man himself glancing at the many screens he could see floating around him in the ship itself. Many of you are undoubtedly running low on magic by now, if you haven't run out already, so I advise caution. The cannon on this ship is capable of taking down a dragon in one shot if I aim correctly, but I'm putting the reactors on this ship into overdrive to do so, otherwise it would take far too long to fire this blast again and again. I can get about 3 more dragons until the ship goes into meltdown. Can anyone still use a legendary spell? I can, stated Mistogan, but unfortunately it won't do much good. Unless people can weaken the defenses of the dragons, brute force won't be enough with mine. It falls just short. I see. And the dragon slayers? I'm not in much of a state, muttered Gajeel gruffly. What about you, Laxus? Still kicking? I'm reaching my limit. I might be able to squeeze out one more powerful spell, but my legendary spell is a no-go. I'm decent, admitted Sting, but Rogue worries me. Can you try and contact him? I haven't heard from him in far too long now. I'm sorry. He's not within my contact range right now. Out of contact range? But surely he's still nearby, right? Right. I'm sorry. If he's not here. We need to focus right now. We need to dash. Focus. How can I do that when you're saying he might be to dash? There's too many dead already. Shouted Hibiki back, gritting his teeth in frustration. Mourn later once you've saved even one more person. But for now we deal with the more pressing threat hanging over us. Right now 9 dragons are still at large in the city. 6 are heading right for Utujura as we speak. I know. I see them. That's where we need to focus our defense. With them, it leaves 3 unaccounted for. We've got 1 here, stated Byakuya. I've got 1 too, responded Shunsui. However, I don't see the 3rd. Most of the other dragons in the city have fallen back to the palace and the chaos happening in the sky with the giant fellow. Levy. Move. It took Levy a second longer than normal to process those words, realizing it was coming from Laxus and not from the other large set of voices all in her head. That second still gave her enough time to avoid the fatal hit, a dragon having sprung down at them from the clouds above. The sharp spikes of the dragon's body caught her unaware, however, a stray spike tearing across her forehead and making her scream in pain. Gripping onto Kakao tightly through her staff, she gripped her forehead with other hand, covering the small wound the dragon had caused as it flew past her. Blood trickled through her fingers and she was already starting to feel faint as blood clouded her eyes. She knew how dangerous head injuries were, bleeding profusely at even the smallest of injuries. And it wasn't something she was very confident about healing with a heal word either. The dragon hadn't gone far when she realized she wasn't actually being targeted specifically when she had been forced to dodge. There was a variety of small wounds over the dragon, some of its scales being chipped away by some form of sharp attacks. Right after the dragon, Wendy and Kelia both burst down from the clouds, Wendy cloaked in her dragon force while Kelia was cloaked in the black dress of her god oversoul. Wendy? Kelia. Eyeing the two cautiously, noticing the mad look in Kelia's eyes, Levi let herself calm down after a few moments when she noticed that Kelia wasn't out of control like last time. Instead, her madness was being directed at the enemy in front of her instead. Hibiki, can you hear me? Ah, good, you're alright. I assume by Laxus's tone that you found the last dragon. Yes, and Wendy and Kelia are here too. Are they not in the call? I expected them to warn me. They must have been too close to the sky. All the magic up there would undoubtedly interfere with any attempts at communication. Stick with them if you can and handle that one. Everyone else, head towards Jura. I'll have their numbers, but it'll be up to you all to help finish them off from there. Use every last drop of magic that you have and survive. Leave the dragons at the center to the two fighting there. I trust the generals fighting them can handle it with those nearby. So long as you stop more arriving, stated Byakuya. What is to stop more arriving? The fact I'm monitoring the source of where they were arriving from. The Eclipse Gate. He ignored some of the tones out shock and outrage. They were few in number, most having already worked out the root cause from the direction they had appeared from. The portal seems to have been shut, around the time that giant appeared. Good blessings there. Is that satisfactory to you? It is. Hibiki, can I speak with you a minute? Asked Laxus, a suspicious tone in his voice. Hibiki complied, cutting everyone off as he and Laxus became the only ones left. You can add Levi too. A second later and she was able to hear just like they could. So then, what is so urgent that you wanted to talk to me about in private? This ship couldn't have gotten here so quickly after the dragons started attacking. Something this big would have been noticed if it was nearby. And the fact you only appeared now means you only just got here. Tell me honestly, did you really come to help us? You did have to pick a difficult question, didn't you? Muttered Hibiki. You're asking me what side I'm on. Or more particularly, you're asking me if I came here because Ichigo asked me to. Am I right? Well, are you? You know the answer to that, so why are you asking me? Hibiki sighed, wiping his forehead as he stared at screens from the ship intently. Question me later if you would. We have to focus right now. All right. But you should be careful. Ichigo's made himself an enemy to the world. Even if helping today clears that, I don't think that was ever meant to be his intent. He's planning something beyond this. I'm sure of it. I'd make sure you are willing to accept the same fate if you reveal who called you here, and for what reason initially. I know that, replied Hibiki before he cut off all communications. He quickly dismissed the screens around him before sending a message to the man currently below near the engines. Kisuk, are we still okay on energy? I can only boost this system so much. Pretty soon I won't be able to do anything more here. Can you at least get us one more shot? 4 is better than 3. I might. But it'll take a lot of power. There was silence for a moment before Kisuk spoke again. Seal off the engine room. I don't want any of this energy escaping by accident. Kisuk, what are you doing? I'm going to flood the room with magic, more magic than the engine can absorb, and I want to minimize the damage the ship will take as a result. This engine will certainly need repairs after this, but I can give you 5 shots in total as result so long as you can end this within 5 minutes. After that I'm going to be hard-pressed to even keep the engine working enough to keep us flying. Hibiki paused for a moment before he looked once more at the dragons out of the window. Do it. We have to save as many people as we can. Very well then. Did Wendy and Kelia make it by the way? Yes. I had to pretend I hadn't been able to contact them so to not raise suspicions for how long ago I got here, not that it did much good with some people. Didn't want anyone to guess I had to wait for you to get on board before attacking. By anyway, it seems the synthetic air you gave them was enough to make them enter Dragon Force and God Oversoul. They've met up with Laxus and Levi right now. Good. The 2 should be enough in that state to win with the help of the other 2. I was surprised, to be honest, that it took much less energy to put them in those forms. They must have subconsciously learned how it feels from their first use and are slowly learning to use it normally without outside help. As for other mages, we still have Kenpei Kazaraki still running wild. I was watching and I saw him take one of the dragons down by himself. So long as he is with some others, the other dragons won't be a threat so long as no more appear. The portal may be cut off, but the dragons already here are still a threat. Let's hope Ichigo and that giant can hold them at bay then. Cutting off communication, Hibiki activated the ship's controls once more, a massive map of the city appearing in front of him with the positions of everyone in the city mapped onto it. A small message opened up in a window next to him before he dismissed it, having read the note hundreds of times since he received it. Real-time link, activated. Super archive in operation. Down in the engine room, Kisuk watched as the doors sealed themselves, slowly pulling Benihime from her sheath. Well then, time to get started. Please don't get too crazy, my dear. Holding out his blade to one side, he muttered a single word, energy exploding outwards from him as he did so. Bankai. Protector of the fairies. Finally, Ichigo muttered, glancing to one side briefly as the magic dreadnought, Genesis, in the distance. I was hoping you'd head here when you realized something was wrong with the situation. Turning back to his own mess, Ichigo counted the dragons before him, sighing when he laid his eyes on the last one. 18. Why couldn't they just let up? Hell, why couldn't that giant over there have drawn more of them? He had barely been coping with the 8 he had left, and now they threw another 10 at him at once. Well, it was to be expected when he thought about it. These dragons really wanted to kill him. More than anything. With the total firepower surrounding him currently, he wasn't even sure if he could hold them off. How was he even meant to get a chance to thin their numbers if there was so many of them that they covered all his attack angles? Sighing to himself, he raised both cloaked blades, eyeing all the dragons around him to try and identify a weak link amongst them all. One at a time. That was the way to do it. Trying to wipe them all out at once would be impossible, so he'd have to settle for what he could do. Run, dodge, strike, repeat. With no more dragons coming from that portal, there would be no more reinforcements so long as everyone else held their own. Start off with a classic then. If they refused to give him an opening, he'd be forced to make one. They should have all gotten used to his speed by now. With that out of the way, he could freely kick it up a notch. Seeing him beginning to move, the dragons all started to tighten the circle around him. It didn't matter anyway. They still all froze when he vanished. Spinning round as he appeared behind one of the furthest dragons, one he had already identified as being slightly weaker, he brought his blade round, the energy coating the blade intensifying as he poured more into it. Getchuga Tenshou. As fast as he was, however, he hadn't anticipated one of the dragons nearby recovering so quickly. It wasn't quick enough to stop him from attacking, but it did have enough time to dive in front of the attack itself, taking the blow on its armored body. He scowled. He had avoided dragons like that in particular when choosing who to attack first. They weren't the fastest, it was just bad luck that it had been nearby, and they weren't the strongest too. But their scales were harder than most, turning attacks that should have been able to cleave through scales and flesh into large bleeding wounds. They obliviously didn't want to lose any more of their numbers, especially when wounds could always be healed by sky dragons later on. Retreating back now that the effect of his phantom step had worn off, he broke out into a run through the air as he darted through blasts of shadows and lightning that shot after him. Fire and ice joined the barrage with wind right after them, dragons pelting him with blasts from all sides. With so many around, it didn't matter that he had the superior speed. He still only had a limited space to move around when they all could encircle him this easily. With this many, they didn't even need to get close to force openings in his guard. They'd just need to get lucky. Could his regeneration take a hit from that? He healed incredibly fast, too fast for his liking, but even that speed could only handle so much damage with the level it was at. And if they caught him with a blast that could take out his brain, he'd be a gunner. His heart too if he couldn't fix the damage quickly. With how widespread attacks like these were, he didn't want to take the risk and see how much damage his blood and the arrow could take. Lost in his thoughts for a moment, he barely managed to divert his path in time, pausing in the air for a moment far too long for his liking before darting right upwards, just in time to avoid a small breath attack in the place he had been about to enter. They had still anticipated that, a soul dragon watching until he made the slightest move to indicate his direction before firing their own breath attack. This one he couldn't dodge completely, only managing to move half his body out of the way in time. The first thing he realized was that it barely hurt. The second was that it wasn't meant to. His cells fell apart at his skin, rapidly regenerating right afterwards as the process repeated over and over. Poison. A deadly one too, acting a lot like acid. Clearing up the remains of the energy as he kept moving, his instant restoration did its job and healed him back up, just in time for him to spot an open target. Got you, he muttered as he increased his speed, appearing before the lone dragon in a burst of shunpo. The smirk on its face was his warning as he slashed down, his sword slicing through the scales and cleaving a large wound across the dragon's face. He swore, darting away just as the energy from two other dragons consumed his location. He felt his leg get blown off in the blast, but he paid it no heed, the limb already regenerating and regrown a few moments later. The dragon he had hoped to take out was equally as fine. These dragons were getting far too smart with their tactics. Not only had they set a trap for him by provoking him to attack that dragon, they had also chosen to attack it with dragons whose elements would leave the other dragon unharmed. If this kept up, he'd be the one killed instead of them. So it's come down to this, Ichigo muttered as he kept moving, dodging more blasts from other dragons. Mavis? Can you hear me? Loud and clear, came the familiar voice, Mavis sticking her head out of the energy as she clung to his shoulder. Problems? You don't know the half of it. Braking just in time to avoid running into a series of blasts, he spun and swiped out with his blades, deflecting opposing attacks from each side. The energy on each blade intensified as he continued to swing, using the widening range to smash apart incoming attacks. Release all restraints left. I can't hold anything back anymore. I need to fight at 100%. Mavis frowned, looking at him in concern. Are you sure? You were saving this, remember? If you use it now, you won't recover in time. And you will only have 5 minutes. Any longer than that and you risk having your own body falling apart at the seams. It won't be able to handle the strain of it all. That's fine. Do it. Mavis sighed. All right then. Don't say I didn't warn you. Resonance levels increasing. 70. 80. 90 and climbing. 100% approaching. Win quickly so you don't die. Got it. The change was immediately, the light shining through the shade form at his eyes turning a bright gold. The energy coating him spread out slightly around his body, acting more like his Bankai's coat had on Tenro Island when his powers had gone out of control. The energy around his blades increased, but that was the rest of the extents to the changes. And yet even so, the dragons paused, sensing the energy and yet unsure of what to do. He didn't let them have the time to think. Before they could even think, he cut one down, purposely choosing that one he had failed to take down last time. They all were snapped out of their shock immediately, no phantom step this time to delay them. It didn't matter anyway. He was almost simulating the technique now simply by moving. 17, he said out loud, watching the anger on all of their faces. Raising a blade, he let the energy around it go wild, spiraling upwards as more poured off the blade. Already knowing what he was going to do, some of the more armored dragons rushed in front of the weaker ones, the ones behind preparing attacks from behind them the moment he released his. It didn't matter in the slightest when he swung, letting the blast slicing through the air towards his target and cut through both the dragon guarding and the dragon behind it. The blast from the other dragons came only to be deflected by his other blade just as quickly, his first joining it in deflecting the attacks away from himself. 15. Your numbers are dropping quite quickly, aren't they? Stand strong. One of the dragons cried out, trying to spur his allies into action. We can beat him. Watch his movements. We kept up with him before. This time will be no dash. Ichigo didn't let him finish, the dragon's head falling from its body as he came to a stop. There was no way he would let them get their motivation back. They had to all be crushed now before they had a chance. There was only 14 left. Lunging at him from both sides, he almost chuckled at how the tides were turning. They had gotten too confident that he couldn't harm them with their numbers. But now that they had lost 4 in such quick succession, they were panicking and rushing to finish him off before he could kill more of them off. Instead of trying to pull off anything fancy to intimidate them, he simply twisted his body enough as they swiped at him, slipping through the gaps in their attacks with ease at the speed he was moving at. They didn't even have a chance to escape, his blades cutting both before they even got out of his reach. No more were coming. That was odd, there were still 12 of them. Surely some of them would have been stupid enough to let anger cloud their minds. The buildup of energy above him drew his eyes upwards, seeing all 12 aiming almost fully charged breath attacks at him. Dodging would be easy here, but when would there ever be a better time to thin their numbers down? After all, they had moved far too close to his energy. Letting go off one blade and letting it dangle down from the chain of energy, he raised the hand, 2 fingers pressed together. Rain down. With a snap of his fingers, all the energy in the sky above stretched downwards, the dragons above realizing too late of the threat approaching. Some were smart, abandoning their attacks and rushing down. Others spun round and fired their blasts at the attack, creating wide holes temporarily before they were filled in by the rest of the energy in the sky. But the majority simply fired at him, willing to take the risk. They really shouldn't have. Those that stayed were consumed completely, only half of those that actually fired at the energy making it through as the energy detonated. It that regarded was just like a normal Getchuga Tenshou, only far more widespread. A lot of people had probably seen that explosion across the sky, and it wouldn't be a trick he could pull off again without sealing his Bankai back away. Once the energy up there was used, he couldn't replace it. The results were worth it however. 12 dragons had gone down to 6. 4 had avoided the attack entirely while 2 had survived the blast by firing into it to weaken it. Unfortunately he didn't have time to respect them for that feat. With every passing second, he felt his body start to buckle under the strain. 5 minutes was his limit, and he had already used almost a quarter of that time. He shouldn't have hesitated at the beginning. He had to assume these last 6 would push him to his limits on the off chance that they would. Not allowing them to make the first move, he shot towards the first, slashing forward with one blade just as it moved back in time. Instead of slicing through its head, he merely got its eyes, blinding it and getting a large roar in his face in the process. It lunged forward at him blindly, its mouth wide open, only for him to stick his hand right inside its mouth, a crimson red zero firing off instantly inside. The attack never quite had the kick needed before to get past the scales, but there was no problem if he fired where there weren't any to take the blow. Pulling his hand back out of the corpse, he flicked his wrist, the blade dangling snapping up into his grip before he whipped out with it at the incoming dragon. It was starting to get a hang of his moves, but that only could help it so much. Instead of a strike at the chest, he got its wing, the dragon falling by itself as its wingspan dropped by half. He killed it before it even reached the ground, unwilling to let this dragon on much further nor have to track the dragon down later on. The last 4 moved in sync at him, using his attack to finish off their comrade as a chance to strike. Poison burst forward from one dragon's mouth, causing him to immediately slash out with one blade and let the wind pressure scatter it all around him. The second and third dragons, both now in range of him, swiped at him from both sides, causing him to have to deflect both of them at once unless he wanted to be sliced in half. The fourth made perfect use of that, aiming for him and his head while he was defending the other 2 attacks. "You were close," muttered Ichigo. "Sorry." Most of them never worked out why he said that. All they got to feel was pain as he moved, letting the 2 dragons crash against one another as he flexed his blades before sending 2 waves of Getchuga Tenshou at the same time at the 2 of them. The third crashed into their now lifeless bodies, trying to turn round before he sliced through its neck and severed its spinal cord. That left just 1 dragon to fight. 1 to go. "You're the last," Ichigo said. He hadn't expected anything from the dragon. Would it run? Would it fight? In a fight like this, he had no way to know what it would do. So when it simply glared at him and rushed forward, he felt surprised. "You dragons never back down, do you? If you weren't the ones that eat humans, I'd feel sorry for you lot. Die hybrid." The dragon's words died on its lips when he raised his blade, letting the dragon slammed against the flat side of the blade. The other blade snapped up and finished the deed, killing the dragon before it even had a chance to retaliate. A bit under 2 minutes, Mavis stated. Are you going to help the giant or dash? He's gotten under control, muttered Ichigo, glancing at the sky. True to his word, the giant was tearing through the enemy, leaving just as little left of them as he had. He's nookin'. I can see it in the air. But there's something else here too. Another. Ziref. Ichigo froze, doing his best to locate the presence as quickly as he could. Where? The courtyard. Where the gate is. Ichigo nodded, shooting down to the ground. He must have appeared as a blur to the people assembled there, Natsu jumping back in shock and almost treating him as an enemy for a second. He barely noticed all of them, however. His eyes were instead locked on the man he recognized as Nookin right in front of him. So we finally met, said the black-haired man, doing his best and failing to hide his disgust. I can't really say it's a pleasure to meet an abomination like yourself. Mavis is a welcome sight, however, he added as he noticed the girl hanging off Ichigo's shoulder, only her head visible through the dark energy cloaking his form. How have you been since Tenro, Mavis? So you're Ziref. Keeping a close eye on the man, Ichigo subtly nudging Mavis as best as he could. She got the message, disappearing to Ziref's displeasure as she kept him up to date on how much time he had left. What are you doing here? Me? I'm just minding my own business, doing as I wish. Why? Is that a problem? Maybe. It depends on what you plan to do. What are you after? Ziref smirked, taking a step forward. Instantly Ichigo had a blade at his throat, the death mage simply looking amused as the energy brushed against his skin. So the blade doesn't end at this point, I see. Instantly realizing what he was trying to do, Ichigo pulled back, not allowing Ziref to get a feel for his blade's length any further. Hiding them gave him an advantage, one he did not want to lose so quickly. Rest assured, my fun is done for the day. I got to see some interesting sights. Part of my old experiment has ended in an amusing way. I got to see what the humans here were doing with my old gate, and I got to say hello to Natsu over there. It was ruined a bit by you, but I'll let it slide since I'm in such a good mood today. I won't give you a second chance. Leave. Leave. Ziref laughed this time, crossing his arms arrogantly. Are you sure you can make me? Or a better question. Are you sure you can afford to fight me right now? There is a lot of innocent people that would get drawn into the crossfire. But do as you wish. I always find amusement in the choices people make. Even yours. 4 minutes, Mavis whispered in his head. 1 minute left. Get him to leave. Now. Sighing, Ichigo lowered his swords just enough to show he wasn't interested in fighting. Enough damage has been done today. Leave. Please. See, that's better. Some manners. But maybe I should still say dash. Yes, interrupted the giant as he landed behind Ziref, the ground cracking at his feet. You will leave. Not even you would be so foolish as to fight two Hooken at once. I am aware, stated Ziref in annoyance. Very well, I'll withdraw for today. And Natsu? It was nice speaking to you again. For a moment, Ichigo could swear the man's expression softened. And then he was gone, sinking into the shadows and vanishing. He took a moment to try and search for the man's presence before letting out a sigh when Mavis confirmed the fact before he had even finished. Ziref was gone. His Bankai instantly faded, the strain of the power vanishing at once as he almost fell to his feet. Cracks covered his whole body, golden light shining from them that refused to heal normally. Only after a brief moment did they finally start to close, the strain his body had taken from absorbing so much magic finally over. That's a risky technique, the giant stated, looking down at him. You put yourself at great risk, it seems, with that power. I can't help it, Ichigo muttered. You probably already guessed at what I am. A hybrid. Combine that with my power as Nookin and I've got more power running through me than anyone should even be able to channel. It's not surprising to think that even my own body can't handle it at max for long. Who are you anyway? I assume you're a friend. The giant smiled, stabbing his blade into the ground. The Celestial Spirit King. I had another name. But I forgot it. There was a name I had to remember even more than my own, so my own is now lost to time itself. I have to thank you for your assistance, by the way. My assistance? Of course. That energy in the sky was yours, and when it shot downwards it took out quite a few dragons by surprise for me. I am grateful for the openings it created for me to exploit. I would watch out for allies in the future, however. You wouldn't want them to get hit by the blast. I kept an eye on everyone else. I just assumed you'd either dodge or be able to take the blast in the worst case. Groaning in pain, Ichigo stretched his arms out, quite a few of the cracks still yet to close. Only the major ones would close right now. The rest would take time, not going until the affect effects were well and truly over. This is what he got for using the whole 5 minutes, however. He had to be ready to accept the consequences. Ah, said the Celestial Spirit King as he noticed 2 people arriving. Are these friends of yours? Turning around, Ichigo nodded as he noticed Laxus and Levi nearby. Yo. You two okay? You didn't have any trouble? Laxus shook his head, walking towards him. Ichigo sighed, getting ready for the punch he knew was about to follow. You're mad about the whole stunt I pulled. It had to be done, I'll explain it when I get the chance. For now let's rest. Sure, you can rest, said Laxus, Ichigo frowning at the man's tone. Laxus? Are you alright? Frowning, he glanced at the cloak the man was wearing too. It was one of Kisuke's. What's the point of that thing anyway? Surprise attacks against the dragons. No, Laxus stated as Ichigo walked up to him. Ichigo wanted to ask more, but he never managed to find the strength to. All those words died off when faced with something he didn't even believe would happen. Something like Laxus's stabbing his arm right through his chest. Protector of the fairies. The lost two. Laxus. Ichigo didn't move for a moment, unable to process the sight in front of him. If he hadn't dodged that strike at the last second, Laxus would have stabbed his hand through his chest and grabbed his heart. As it was, it had managed to miss anything vital, but he still couldn't understand this at all. He had moved on instinct, the reflexes he had spent years training acting without his active consent, but instinct didn't always match up with reason, and reason was screaming at him that this was wrong and that Laxus had to be playing a joke here. Even if it was an extreme one, Laxus knew he could heal rapidly, so he had to be simply messing around. Right? Tut. Spitting at the ground in frustration, Laxus ripped his hand back out from Ichigo's chest, lightning dancing around his arm in a way that screamed unnatural to Ichigo. To his eyes, ones that could see the world clearly for what it was, he could tell that this was not right. This magic was not Laxus's normal lightning. Choking on blood slightly as the pain got to him, he funneled his instant restoration into the damaged areas, cleaning up the blood spilling up before it focused on the wound itself. It would only take an instant for the wound to heal. It should only take an instant. And yet he could still feel the pain, the blood continuing to spill from his chest even as the blood was recreated and funneled through his body. His eyes widened in shock as he backed away from Laxus, one hand doing its best to cover the hole in his chest while the other reached for the smaller blade of Zanjutsu. Scowling, Levi glared at Laxus, crossing her arms as she rested the staff she held against her side. Great job, you idiot, she jabbed at him sarcastically. And here you said you'd end this nightmare with one strike. You missed your best chance. Shut up, midget. I didn't see you doing anything about it. What happened to I'll take advantage of any distraction, even if I'll die in the process. Instead you're just hanging back and watching. Don't pretend you're not trying to test the waters too. We've waited a long time for him to drop his guard like this, and finally he used 100% of his full power. He won't manage to recover enough anytime soon to use his Bankai again. And even if it does, he'll barely be able to manage a few seconds. Less if he tries to go all out. He's cornered. Finally. You too. Ichigo gripped his chest tighter, the wound still not vanishing. Why wouldn't the wound heal? He already had the Quincy side of Zanjutsu doing his best to stop the blood from flowing to the wound, the hollow side furiously funneling energy into his instant restoration to try and force the magic into action. Even his brother was tense. He could feel his body being flooded with energy from around him, so much that it almost was on the limit of what was safe for his body to handle after the strain his Bankai had caused, and all of it was being used in the attempts to halt the bleeding and heal the wound. And it wasn't working, or at least not very quickly. It had been reduced to nothing more than a crawl. Out of all of them, Mavis was the only one not focusing on the wound, her eyes observing Laxus and Levy sharply. The way they reacted, however, the slight acknowledgement they made to her glares, there was only one conclusion. They could see her. And that shouldn't be possible. They weren't Ukin and they weren't sky magic users. She wasn't allowing herself to be seen right now. So how was she being able to be seen by them? Ichigo. Stay away from them. What? But Mavis, this has to be some mistake. It's just Laxus and Levy. They aren't Dash. It's alright to lie every once in a while, but at this point you're just trying to hide from the truth. And we did all wonder about a few things. In particular, how the king knew to use the infinity clock with the eclipse gate. He wanted to use it as a stabilizer for the gate, but he shouldn't have had enough knowledge to have known they could work together. We barely did, and we had an advantage they didn't. The only possibility would be if someone was to have seen both devices in action, not necessarily at the same time of course, and then come back from that time and told the king about it. Besides, you can see it, can't you? The faint trickle of a badly done illusion over them. Laxus scowled, glaring at the spirit. Sorry if not all of us are very good with such magic. Besides, it fooled little Lucy. I can't believe how naive she was to believe us back then. Don't be so hard on Lucy, protested Levy, glaring at the taller mage. If it wasn't for her and her belief in her friends, we never would have managed to loop it all around so much. Besides, I kind of liked her being naive. It's so much better than her future self from our time. She was so serious and angry all the time. At least till she died. At this point she turned her glare towards Ichigo. Thanks for that, by the way. It's not like I enjoyed having friends. You too. You're both from... Steadying his resolve, Ichigo took away his hand from his wound, ignoring the shaking as he tightened it into a fist. You're both from the future. A different one from the man Arcadios talked about, if I'm right as well. You mean Rogue? Laxus laughed, clutching his side in amusement. Are you kidding me? That idiot lapped up everything we prepared for him. We knew he'd come to use the Eclipse Gate eventually, and he'd end up right back here like he always did. And then all we had to do was use Lucy to undo his actions and form a time loop. That explains it, muttered Mavis. Outside interference. Something always felt wrong to me. The time loop I could see was so unstable that it should have resolved itself by now. The fact that it didn't meant that someone was keeping it going artificially, fanning the flames so to speak, or making sure that no one ever broke those two paths from their destined future. Just how many times have you been doing this? Why don't you do the maths? You're good at that, right, you little brat? Every loop got us closer to Ichigo here. Every little time we looped, Rogue always had that useful piece of info for us. I'll admit it was a bit delayed since we had to skip finding out during Lucy's path each time before we got the results, but every time we met the future version of Rogue, we knew the truth. He experienced 7 years ahead of where we are right now, and your first appearance always kept getting shorter and shorter away from the Grand Magic Games. We knew we're doing something right, so we just kept it going until you finally showed up. I hate to interrupt, came the deep voice of the Celestial Spirit King, but I want to make sure I am correct. You have been using one of my summoners for your own selfish goals all this time? Am I right on that front? Why yes, stated Levy with a wide smile. She was perfect. So easy to manipulate. Still, I'm surprised you were able to be summoned. We originally planned for Ichigo to stop the gate without you. The fact you were summoned is something that didn't even happen in the future, or at least not as powerful as you are right now. Must have been the effect of the future version of Lucy being here and using the Eclipse keys. And here I thought I had killed her off properly. I really should dash. Anything else Levy wanted to say was cut off as she flung herself backwards, barely avoiding the downward swipe of the Celestial Spirit King's sword. Hey now, hold on a minute. You say that after admitting to all you've caused. Well yeah, but you really should stop. Or do you want to disappear completely? Such impudence. Raising his sword upwards, the blade cloaked in golden light so bright that it blinded them all, the celestial spirit king swung down at the two. Ichigo had to fight his own mind to stop his body lunging forward towards them, knowing he couldn't try and protect them. Not when he wasn't sure if they were even friends anymore. The massive blade came down before it hit a wall of words. But these weren't like the normal words Levi used. They were all dark and twisted, the writing almost undistinguishable from a distance. It was so much unlike the elegant and flashy style of words Levi always used, showing off her mind to the world and having fun while doing so. And then it happened. The blade in the celestial spirit king's hands, the blade that had withstood the battle with the dragons above, the blade that had not even cracked as it shattered scales from the toughest armors, shattered into a million pieces, only a quarter the blade remaining from the hilt upwards. Everything else that had touched the barrier was gone, nothing more than tiny shards that scattered across the ground. The face of the giant changed slightly too. What had been an expression of absolute confidence was now one of something else. Pure unadulterated fear. "Ah crap," said Levi as the illusion around her and Laxus shattered, her hastily constructed barrier having distracted her from its control. Well, it had served its purpose at least. When surrounded by those who knew they were from the future, she didn't have to pretend to be younger than she was. The scars she had on faded and overall she didn't seem much different physically. She was a bit taller than before, but not by much, and the scars on her forehead and cheek still remained. Her clothes and hair changed somewhat however. Instead of her shorter wavy style, it was now much longer, pulling back into a braid behind her as it reached down to her knees, her old hat gone too. Bandages wrapped her arms and legs tightly, extending up from her hands and feet to her elbows and knees respectively. Her normal orange dress was replaced with a pure black robe, leaving her shoulders bare and only continuing down to her knees, her feet resting in a small pair of dark-colored sandals. Her staff still rested against her side, but it wasn't the wooden one she had taken to using for so long ever since her collapsible metal staff had broken. This one was more elegant in design, a large curve looping back down at the top before it joined into the staff just under where it started. At the base of it as well seemed to be a sharp point, the staff balanced on that single point. Levitating in the middle of the circle the loop created as well was a small lacrima, one that seemed to radiate unnatural power. The insides of it could only be described as darkness, what appeared to be a black eye etched into the lacrima's surface on the front. Laxus was a different matter. As the illusion around him shattered, his general build didn't change. He was already older than them in the first place, so for him to grow at this point would have been odd. But immediately the changes were obviously. His right arm was missing, completely severed at the shoulder so that not even a prosthetic could be used without the joint. His chest was left bare and exposed more scars than he had ever seen Laxus have in his lifetime, some of which looked life-threatening at the time too. A black sash was wrapped around his waist and around the trousers he wore, the ends tattered as they reached his feet and shoes. Like Levi's hair had changed, so had his, now longer than before. He had always kept it short and spiky, but now it was longer and flatter, covering the left side of his face and hiding the old lightning bolt scar he had across his eye. Since his chest was exposed as well, Ichigo could see the old fairy tale mark on Laxus's chest, still as clear as it always had been. The arms however seemed different than normal, his eyes picking up the small signs of tiny scales along his arms. He would have known if Laxus was using Dragon Force. It gave off a lot of energy when he did so. If he wasn't using Dragon Force, the normal source of the scales, then there could be no other explanation. Somehow, Laxus was partly undergoing dragonification, as impossible as it sounded to him. "What happened to you two? What happened?" asked Laxus mockingly. "Why, Ichigo, have you yet to realize it? But then I guess even now you wouldn't have changed from the man you became. You just did it quicker this time. It was, what? 5 days before you declared war on everyone in the world. That's quicker than the year it took last time. I did that because dash. Oh, we already have an idea why you did that," cut in Levi, a smirk on her face that he really didn't like. It was far too different than the softer ones she normally had when they were all together, this one full of malice. "But then you started of the same in the future too. So desperate to try and save people and do things your way, but you know what happened? People died. Hundreds. Thousands. We were at war, and you made it worse. Everywhere you go, death followed you and those that followed you. Clutching her staff tightly, Levi's gaze on him turned from one of malice to one that was outright hostile. You abandoned everyone to selfishly follow your own righteous path. It was sickening. You didn't keep your battles to just the enemies we fought, no, you even went after us. The soldiers that fought by our sides dying as your blades cut through them with ease, the mages we had dying as they tried to stand against you. You even let us torture pure innocent little Wendy for days just so you could keep us distracted as we tried to get even a scrap of information about you and your next strike from her. I doubt she was pure and innocent as you put it after she joined up with him, muttered Laxus angrily. It was sickening to everyone honestly. Out of everyone that fought in that war, no one openly supported you like she did. That girl thought the world of you, believing you could do no wrong because you were loved by magic in her eyes. Even as we tortured her and she knew she was a sacrifice for time, she never broke, believing in you even until the day you cut her down and stole Nabera from her. Hell, even then she died smiling from what I heard. I don't know what you did to her, but there's no way she could have sided with a monster like you if you hadn't broken her mind already. Or then maybe all sky magic users are simply broken from the start. Kelia certainly loved killing people on her master's orders. What are you talking about? Ichigo muttered, his already clenched fist tightening until it drew blood. He could feel Mavis's grip on him tightening, one hand trying to rub circles on his back with her fingers to try and get him to think on something else, anything else, than what they were saying. You're lying. Those kinds of things. I'd never do them. You're lying. Levi smirked, even as her hands tightened around her staff ready for any sudden attacks. Believe it or not, it's the truth. We come from a time 7 years ahead of the original timeline. It'll happen still. Rogue was always so helpful on confirming that, but this time we might have a fighting chance. The dragons here were defeated by us, by the mages of Fiori, even if you helped. Already we are more powerful than we were the first time round. But that war still will happen. Those things will come, they will fight, and this time we might actually be able to win. We didn't really lose that war, stated Laxus, correctly Levi. Don't forget, we went back while it was still in progress. Like that matters. It was going on for over 7 years, I think we can say we lost it by the state of things. At that point it was him and those others dueling it out in the wastelands they always created as a result of their battles. Besides, if you remember, one of them was always so insistent of facing Ichigo here in battle. All of them had a fixation on him in some form of another. One despised him, one wanted to kill him no matter the cost, and another simply wanted to keep him alive but on his side instead. That brings us to the solution we had. If we kill you, we could probably delay that war for a while longer. Last time they only acted because of the dragons. They forcing them to have no choice but to interfere and come out of the shadows. Kill me. He had known they were hostile, Laxus's strike that caused that, but somewhere in his heart, Ichigo still hadn't connected that with them. Hearing Levi especially saying that, the girl who had always been the calmest and collected out of the all, it was almost impossible to comprehend. No, I still can't understand you. What you claim about me, why would I ever do such a thing? Aren't we friends right now? I don't understand. Friends? Laxus scoffed. Sure, our past selves might be, but they haven't seen your true colors yet. I remember something you once told us. You claimed your power, your shrift, didn't suit you. Trust me, that couldn't be any further from the truth. You revealed it in that war. Your true nature is one that cares little for others in his quest for what he sees as just. And if someone is in your way or has an interesting form of power that you need to carry you forward, you simply cut them down or take that power and fuse it into yourself. But what else could we expect from the selfish monster who fights only for himself? Shut up. What's wrong? Mocked Levi. Can't take it? Can the poor little monster not listen to reality? So what will you do about it? Destroy reality so it will listen to you? Why don't you go ahead and give it a try? Crush everything in your path and prove us right. I said shut up. You're wrong. That's not me. That's not. I have an idea. Why don't you prove it? All you have to do, is let us kill you. Sound fair? Ichigo. Dodge. Mavis snapped Ichigo out of his shock just in time for him to dodge the bolt of lightning that tore through the air. It wasn't like Laxus's normal lightning, the energy as unnatural as it seemed before, with traces of dark black hiding the old natural yellow it had been. Hesitating slightly, Ichigo was slower to back away than he normally might have been, amplified even further by the pain his body was already in. The strain from using his Bankai at its fullest level power was still weighing heavily on him, and Laxus wasn't pulling his punches. He barely dodged the follow-up strike. The man was fast. So fast in fact that he was almost amazed. The Laxus he knew had never been this fast before. Even then, however, he was still that bit faster right now, and he knew Laxus probably knew it too. Even if all Laxus and Levi said was a lie, they still would have seen him fight at some point and would have known what kind of level he was at. He was about to reach out and grab Laxus to throw him away when every bit of magic he had begun to scream at him, forcing him to instantly retreat away. His feet barely touched the ground when he had to dodge more attacks, twisted words of dark energy sprouting to life all around him and forming a cage. Dark energy in the form of lightning shifted in additional words, and he knew he couldn't let himself get hit by such an attack. Not when the wound he had gained from Laxus had slowed his healing of it down to a crawl. Drawing the larger blade of Zanjutsu from his back, Ichigo swung down. A massive wave of energy shattered its way through one wall of the cage as he made him escape. This magic was odd. Unnaturally so, as he had thought so many times before since these two had showed up. That last attack should have taken out half of the cage, not just a small section of one wall. In terms of power, Levi shouldn't be able to compete with him. She simply wasn't powerful enough. That was why she used fast and quick spells in her spars with him, since she knew she couldn't use convention tactics against him when he could smash his way through. But here his attack had been countered, and by something that felt so wrong to him. What was this feeling? And why was he so worried when he looked at these two? Not having much time to think on it all, however, Ichigo continued to move, unsure of even how to proceed. Laxus shot around behind him, his entire form cloaked in lightning. Ichigo started to swing only to stop midway through, dodging instead with a rapid shunpo. He had seen what Laxus had been planning to do there. He had been cloaked in his lightning form, or what seemed to be, it thought it was tainted by that same form of magic, and yet he hadn't showed any fear as his Zanpakuto had come close to him. Did Laxus believe that he wouldn't harm him? Or did that confidence come from somewhere else, and that being hit would be to his advantage? "What's up with you?" muttered Ichigo before releasing a twin set of wordless Getchuga Ten's house right at the two of them, the one from the larger blade of Zanjutsu heading for Laxus. Laxus didn't even flinch as the attack rocketed towards him, instead altering his direction to crash straight through it. Not expecting Laxus to do such a reckless action, Ichigo froze for a moment as Laxus tore through the energy, not a scratch on him that he could even see in the man's lightning form. That pause almost cost him as the two made a surprise attack at once, Levi having easily destroyed the wave of energy sent at her with a blast of dark wind from a set of words. The two nearly got him, his superior speed the only thing that let him dodge by the skin of his teeth. Even then he had felt the two try and grab his blades to stop him, their hands only brushing the surface of the blade itself, and he had heard the accompanying screams from his Zanpakuto spirits. He landed right behind them, swinging angrily as the pain from his other selves filled his head. His blade was about to hit them when... "Ichigo, don't." It was Levi who spoke, only she wasn't looking at him in that mad way that she had been before. All the hatred she had on her face was gone, all the malice swept away as her eyes locked with his. She looked so scared, as if she couldn't understand what was going on. So someone was controlling her, were they? Laxus was probably the same. All he had to do was find them and... pain. Unimaginable pain. Levi looked at him softly, tilting her head even as she asked the question. "Ichigo? What's wrong?" Ichigo could only look at her in shock, hearing the concern in her voice and seeing it clearly on her face. His eyes then glanced down towards the staff she held, the point of which from the base of the staff now piercing all the way through his left leg. As if noticing the wound in her actions, Levi let out a gasp of shock as she rattled out words. "Oh no, this is terrible. What have I done? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. There's so much blood too, and it's not healing either." "Laxus, what do we do? For starters, you can stop acting," shouted Laxus as he swung his arm down at Ichigo, the lightning-encased limb prepared to try and slice Ichigo in two. At the last moment, strings of magic wrapped around Ichigo's arm and brought up the larger form of Zanjutsu, the bones in the arm shattering as the arm swung unnaturally fast through the air. Laxus attempted to redirect himself at the last second only for the blade to cut across his chest, his lightning form doing little to stop the blade. It did however cause Ichigo to almost double over in pain, the large form of Zanjutsu shattering in his hands leaving only the hilt for him to hold. They would have continued their attacks and pressed their advantages if Ichigo hadn't been suddenly dragged away, strings of magic wrapped around his body and pulling him free from the staff Levi held. Her previous expression returned, all the hatred that was there before back and even more noticeable. The two mages from the future attempted to move forward before golden barriers sprung up around them, the symbol for fairy tale etched on its surface. "Thanks," Ichigo muttered as he struggled to stand properly. A hand grabbed him by the shoulder but he didn't react, knowing already who it was. He was too busy focusing on the injury he had just gotten. The pain was bad enough but the fact this injury wasn't healing very fast was worrying too. It wasn't nearly as bad as the first one, blood still leaking from that wound, especially without the Quincy side of Zanjutsu to help out as much with stopping the blood flow, but it was still painful. A few moments later though and it did close up, returning to normal. Still, he could have healed a wound like that in under a second normally. It wasn't just Laxus. Levi was slowing his healing down somehow too. How are they doing this? That magic? It can't be. Frowning, Ichigo glanced towards Mavis. You recognize it? Yes. Well, to be more precise, she was cut off as the barriers she made started to break apart, black magic pouring off from Levi's staff and Laxus's body. The shields barely held before breaking into thousands of tiny pieces, each piece breaking back down into energy as it scattered in the wind. Crap, we need more time. I'll handle it. No. You can't charge in there recklessly against them. We need time to analyze them properly. Then what, said Ichigo with a frown, do you suggest we do? They won't give us that time. I'll do it, said the voice from behind Ichigo, causing Ichigo to finally realize that the Quincy form of Zanjutsu had already manifested and pulled him back with Ransutenge. Leave it to me and the others. Others? You don't need to dash. Yes we do, interrupted the Zanpakuta spirit, countering Ichigo before he could even finish his sentence. You cannot fight them as you are right now. You're too emotional. We aren't. Mavis. If you would help please. Of course. Clasping her hands together, Ichigo felt Mavis's pull on his magic, immediately allowing her to draw on as much as she needed. Two more bodies formed in front of them, each packed with far more magic than any illusion that she had made earlier, and he knew why. The two illusions quickly came into view as the two remaining inhabitants of his inner world came into view. The hollow side of Zanjutsu appeared first, armored in bone-white plates along his upper half. The hair of the hollow hung freely down behind him, far longer than Ichigo's own and a pure white too in contrast to Ichigo's bright orange. His body as well was far more like that of a hollow's, sharp claws on both his hands and feet. Tilted at the side of his head was the same horned helmet Ichigo himself had used when he had lost himself to the influence of Nirvana, only the red marks from before were replaced with pitch black ones. Right in the center of the hollow's chest as well was what many people expected to see when faced with a hollow. The empty space where a heart should have been. Grinning widely, the hollow pulled the mask completely over its face, only the sinister yellow eyes being able to be seen through slits in the mask. In his right hand was a mirror copy of the larger blade of Zanjutsu, only a pure white rather than the black color it took when in Ichigo's hands. The bandages around the hilt came to life in his hands, wrapped around his right arm and latching itself to him and his clawed hand. The Edel's version of Ichigo joined him, forming slightly separate from those already present. The first thing that greeted them all was the smirk on his face as he cracked his knuckles, stretching his arms out as he finally finished appearing. Ah, it's good to stretch my legs every once in a while. It's so boring being cooped up for so long. The Quincy side of Zanjutsu aside from where he was. He was fairly similar to how he normally appeared, shrouded in his usual black cloak as he always was. One of the major differences from normal, however, was his permanently cracked shades, something he had never tried to fix ever since his last battle with the Hollow standing nearby. His hand swiped out to one side, lifting the cloak up to one side and revealing the white shirt below as he withdrew the hidden smaller blade of Zanjitsu. While he may have not had any complaints, too busy preparing himself, another had a different say on the matter. "Like you have any right to complain," snarled the Hollow. "You have plenty of time to run around in the past few days. We at least are satisfied with being wielded as blades." The Aetherless form of Ichigo shrugged. "To each their own." He reached for the royal-like cloak that had formed around him before discarding it to one side, his attire changing as he activated his Let's Still. The familiar armor and clothing that Ichigo had seen his brother wear so long ago in Aetherless took shape around his brother, the massive quiver of energy floating out of the port on his right shoulder. Holding up the large bow with his right hand, the Aetherless form of Ichigo brought up his left as an arrow traced into existence in his hand, the energy coming from the massive amount in the quiver. "Hey you brats! Didn't anyone ever tell you? You don't get in the way of a king." Releasing the arrow, Levi had a split second to avoid it, the small thin arrow slicing through the air and leaving a new cut along her cheek. The blood had barely started to dribble from the wound when the arrow finally hit something miles and miles away, having traveled the distance in what seemed to some like the blink of an eye. The explosion that it created caused shockwaves all over the city, the force shaking the dark barrier of words that surrounded them all. "I see," said the Aetherless king as he watched the small hole his arrow had created shrink down as it repaired itself. "Hey brother, keep an eye on this. Seems the barrier isn't that good with smaller projectiles. Nature of the magic or merely an overlapping issue?" "He has no time to answer your questions," declared the Quincy side of Zanjitsu as he marched forward, the small blade gripped tightly in his hands. "We exist here in this world only to buy him the time he needs to unravel this mystery, and to rid him of some of the burden if we can. You better not act recklessly and drain away all the magic he has generously given you." "This is Let's Still," counted the Aetherless form of Ichigo. "Doesn't matter if I waste a lot so long as I can keep drawing energy back in. While you two sit back and talk, I'll have some fun." Rushing at Laxus, the Hollow swung the larger blade, Laxus darting out of range with his lightning form. Sonito almost had him catch up only for Laxus to slip away once more. "Hey! Get back here! Ignore them!" shouted Laxus as he rushed away from the Hollow, heading straight for Ichigo. The orange-haired man was doing nothing but standing there with Mavis, watching them and not making any signs to move. He'd learned to not say so still in the midst of battle. These spirits weren't as fast as Ichigo in his opinion. "Go after Ichigo. You think I'll let you?" asked a voice behind him. Laxus turned just in time to see the Quincy side of Zanjitsu above him, swinging his sword downwards. There was a short distance between the two of them, much larger than the blade should be able to cover. And there was no energy around the blade either. What he didn't expect was blades to form in the air behind the spirit, firing down at him like arrows. He expelled lightning out all around him as the projectiles made to impact against him, the blades shattering like paper. He knew this technique. He'd seen it, admittedly very rarely, in the future. It was the odd style Ichigo used with making projectiles, failing to actually make normal arrows and instead merely replicating his old fake Zanpakuto. He should have expected that one of these spirits would be capable of the same technique too. The cutting sound of the air made him spin in the air, barely managing to turn his body away from the arrow aimed up at him from below. The Aetherless form of Ichigo smirked up at him, already tracing out another arrow to fire, and somehow he knew this one would be even more accurate than before. This copy was learning his movements, he could see it. Seeing the Aetherless version of Ichigo's intentions, Levi rushed towards him, her free hand already created multiple words with each second. Her staff rose as the magic gathered around the end, a quick burst of words forming the path towards her target ahead of her. The blast of magic that shot forward from the top of the staff was quickly amplified and accelerated as it passed each word, moving fast enough that she knew he couldn't dodge it without Hirenkyaku. Moving just in time, the blast of energy continued past where the Aetherless version of Ichigo had been. It kept on moving right towards Ichigo, but he still didn't move, his eyes glancing towards her attack in an odd manner. It wasn't like he was worried about it or that he was disregarding it. It seemed more like he was trying to analyze it and work out what it was. And in the end, he didn't need to dodge either. The hollow form of Zanjitsu lunged in front of the attack's path, bracing his blade against the blast. It immediately started to crack and break, but it was more than enough time for the hollow. A crimson orb formed in between the two horns, energy being pulled in from all around him as the Zero charged up to full strength. As the blade finally shattered under the attack's weight, the beam shot forward. Levi continued to move, knowing she couldn't stop. The moment when her attack had started being overcome had been the sign to move, allowing the Zero to overcome the rest of her attack with little resistance as she got out of the way in time. What it did provide, however, was temporary cover due to the smoke and dust the attack created as it tore the ground apart. The dust was only there for a few seconds, being blasted away by a rapid series of fast strikes of crimson energy as the hollow tried to bombard the area with ballast. It was still plenty of time for Levi, however, as she shot upwards, repelwards, sending her flying into the sky. She spun in the air as she aimed her staff down, calling out the name of her spell. Kakawa. The giant phoenix formed beneath her feet, the flames increasing the temperature in the nearby area as the hollow resisted the urge to wipe away a bead of sweat. All the while, Ichigo watched, noticing the nature this Kakawa had. Like all of the spells he had been seeing, it was tainted somehow. The normal Kakawa was a bird of pure bright and red flames, and then later held together by a golden overlay on the construct itself. And that wasn't changed here, there was an overlay on the spell. But it wasn't fairy glitter. It was whatever that taint was, turning the legendary spell a dark and deadly black. "Look at her leg," Mavis muttered, catching his attention as Levi shrunk the massive phoenix down as the peak of it missed the hollow form of Zanjitsu. Following her gaze, he noticed the slight imbalance in her stance, far more weight being pressed on her right side, despite her staff being in on her left. "See? It's weak there. Think it's related. Doubt it. Damn it, what the hell is this magic? You said you recognized it." Mavis nodded, a fearful look crossing her face. "I never saw it, you have to understand that. Everything I say is from either what I was told or what was contained within the Holy Palace. And trust me when I say that no information beyond what it is and the danger it poses would even be stored there. In some ways it's disrespectful to magic to call this by the same name. But what is it?" asked Ichigo in frustration, continuing to watch as the others bought them the time they needed to help clear his head. The Quincy side of Zanjitsu dodged a kick from Laxus, narrowly avoiding the stream of lightning released before stabbing his blade into the ground. Blades shot out of the ground and he wasted no time in grabbing one and swinging it, the blade shattering on impact against Laxus's lightning form. Or perhaps it would be better to think of it differently, since this wasn't Laxus's normal lightning form. It was more like a replica in the form of a shroud of dark energy. Despite the low effectiveness of the blade, the spirit didn't let up, grabbing a new blade as he continued to spin on his heel before lashing up with both blades. The smaller one never reached its target, but it didn't need to, multiple other blades forming in the air beside him and being launched towards Laxus. They still couldn't stop him, but they didn't need to. Not when the Edela's version of Ichigo was nearby, another arrow being aimed at his target. Releasing the string, the arrow flew through the air, Laxus bringing up his arm at the last second in an attempt to block it. Lightning burst out of his fist as he slammed it against the arrow, determined to break the attack with raw power. In the end, the arrow wasn't enough, Laxus's attack destroying it completely as he lunged towards the copy of the man he wanted to kill. This energy. Mavis shook her head roughly, hating even thinking about such power. It's accursed magic, you could say. Magical barrier particles is their official name, also better known as anti-ether nano. Sometimes it's a mist, sometimes it's like this, imbued into the already existing magic of a mage. This is a magic that rejects the nature order of the world, seeking only its destruction of the magic that flows through it. In fact, to say it is magic is actually incorrect. Because it's not magic. Rather, it's the polar opposite. "That's how they're overcoming us then," muttered Ichigo in concern. It explained how the Celestial Spirit King's sword had broken. That sword, to be able to shatter the scales of dragons, had to be one of the highest class, imbued with massive amounts of magical power. His Zanpakuto, a blade forged from his own soul, was another type of blade that contained massive amounts of energy. Both had shattered under the power of this magic. It eats away at our magic and shatters or destroys it. Exactly. It's why your wound won't heal quickly either, even as you flood your body with magic. The ether nano you absorb is poisoned by the anti-ether nano property of the magical barrier particles when it reaches your wound, halting the healing process substantially. Such a power would especially hate someone like you and the Celestial Spirit King. You both are Ukin, those that are blessed by magic itself, and as such this opposing energy would reject your entire existence if it could. Wait. Ichigo glanced at Laxus and Levi, hope in his eyes as he considered what Mavis has just said. He watched as Laxus let loose another stream of black lightning and Levi's black cacao attacked his Zanpakuta spirits and his brother, the three struggling to hold them back. Arrows flew through the air and tore apart some of the phoenix only for the flames to regenerate. Meanwhile giant Zeros almost connected with Laxus only to fall short at the last second as he dodged out of the way. If that's the case, then we can save them, right? We can help Levi and Laxus and free them from this influence. It's got to be controlling them, right? So it can try and destroy me. Ichigo. Mavis didn't want to say it. Not with how much he wanted this to be true. She could already see how much it was tearing him up inside to see his own friends, his best friends who could probably be considered family, try to destroy the illusionary bodies of their enemies so they could go on to try and kill him. But she had to say it. It would be wrong of her to try and give him hope when she knew with complete certainty that there was none. Those that can use magical barrier particles are rare. Extremely so. To use such power, you can just want to kill someone and the energy will take control. It's not as simple as that. For someone to use this energy, I guess you could say that they need to have fallen. Ichigo tilted his head, his eyes never leaving his two friends. Fallen? You mean dash? Yes. For someone to fall, they need to have cursed this world with all their heart, including the Holy Palace. They need to have gained an understanding of the world, a true understanding of what Ukin are and their purpose in this world, and then they need to reject it all and hate everything. Almost every emotion becomes lost when they gain this energy, losing themselves in this hatred for the sources that caused all that pain. I don't know who found them after they had fallen, but someone did. And that someone gave them this power. It's horrible, unnatural, and goes against all magic. It's the will of the one who abandoned the Holy Palace, betraying it completely. Mimi Heiji. I remember that name, Ichigo muttered. It was vague but I remember seeing it. He was an Ukin, right? Indeed. The only Ukin to ever be expelled from the Holy Palace. And you have to understand that not all Ukin are good people. You can just look at Zeref and see that right there and then. The Holy Palace and the Ukin within it are neither good nor bad by default. They are merely the guardians of magic, the ones who can make great chances to the world with the power they wield. Looking at the two fallen mages, Mavis sighed sadly as she watched them team up and knock away the incoming swords from the Quincy half of Zanjitsu. But Mimi Heiji was expelled, when no other had been. Why was this? What made him different? Good and bad doesn't matter, right? Well, truth be told, there is an exception to that rule. The Holy Palace will not care what you do with its aid, so long as you stay true to yourself and the world around you. But Mimi Heiji rejected that philosophy. He turned against the world, rejecting it and the magic within it. And so he created a new form of energy, one that destroys magic on contact. And so he lost his connection to the Holy Palace as a result, forever abandoned by the energy the moment he first created the magical barrier particles. It's the eye, continued Mavis, her eyes locking onto the lacrima held in Levi's staff. Even from this distance, she could still make out the accursed symbol, this time knowing why she had felt so uneasy when she had looked at it. It's the symbol of Mimi Heiji. The image that represents his power. Anyone who uses his magic have some form of this on them somewhere. Without it, it's impossible to produce the magical barrier particles. But, and I say this now so you listen to me. Mavis added at the end when she saw the look Ichigo had. I told you before. Separating them from this magic will no longer turn them back to who they once were. There has to be a way, Ichigo argued stubbornly. A way to save them. I can't just accept it like this. And that's why I like you so much, Mavis muttered softly to herself. Shaking her head, she spoke up once more so he could hear. There is no other way. Ichigo, they fell because they hated the world by their own accord. That war they talked about, it has to be real. Normal suffering isn't enough to make you reject so much. To be honest, I think they were truthful when they told us about what you did. But you might not do those things, but perhaps in the future they came from you had no choice but to. That doesn't matter. What does is that they came to hate you so much, and the fact that you were a Nukin is probably why this betrayal turned into this. Because in the end, they didn't understand why you were doing whatever you were doing. Because they saw you as an enemy who could never be stopped and that everyone still alive was already going to die either way. This energy they are using now will continue to erode away at them as well until they become nothing more than husks, but even removing the source of it will not save them. But Mavis looked at Ichigo, feeling her heart break as she looked at how much pain he was feeling from what he knew he had to do. I don't want to kill them. Not them. Please, Mavis. You're smarter than me. Much smarter. There has to be something. Something you missed, something you overlooked. Some way to help them. There is no help for those that have fallen into Mimihagi's clutches, Ichigo. There never has been, and there never will be. I'm sorry. I'm truly and utterly sorry. It's not your fault, muttered Ichigo quietly. Gripping the smaller form of Zanjutsu tightly in his left hand, the broken larger form of Zanjutsu still held in his right by the remaining hilt, he raised the smaller blade upwards, massive amounts of magical power being drawn into the blade from all around him. Deflecting the storm of lightning sent at him with a wall of blades, the Quincy side of Zanjutsu darted behind Laxus as fast as he could, wielding the smaller blade this time as magic gathered around the blade and formed a large overlay over it, over 3 times the size of the original blade. Getchuga Tenshou. Swinging, the energy flew off the blade at the peak of its arc through the air, closing the brief distance faster than the eye could blink. Laxus's lightning form negated almost all of it, the man only sparing half his focus on the spirit. Vanishing, he reappeared right before the Edela's version of Ichigo, catching him by surprise as he gripped his bow arm tightly. Within just a second of contact with the arm, it shattered to pieces, the magical barrier particles embedded in Laxus's magic destroying the illusion despite the power put into it to give it a physical form. With one arm gone, the Edela's king abandoned all attempts at fighting at range, all the remaining energy in the quiver transferring into one massive broadsword of pure magic. Lightning exploded around Laxus, hiding him from sight for a moment with the sheer intensity of it all, but the attack that came didn't slow down in the slightest. Take this. Swinging down with the blade, the Edela's version of Ichigo brought it right across the storm of lighting, resulting in the blade cutting straight across Laxus's chest. The blade sliced through it only for Laxus's entire body of lightning to glow darker than ever before the energy exploded outwards. At the last moment, the Edela's king abandoned the illusion he was inhabiting, retreating back into Ichigo to avoid being killed. The real Laxus appeared where the clone of lightning had stood, spinning round to face his other enemy only to come face to face with a wall of 100 blades. Each one was different in design, and yet all seemed to be the same on some level. As if they were all the same blade but in different configurations. Did you know, asked the spirit, unaware that Laxus already knew about the technique's basis, that I created Ichigo a fake Zanpakuto for most of his life? It's interesting. Because of that I'm very used to making such blades like this since I had to maintain it for so long and help Ichigo grow alongside the blade. It must be odd to see the embodiment of his Quincy powers using blades as arrows. You've broken all my regular blades so far. Let's see you survive 100 blades, each with the strength of Ichigo's old Zanpakuto. For a second a slither of fear crossed Laxus's face. Then it disappeared as all the blades fired forward at once and found themselves impacted against the wings of Levi's Kakawa. The hollow form of Zanjutsu following her immediately tried to charge up the largest zero it could, using every last drop of its remaining energy, only for a massive spear of black lightning to pierce through its chest and rip it apart. The hollow, along with the exhausted Quincy spirit, both retreated back to Ichigo, realizing their purpose was done the moment they returned and saw what he could see and what he thought. A tainted Kakawa, a cursed thunder-piercing lance, you two really are different from the people you once were. Letting go off the remains of the larger blade of Zanjutsu, the hilt shattering into specks of magic as it hit the ground, Ichigo brought his now free hand up to join the other on the smaller blade. The energy around it expanded upwards further and further, towering over even the massive form of Kikawa. I don't want to see you two like this, so I'll purify you both instead. Gripping the blade tightly, Ichigo started to swing down with it, the massive blade of energy slicing towards the two fallen mages. Getsuga Tenshou. Pathetic! Shouted Laxus as he brought his spear forward and threw it. With all the energy packed into the attack Ichigo had, it wasn't enough to counter it under normal circumstances. But this was not normal circumstances, and this was not normal lightning. The magical barrier particles helped tear the attack to shreds as it tore through the air, flying past Ichigo's shoulder and just missing him before exploding against the barrier wall. Levi shot behind the massive spear, riding Kikawa's massive form with the peak aimed to impale Ichigo on its sharp edge. Ichigo waited until the last moment before dodging, purposely moving to her left where he knew her leg was slightly weaker. It wasn't much of a delayed reaction, but it was still there when she made to tell her spell to move. Her spell work was weaker with her left leg. Kikawa quickly started to shrink down so that Levi could move quickly, but she didn't have to worry about any counter-attacks incoming, Laxus already covering the gap between her and Ichigo. His arm shot out to the side before the large lance appeared once more, his legendary spell being aimed right at Ichigo. Instead of throwing it, however, he stabbed forward, trying to catch Ichigo off guard with the sudden chance in tactic. It didn't work, Ichigo still just fast enough to dodge the strike as it tried to impale him. Adapting, Laxus swung with the weapon, knowing the magical barrier particles within it made it just as deadly even without the piercing force behind it. To avoid it, Ichigo jumped, gripping the air and using it as a springboard to leap higher up as Levi tried to hit him suddenly with Kikawa. Now above both of them, Ichigo raised up the smaller blade of Zanjutsu, letting energy swarm around the blade. Getsuga Tenshou. Swinging down as hard as he could, the energy tore through the air and ripped off one of Kikawa's wings. The massive bird fell to the ground as the flames started to regenerate the wing, but it didn't stop Ichigo from using that moment, charging down at Laxus as he raised a hand forward. Bakuda number 63, Fairy Art, Siju Sabaku. Laxus's eyes widened as golden chains of light sprung into existence from Ichigo's hand, snapping forward through the air and wrapping around his leg. It would have been the rest of him too if he hadn't snapped out of it in time and tried to dodge. The spell was tougher to break out of than most others, and he knew the cause. It was that accursed magic. The power that made up Fairy Sphere was being transmitted through the Bakudu, just like he and Levi had done so long ago with Fairy Law and Fairy Glitter. In a rash decision, Laxus made his choice and slashed out with his spear. Within a second he was free, his leg left behind trapped within the bonds he had not had the time to break out from. Ichigo's eyes never changed as he watched Laxus escape, only glancing at the leg for a moment. It wasn't giving Laxus any difficulties though, since the man was keeping to his lightning form as much as he could when not attacking. In that form it wouldn't matter if he was missing a leg. He could still move just as quickly as before. Only Laxus didn't switch back to that form, keeping a grip on his legendary spell instead. That's it. I'm tired of you existing, monster. If you didn't exist then none of it would have ever happened. The spell in Laxus's hand exploded with energy, more and more being packed into the legendary spell. The energy spilled over onto Laxus's arm and upwards until it started to reach his chest, stopping its encroachment near the edge. What had once been a massive spear that Laxus wielded was now more twisted. The spell itself had fused into his arm, turning the whole limb into nothing short of a massive deadly lance. You would sacrifice so much to kill me? Asked Ichigo sadly. I offer you one chance, Laxus, because even if you are trying to kill me, we're still friends. Please, stop. Never, Laxus snarled as his whole body covered itself with lightning, the weapon that normally might have vanished while in that form staying in existence. Ichigo supposed it was because he had fused the spell into his own arm, making the lightning form recognize it as part of itself. That was something Laxus never tried before, and never needed to. Not when he could summon forth the spell within an instant anyway. As the lightning crackled in the air, Ichigo saw it for the first time. The eye hidden under the hair Laxus had let grow, the same eye that the lightning bolt scar went over. He could see it now. Where Laxus had Mimihagi's mark. The eye was nothing more than a lacrima, matching the one Levi had in her staff. The source of the magical barrier particles. Dai-Yu hybrid. Laxus shot through the air, his arm drawn back as he prepared to stab the legendary spell right through Ichigo's chest. He was moving as fast as he could with everything packed into his one arm, and he could see every movement Ichigo made clearly. With this, he had won. He would kill the monster who caused so much pain to everyone. Gramps. Are you the master's grandson or something? Yeah. Got a problem with it? None at all. Slowly bringing up the small blade, Ichigo took a step towards Laxus. Hey Ichigo. Fairy tale. I want to make it great. How about you? Forgive me Laxus, Ichigo muttered softly to himself as he took another step forward, Laxus almost on top of him. You'll protect them all, won't you? With my life. That's all I needed to hear. See ya. Laxus lunged at Ichigo, stabbing the spear forward in preparation to finally kill him. The spear was moments away from touching Ichigo when it happened, and the moment it did Laxus knew it was all over. The phantom step. From right in front of him, Ichigo vanished completely, no trace being left behind. And just like he always remembered, Laxus froze, unable to stop it from happening. His spear hit empty air, pulling him forward so much that, even if he could move, he'd never turn around in time. It was just like before. Just like every time. The pain followed, Ichigo behind him with his blade held out to one side. The energy had gathered around far too quickly for him to ever have a chance to escape, all being used to protect the blade itself from the magical barrier particles around him. And slowly, Laxus felt the life leave him as the sword sliced him in half at his waist, blood spilling everywhere. Laxus! Screamed Levi, seeing her friend fall to the ground. Ichigo flicked the blade to one side, the blood that had hit the blade splattering to the ground before he aimed it at her with cold eyes. I offer you the same choice. Stop. Or I will kill you too. You monster. How does it feel, huh? To have cut down your best friend. I bet you feel real proud of yourself, huh? How does his blood feel on your blades? Did you enjoy it? Shut up. I am giving you a choice, Levi, just like I did for him. One Mavis and everyone else is telling me not to. Your answer. Levi smirked, her smile full of sinister intentions. I think I'll say no. You want to know your biggest mistake here? Your arrogance. Ichigo's head snapped back down towards Laxus the moment he saw the black mist. He saw it clearly, the blood leaking from Laxus's body transforming into magical barrier particles in his last moments. It was already too late as Ichigo brought a hand to his mouth and nose, trying to stop the mist before it could infect him. Almost instantly he was on his knees, coughing up blood as his body started to fail and rip itself apart. With each passing second, Levi got happier and happier, realizing Ichigo was completely and utterly powerlessness with Laxus's final-ditch effort. See that, mocked Levi. That's the arrogance of things like you who pretend to be gods. You die from your arrogance, believing yourselves to be untouchable until they very end. That's why we got this power. So we could fight against you and all your kind, and destroy the system that created things like you. Die Ichigo. I've had enough of hearing your voice. The blade sliced through the air and tore through her left leg, causing her to collapse on her side on the massive phoenix. Levi looked forward in shock as the form of Ichigo vanished, the mist of magical barrier particles destroying it completely. How? An illusion? But when? The moment I cut down Laxus, said Ichigo, standing in the air behind her. He didn't dare touch Kakawa. Not when the magical barrier particles would probably try and destroy him the moment his feet landed on it. Mavis warned me that it was possible he might have had one final card to play in his final moments. So I cut him as I passed and left an illusion Mavis crafted in the place you all expected me to show up in. Since neither of you doubted my phantom step's power, both of you believed where you saw me was where I actually was. You've lost Levi. Please, stop this. Don't make me kill you too. Lost? She had lost? No, she hadn't. Not now, not ever. What had they wasted all this time for? Looping back through time so many times, again and again and again for over 2 years until Ichigo finally showed up. She had waited and waited, holding off using her magic until she finally found him again so there would be no trace left to warn him. It couldn't all be for nothing. Not after everything they had left behind. They were meant to win. To save the world from people like him. To save it from him. But why should she save it? She could hear them, the voices, whispering in her ears what to do. That familiar name, Mimi Heiji, repeated many times over, and to fulfill its will. If she did so, the world would become right once more. All she had to do was entrust herself to it. The fire of cacao slowly died down before the magic came to life once more, wrapping around Levi and forcing Ichigo to back away lest he get snatched up by the energy too. It wrapped around her further and further before compressing down, continuing to do so until a human figure could be seen in the energy. The energy clung to the body as it merged into the flesh, slowly coming apart to reveal Levi once more. Like Laxus had fused his own arm into the magic, Levi had done something similar herself. Black flames darted along her arms, many interweaving words and lines crisscrossing her skin like tattoos. The flames continued around her head almost like a crown, forming a loop further behind her that trailed down her back and wrapped around her hair. The major change however was the pitch-black wings that extended out from her back, the wings of cacao slowly flapping and lifting her upwards despite the loss of her leg. She turned her eyes towards him, one pitch black with black ooze dripping from the socket. Die, 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 die. Despite the massive power Ichigo could feel coming from Levi, he didn't feel a shred of fear. All he could feel was pain. Pain at what he had done to Laxus. Pain of what he would have to do with Levi. She flew at him incredibly fast, but it wasn't enough. The faster they charged at him, the more single-minded their focus became, the easier it was to slip past with phantom step. His blade swung through the air and her wings were both severed, a third strike severing her hand holding her staff tightly. Unlike Laxus that had cloaked himself completely in the magical barrier particles, Levi only had her wings and arms being covered with it, and her arms didn't even have it anywhere near the scale that Laxus had it at. A large blast of magic across the wings to take the majority of the blow, with just enough left to sever the wings from her, and then just a bit of energy for simply cutting off her hand. The moment the staff left her hand, he immediately saw the power flickering unstably. Using Shunpo as fast as he could, he barely made it out of the range of her before the magical barrier particles exploded outwards, consuming the area around her. The energy slowly faded however, being neutralized by the magic in the atmosphere as time passed, and that let him approach her even more slowly. It didn't take long to find her. She was doing her best to crawl, trying to pull her body with her one hand towards the staff. His foot stopped her immediately as he planted it on her back, holding her down as he held his sword by his side. Please stop. You haven't done a proper mission yet, have you? No. We're heading out for an easy one today. You're coming along too. She didn't listen, instead swiping out with her other hand as she began to create words. She was a second too late to form them however, Ichigo's sword slashing off the limb at the wrist and causing her to scream out in pain. Please stop. I may have forgotten to pay my rent this month. Still doesn't explain all your stuff being here. It may have not been the first time I missed a payment. Die. 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 Die die die. Sticking her tongue out, Levi pushed it into the blood pooling around her, slowly tracing out words. There weren't even a single healing word in her attempts, all of them designed to inflict harm to the monster above her. Ichigo didn't let her finish, his hand slamming down on her head and pushing it against the hard ground as his sword came down closer to her. It's funny. Brain knew your last name but none of us do. You've never told anyone. Why? Why do you always try to avoid the question? Why don't you ever tell anyone about your past before Kisuke? Why don't you ever tell me? Please, stop. Levi ignored him, biting down hard as she used her teeth to tear through her own tongue. She spat it out, the blood spilling from her throat and onto the ground as she tried to spit it out in such a way that it would spell out words. Every part of her body was tried to form some kind of spell, from her remaining leg to her arms, the latter trying to use the blood spilling from the wrist joints to write with. So occupied, she didn't even notice the wet patches falling onto the ground beside the dark black colored blood. You idiot. You idiot. Idiot, idiot, idiot. You want to see them, don't you? You just admitted it. Stop trying to shoulder the world. You don't need to. You're putting everyone else's happiness above your own, and it's not fair. Please. Ichigo gripped the small blade tightly, as if wishing it could give him some kind of reassurance that everything would all be okay. Please. I'm begging you. Stop this, Levi. You can't fight anymore. I don't want to kill you. A pair of arms wrapped around him, Mavis resting against him as she traced her finger along his back. She didn't say anything, and he was happy for that. Just being able to feel that someone was there was enough. Gripping the blade, he positioned it right above her, removing his grip on Levi's head so that he could grip it tightly without it shaking so much. It wasn't very effective, but it helped. The tip of the blade rested right above her head, and yet he still couldn't find the strength to do this. Not when she could no longer fight back. Not when she was defenseless. Levi made the decision for him in the end. A last drop of blood hit a pile, completing a word. Before it could even finish forming, however, his instincts took over, the place stabbing down and ending it in one blow as rain began to fall. He was glad for that. He doubted he'd be able to hide the tears without it. Protector of the fairies. The night's end. Why aren't we doing anything? Demanded Natsu, having to try and restrain himself from leaping at the barrier and breaking it down. They could see whole thing unfold from where they were, and he was hating it at every minute. Levi and Laxus? Enemies? Wanting to kill Ichigo? Something like that he couldn't accept. Not when he had seen how much they valued one another. It would be like him killing Happy, something that should never even be considered. We have to stop this. Before it's too late. We can't, said the Celestial Spirit King gravely. These are magical barrier particles, a source of energy that is poisonous to those that wield magic. If it wasn't for this, then I could have already smashed this barrier to pieces, but I can't. Not with my sword currently broken. And I'm afraid any spell that I can use to break the barrier would only end up hurting Ichigo in the process. You must have something up your sleeve though? You killed all those dragons, didn't you? The Celestial Spirit King frowned, picking up the distaste in Natsu's words. You're a dragon slayer, right? You must have killed one or two yourself. Doesn't mean I have to like it, muttered Natsu, crossing his arms in frustration. But that doesn't answer my question. Gesturing at the barrier, Natsu let a burst of flames fly from his hands and hit the barrier, the magic fading almost instantly on contact. I get that it's draining magic, but if we use enough power dash. Yes, you may have a point there. If we wield enough energy, we may be able to cut through it. The barrier itself is a strong one, prepared in advance for this moment, but it is still not on the level of true barriers, and the magical barrier particles may only be able to handle so much magic before some slips through. However, I ask you this. Should we break it? Of course, Natsu replied stubbornly. Ichigo can't fight them alone. They're his friends. And besides, you think I can stand here and let them get away with what they said? They manipulated Lucy, old man. If it wasn't for them, she might still be alive. I know. The Celestial Spirit King's voice was softer than before, even if it still was loud. He looked at the two inside the barrier with regret before letting out a short sigh. But tell me, should we really interfere? If we were to strike them done, and I'll admit that you might have not, but I would have, then would Ichigo over there be able to look at the two of us as allies? Or would he only see the people who killed those that were precious to him? Natsu clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. Can we really do nothing but wait? I'm afraid so. It's a painful feeling, I will not deny that. I have experienced it many times when I was still young. I wanted to do nothing more than fight, but sometimes you can't. Not because you are unable to, but because it is not right to. Because the battle is not yours to fight but someone else's. I'm sure you, being a mage of fairy tale, is familiar with that. Sometimes there are battles that simply must not be interfered with. Natsu tooted, not wanting to admit that he agreed with the man out loud. He turned his gaze towards the fight inside the barrier, silently watching every single moment of it. And so he saw it all. The pain the orange-haired mage felt as he was forced to kill his own friends with his own hands. The rain slowly started falling as the barrier started to collapse, no power to maintain it now that Levi was dead. For a few moments, Ichigo didn't move. He just sat there, his blade still embedded in Levi's skull. He knew the risk of the magical barrier particles, but he didn't care right now. Not after having to kill both of them. As it was now, he wasn't sure if he would even care if he died, as it would probably atone for this fate that they had suffered. He was the cause of it all. Why? Why had it come to this? Why had they needed to suffer like this? Why did he have to become so horrible that they came to hate everything? What kind of person was he going to become by continuing down this path? How could he even be a protector when the people he needed to protect weren't even safe from him? A large hand slowly landed on his back, Mavis moving out of the way as the Celestial Spirit King approached Ichigo. He didn't say anything for a moment, simply looking at the bodies sadly. Mimihagi's power truly is a cruel one. It is a shame that such beautiful souls got twisted so much. How do you know that? Asked a newcomer, Yuzu watching them all from the distance with a blank look on her face. You didn't know them. The Celestial Spirit King wanted to knock some sense into her for her lack of tact. Instead he paused, looking at her in a mix of disbelief. That's not possible. Yuzu? Ichigo asked, his voice void of all emotions as he turned towards her. What are you? No. You're not Yuzu, are you? You're the person that took her over. Ready to pull the blade out from Levi's skull, Ichigo was about to lunge at her until the Celestial Spirit King forcefully held him in place. Wait. She means no harm. Harm? She's taken over my sister's body. I've had enough of these mockeries. Let's see how long it wants to possess her while I'm after it. She won't harm us. Directing a look at Yuzu again, the Celestial Spirit King spoke with an almost nostalgic tone. Isn't that right, my old friend? The blank look faded from Yuzu's face, being replaced with a beaming smile being directed solely at the Celestial Spirit King himself. Yes. I've missed you, Master. Master. Frowning, Ichigo glanced more closely at Yuzu, finally turning his gaze towards Mavis on his shoulder, the girl looking curiously at the being inside his sister's body. You know what she is, don't you? Like Nabara, like me, she muttered. Is she the third? I wonder. Do not worry for your sister, said the Celestial Spirit King in reassurance, giving Ichigo another soft pat on his shoulder. I will guarantee her safety. My companion over there is not a bad person. But she certainly has some explaining to do. This design of the Eclipse Gate and the Infinity Clock, the method to release my seals, no one could know it but her. I didn't organize this if that is what you are implying, replied the being inside Yuzu. I merely gave some words of advice to Zeraf once. We had a shared goal at the time. Well, coinciding goals to be precise. He eventually abandoned this project, calling it a failure, but it was still a success for me. You're here, aren't you? Even so, we will be having words later about your actions. There is no point at any further blame tonight. We have all suffered. Some of us too much. It's all right, muttered Ichigo, his voice void of all emotion. It's fine. Let's just leave here. Let's go. If that is what you want. The Celestial Spirit King removed his hand from Ichigo as the Shinigami slowly got to his feet, pulling the small blade out from Levi's skull. His eyes glanced expressionlessly at the blood covering the blade before he sheathed it anyway, not caring about the blade's current condition. A few cracks had appeared on the blade, which meant it hadn't completely managed to use the energy nearby to negate the magical barrier particles and protect itself, but he couldn't find it in himself to care. Hey! What are you doing? Ichigo snapped back to reality at the sound of Natsu's voice, alerting him to a possible threat nearby. His head spun towards the Dragon Slayer, seeing what he saw. The soldiers and the princess, or was she queen now if everyone assumed he killed the king, were all lying on the ground, unconscious. They hadn't been like that before, even if they had been wary to even approach them. Having a giant from Legends and the man who had killed the king, both of which who had been slaughtering dragons with ease, would do that to them. But they had still been conscious and watching them all. Standing over the queen, a cloaked man swung his large scythe over onto his shoulders, tooting as he noticed them all looking at him. Damn, you all weren't meant to notice yet. I asked the girl to distract you enough for me to finish working, but apparently you guys just want this to all be over already. Natsu rushed at him, but Ichigo was faster, passing him in a second and grabbing the cloaked man by his throat as he slammed him against the ground. The scythe scattered across the ground, its odd red blade stabbing into the ground and causing the white staff edge to stick out to one side, barely held to the blade by the strange web-like design of the same material around the blade. "Who are you?" The man coughed harshly, struggling to break as he tried to weaken Ichigo's hold on him. Ichigo barely noticed, tightening his grip when he heard no answer. "Answer me." "Stop it!" shouted Natsu. "You're going to kill him." Ichigo froze, seeing the struggling the man below him was making as he desperately tried to breathe. He immediately released his grip on the man, backing away slowly as he looked at his hand. "I'm sorry," he muttered, half aware that wasn't something he should be saying to a potential enemy. It was more for Natsu's sake anyway. "It's all right," the man said, his voice sounding oddly familiar to Ichigo. The man pushed himself up into a sitting position as he crossed one of his legs over the other, resting his elbows against both of them. "Bit of a harsh reaction, Kurosaka, but I guess I can excuse you because of the circumstances." Reaching up for his hood, he pulled it down, revealing a familiar scar to Ichigo, even if the man himself was a lot older than he remembered. "My name is Doran Bolt." Ichigo glanced at him before his hand instantly reached towards the small blade at his waist. His hand had just wrapped around the hilt when Doran Bolt's hands raised up in surrender. Panic spread across his face. Wait. Hold on a second. I haven't fallen. I don't have any magical barrier particles on me. I mean, just look at me. Surely you must be able to notice the difference between me and those two. Hiding any if I had any would mean nothing to the eyes of you and that giant." Ichigo paused for a moment, his eyes not daring to look behind him at the dead bodies of his friends. But it was true that the magic around this man seemed normal. With Laxus and Levi, it had been somewhat distant. Still there somewhat, but also not, as if it had been subjugated to keeping them topped up with energy. But this man was like everyone else, magic simply refilling his reserves like it did for all mages. However, there was something similar on his man. Similar to the energy that had been vaguely surrounding Laxus and Levi. The magic that inevitably clung to them by accident due to using the Eclipse Gate. The magic of Zeref himself. "What timeline?" Ichigo demanded, never once releasing his grip on his sword. If this man was truly an enemy, he could draw the blade in a second and cut him down. If he wasn't, well, he wouldn't have to take yet another life today. Smiling at the question posed to him, Doran Bolt gestured behind Ichigo. "Same as them. I'm from the timeline where they fell and decided to go back and kill you, before you became how strong you were then. I was the one who helped rebuild the Eclipse Gate after it was damaged during the original arrival of the dragons, and I am also the one who invited them to use the gate to fulfill their goals. So you're Dash." But despite all of that, Doran Bolt interrupted urgently, understanding how much danger he was in and how close he was to being cut in half. "I am not their ally. I am yours, Kurosaki." "Mine? You're my ally? And yet you let my friends go back in time to kill me? Is this a joke?" "It is no joke," replied Doran Bolt, completely serious. "I did this for you. I did this because of you. Because despite how much I have come to respect you over the years, I understand the futility there is in the original timeline. It will end with no one left, even if you win, and even that victory is not certain. It never has been, and it probably never will be." Ichigo slowly released his hand from the blade, still keeping it nearby just in case. He wasn't sure why he was believing this man, but perhaps it was because Doran Bolt was referring to him by name. From everything Nozomi and Mistogen had told him about Doran Bolt, he knew that the man rarely ever referred to him by name. He was the pet monster of fairy tale in his eyes. For him to refer to him by name, even if it was just his surname, made him wonder what kind of future had there been for Doran Bolt to experience to create such a change. "Why?" he found himself asking. "Why would you do this? How is this for me? You think I want to kill my friends? Is this some kind of sick joke?" "I assure you," replied the man, "but it is not. You heard what those two told you. About the war that happened and the dragons that invaded and forced it out into the open. But look around you. The dragon assault has been halted, and you are here. Two outcomes to this event that never took place in the original timeline. You didn't appear for 2 years, and yet here you are now. Hold on, cut in Natsu, a puzzled look across his face. I'm confused here. How did that get changed? Did you or they he didn't dare say Levi or Laxus's names. Simply go around looking for him? To try and find where he was training and drag him here. Natsu paused, realizing something important. Actually, how did it take him so long to join in the war in the future? He must have noticed it, even if he was training somewhere isolated. It would have inevitably encountered him, right? And he must have sensed something. You would be correct, normally. But you see, Ichigo was not training in a normal place, were you, Ichigo? Ichigo glared at the man before shaking his head. No, I was not. Natsu glanced between the two, knowing he was obviously missing something. Even the Celestial Spirit King seemed to understand. Well, where was it? What's the big deal about this place? The Holy Palace, stated the Celestial Spirit King. The home for all Okin to rest in and to learn from, whether the knowledge be from the past, present, or even future. The Holy Palace is both the start and end of all magic. It always has been, and it always will be. It is the only fact in the world that can never be changed, no matter what happens. From what I was told as well, continued Doran Bolt, is that the palace itself is both inside and outside of time. You mean time runs differently there? So a minute our world could be an hour there? That sounds like a brilliant training zone. No, said Ichigo, cutting off that train of thought from Natsu. The Holy Palace runs at exactly the same speed. Time does not speed up or slow down. It merely runs as it always does. That is what Doran Bolt means by it being inside of time. Natsu crossed his arms, still confused. Then the outside part. Ichigo paused, glancing towards the eclipse gate and the infinity clock resting on top of it. While time may run at the same pace, it does not mean that time cannot be affected. The Holy Palace is a constant through all of history, but it's more than that. The same iteration of the Holy Palace exists in all timelines because it contains the knowledge from every possible event that can take place. Time cannot change that place, but it can affect those within it. Sighing, Ichigo glanced back at the group. I went in through the gate to that place 3 months before the Grand Magic Games began. I exited only a day before they began. But for me, it had been over 2 years. And that's because of them. It has to be. Every time Levi and Laxus jumped backwards, they must have arrived at a point just after I had entered the gate. Natsu frowned. What makes you think that? It's because he wouldn't have experienced the phenomenon if they had traveled back before he entered the Holy Palace, answered the Celestial Spirit King. This is what is meant by being outside of time. Because they changed time during the time he was inside the palace already, the Holy Palace moved him back too. But it did this by manipulating the time that he would enter back into rather than send him back through time. I'm sure he probably noticed it too, the odd sensation every 3 months. And Mavis here would have realized what it was after maybe the first or second time it happened if I'm correct. Mavis. Here am I. Exclaimed Mavis happily, appearing for Natsu to see on Ichigo's shoulder. He almost did a double take, and Doran Bolt himself was half surprised despite already knowing where she would have been. And the big guy's right, I did realize. It's why I had Ichigo look at some time magic stuff with me when we were in there so we could try and determine what the hell the cause was. Took a while but we worked out what possible devices existed that could be causing it. The Eclipse Gate was one, and the Infinity Clock was another such example. It's why I had my Edala's self fill in for me during part of the games, explained Ichigo. I needed some freedom of movement but I didn't want to give away much in case the ones involved got spooked. Even if I knew what was going on, I had no idea why time had been looping back or who was involved. We tracked the Eclipse Gate to Crocus while we already knew the Zentopia Church had possession of the Infinity Clock's location. A frown crossed his face as he glanced back towards the cloak. It bothers me though why they made it. The records seemed to indicate it was dangerous and sealed away. It was. All eyes turned to Doran Bolt as the man smirked. See, I didn't travel back to the time of the games. I went back much further. It was then the others truly picked up on how different Doran Bolt was to his normal self. It wasn't just that he looked a bit older. It was more subtle than that. Small signs of white hair started to set in, wrinkles hidden just out of sight. He was far older than he should have been even if the others had aged about 9 to 10 years. For him, it was more like 20. Grinning weakly, Doran Bolt gestured at the palace. I went back a long time ago, back when Ichigo here hadn't even left the guild yet to train for 3 years. And when I arrived back in time, I went to the king with an idea. I told him about the Eclipse Gate, but he already knew about it. That didn't surprise me too much, so I suggested the Infinity Clock too, a device that when combined with the gate would ensure history would not change too much. A device to handle paradoxes. I needed to have it running anyway so that Levi and Laxus could exist here, even after the portal was closed multiple times. The downside was that not even the dragons would disappear, even if the gate was destroyed. Ichigo frowned, barely remembering a mission from long ago. One he had backed out of to train with Toshiro and Shinji. That mission the king advertised. That was your doing. Doran Bolt smirked. So you saw the request, did you? It would have been amusing if you had been there on that day. I wonder if you would have joined the other 5 who went on that quest. You should be familiar with them by now. They are the Garu Knights. The men swore to the king's service ever since that fateful mission. And yet that still doesn't explain why you did all of this. So what, you had me spend 2 years in only 3 months. What was the point of it? Of all this destruction? The point, you ask? Doran Bolt couldn't help but laugh. You think this is a lot of destruction? A ruined city? No, this is a skirmish, a mere bit of damage, compared to the events of the future. Miles and miles razed to the ground within minutes, battlefields filled with blood, enough to create whole lakes of the stuff, mountains brought down to the ground as they are ripped apart by attacks strong enough to completely obliterate someone's entire body. No, this is nothing compared to the future. Raising a hand, he pointed right at Ichigo. And you are the only chance we had. Levi and Laxus are right about some things. You became colder. You became different. But at least you did what was necessary. When Wendy was being tortured, you used the chance to learn about where the enemy was that had disguised themselves as our own men. And when you learned about the bombs they had, bombs strong enough to wipe out whole cities and the hundreds of thousands of people within them, you made the decision to save as many people as you could. With no time to work out who was ally or enemy, you slaughtered the entire force, hundreds of men dying there to protect all of the others. Maybe you don't like that, Doran Bolt continued on, but you, in my eyes, are a hero, even if others saw you as a monster. You were someone who did what was necessary. One that did what was needed for us all to survive. But I saw it too. The enemies you had to face, those both equal to you and yet still stronger. It was a hopeless situation from the start. There was already too little of us when you arrived and we had no choice but to do what we could. That's why I decided to do this. I would go back and make sure you were ready. You are 2 years ahead of this world in terms of experience. You are here now when we were still at our strongest, before many of us died to the dragons. And you yourself are at the peak of your humanity, the time where you actually can see hope. As much as I respect you in the future, that you has given up on ever winning. Every sacrifice he made is all to buy more time for everyone else, constantly knowing it would only last for a bit longer. In the end, that version of you is nothing more than someone waiting for his own death, drowning in the guilt of everything he has done in the sake of peace. And simply wishing to die in battle. That's your excuse. Ichigo clenched his fists, resisting the urge to punch the man in front of him. With how angry he was at the moment, he was half afraid he'd kill him by accident. To avoid that future, you'll make me kill those precious to me? Tell me, how does that match with your ideals here? Do you really think I'm not willing to act the same as that version of me because of this? Do you think that I wouldn't want to die right now? No, I'm confident that you are perfect as you are now. And what dash? They are still alive, Doran Bolt said, cutting Ichigo off before he could finish his sentence. Levi and Laxus, the friends you know, they are still alive. These versions of them are the ones from a darker future, and they were necessary for you to fight. You have killed them with your own hands, so surely you must have realized it. That you don't want a future like the one they had experienced. The future that made them into what they became. And if you were to die now, they would probably end up even worse than before. Do you see? Continued Doran Bolt as he flung his arms out to the sides. This is a future you do not want. You already had something to fight for, something to protect too, and now? Now you have something to avoid. Something to fight for with all your strength to avoid it happening. So long as you have that, the future will never be the same. I am confident in that with all my heart. Doran Bolt didn't move when the punch smashed into his skull. He frowned when he realized how weak it was, even as he hit the ground roughly. Looking up, he saw Ichigo glaring at him, slowly drawing his hand back before turning on his heel and showing his back to him. Get out of here. Before I change my mind. Are you not curious about what I did to the queen here? Ichigo hesitantly glanced over his shoulder, his eyes eyeing the scythe as Doran Bolt made to pick it up. Ah yes, I see you have the right idea. Yes, it was this. This scythe has the ability to sever the memories of people and events from the minds of others. I merely removed the memories of the future versions of Levi and Laxus from their minds. I figured some things should remain private after all. Spinning the scythe around, Doran Bolt had it come to rest across his shoulders. I used it on your orders too. In the future, I mean. Take pride in the fact that even as you did questionable things, Levi and Laxus did still believe in you to some degree. Because you see, it wasn't just Wendy singing your praises. They too denied what most people believed in and still chose to have faith in you. They did, at least until the day you begged me to remove you from the minds of everyone but those fighting with you, so that they could hate you freely and not risk themselves for your sake. What? But they knew Ichigo! Exclaimed Natsu. Did you not hear them? They knew he was their friend. Ah yes, muttered Doran Bolt. A flaw in my magic, so to speak. To make them forget, I cut Ichigo with this weapon, purposefully removing the memory of him being in Fairy Tail from everyone. I then restored it in an isolated fashion to his friends to avoid relinking everyone back to that memory. And because no one ever remembered him joining Fairy Tail, they lost all their bonds with him as a result of that. I doubt he expected Levi and Laxus to lose their legendary spells for a brief while, however. He forgot how precious he was to them and how involved he was, and it took some time for them to find new reasons to reawaken them, this time in hatred at him. If he hadn't been there, they never would have had reason to make those spells, both for the good and the bad times. So when they came back in time. Yes. They suddenly remembered everything about Ichigo, but because of this their hatred only grew. They saw him as a betrayal of everything, their fallen minds not allowing them to even understand why he did what he did. Reason was lost to them, he was the object of their obsession for revenge after all, and so they became even worse than before. For that at least, I am sorry. I truly am, for I never expected they would be able to remember Ichigo. Because of this, they became ugly versions of themselves. Please, forgive me. I am truly sorry for that, Ichigo. Protector of the Fairies. It's over, muttered Makarov in relief, leaning back against the wall that was still luckily standing behind him. His brief time in his Titan form had destroyed a lot of the nearby surroundings, so he was lucky even one bit was still here to support him. All around the city, medical teams were working overtime, and it was the same here. They had been lucky. So goddamn lucky. All his children were still alive, and he had never been so happy to be able to think such a thought. Of course it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for them. They all had their fair share of injuries. Nothing they wouldn't recover from given time, but most of them wouldn't be fighting any time soon. If Natsu and Taoshiro hadn't been here, it could have been much worse. This raised a dilemma, however. They had been treated as allies by the Queen because of the situation. They were help that was desperately needed, especially when they had 5 of the 7 Dragon Slayers in their guild. But now? Now they were expendable. No, it was worse than that. Now they weren't even necessary. The trouble was over. The day was won. What need was there for a dark guild now? They won't try anything. Makarov looked up in surprise to see Byakuya, the left sleeve of the man's top missing along with a large amount of dried blood down his arm from what was visible, most of it hidden in a sling. I've already talked with the other generals and they have agreed to spread the word about Fairy Tale today. The Queen herself has also guaranteed your safety and the return of your legal status. And no one can deny you that right after the stunt Ichigo pulled during the games. It's over. Makarov let the relief show itself freely, happy to hear some good news at the very least. Thank you for all your help, Byakuya. You've done more than I've been able to do recently. Maybe I'll retire soon. Give Fairy Tale a fresh start with a capable youngster. What do you think? It is up to you. I'm afraid I will not be able to join you, however. You're worried about the Magic Council? I am. Byakuya sighed, watching Mirti in the distance as she chatted with the other Fairy Tale mages. They still need to be stopped, one way or another. I need to step back for a while and try and work out what to do. Shunsui is right in that we cannot be rash, however I sense an opening will appear soon enough. Ichigo. Exactly. I do not believe he knew this would happen today. Staying here for so long was unlikely to be part of his calculations, especially with how long the illusionary army lasted. That was nothing more than his attempts to buy a brief amount of time, and something obviously went wrong and he ended up here during the battle. But now he's free to move around, so long that no one catches him. Could they stop him if they tried? Byakuya shook his head. No. I'm glad I'm not his enemy. He would be a hard person to fight, I am confident in that fact. I think the same. I wouldn't be able to beat him as he is now. I'm not even sure when he surpassed me. It was probably long ago, looking at how old I am now and how much weaker I've gotten. The younger generations always get so much stronger, you included. Master. Makarov looked over towards Wendy as she approached them all, Laxus and Levi not too far behind. They didn't look too badly hurt, but then Wendy could have easily healed them up before they got there. What he found out, however, was the people following them, Kelia helping Leon as Jura trailed behind them with Gajeel slung across his back. Leon didn't stop as Jura placed Gajeel down on the ground with the others, leaving him to be fussed over even as he struggled to push them away. Instead he kept walking until he was face to face with Makarov before bowing his head to the ground in shame. I'm so sorry. Makarov felt his blood freeze. Somehow he already knew what Leon was apologizing for, as there was only one reason someone like him would have to apologize to someone like him. But still, he had to be sure. He had to have hope that he was wrong on this matter. What's wrong? He asked in concern, reaching a hand out to the man. He didn't have any trouble injecting the emotion into his voice. He was worried enough for the man too when he saw the fact that the man had basically hobbled here on a fake leg that could probably only let him move as fast as a slow crawl. What happened? It's Gray. Everyone hear Leon as he said those two words, the entire group falling quiet as they turned towards him. Makarov felt that same fear he already felt grow larger, realizing that he had been right in knowing that something terrible had happened. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him. I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough to not need him. I'm sorry. Calm down, Makarov said softly, resting a hand on the man's shoulders. Tell me what happened. Leon took a deep breath before he started. We were outnumbered. There were 5 dragons heading towards us, and we were all exhausted. Gajeel was out of energy, Jura had his legendary spell shattered, and I had nothing left to help out with either. All I could do was use Iced Shell. And then Gray appeared. Clenching his fists, Leon dug them into the dirt as he tried to hold in his tears. He offered an alternative. He used Iced Shell instead. I should have stopped him. It should have been me who did it. He argued it was for the sake of my daughter, but I know it wasn't. I was a coward. I didn't want to die. Breaking down into tears, Leon pushed himself lower to the ground, too ashamed to see the look he expected to see on Makarov's face. I'm so sorry. I'm so dash. What are you sorry for? Lion's head whipped up, Makarov's soft smile never vanishing as he looked the man straight into his eyes. Are you sorry that Gray died? That idiot was always stubborn when he put his mind to something. Changing it was hard enough at times, and Natsu was normally the best guy to do that. No offense or anything, but do you really think he'd listen to you? Laughing, Makarov shook his head. No, he wouldn't. So please, Do not blame yourself for this. But if I had been stronger. If I had used iced shell, Gray would have not needed to. And worse, the ice was melted. His entire sacrifice meant nothing. How can I do anything but apologize? Because it wasn't your fault, said Makarov seriously, his smile fading. Sometimes, things happen. Sometimes sacrifices become worthless. Sometimes the sake of your life can amount to nothing. Is that what you are thinking right now? Is that what you believe happened here? Yes. Don't. Makarov's smile returned as he wrapped his arms around the man, trying to comfort him as he would any of his children. Gray used iced shell because he didn't want you to use it, right? He wanted you to live, right? So why are you saying his sacrifice here was in vain? If you had used it, there would be nothing to it. It would be a pointless death in the end, just as you believe Gray's was. But Gray's sacrifice did mean something here. He stopped you. Grabbing the man softly, he turned him around to make him face everyone in Fairy Tale. Not one of them showed any of the hatred he had expected to see when he revealed the news. Only understanding and acceptance. They all realize it too. Gray may not have stopped the dragons. He may not have done much. But in the end, there was one single thing he did that you would never have done if you used that spell. He saved you. A single life was saved. In the end, he saved someone that he wanted to live, and made sure they would be able to carry on, even at the cost of his own life. He's right, said Urza, raising her hand to her heart. He entrusted the rest of his life to you. He entrusted you to live on in his place. To enjoy life now that he cannot, and to cherish your own. You don't just have a single life relying on you anymore. You have him, and all you can do now is live for his sake. To make sure his sacrifice is never wasted. Do you see? Asked Makarov quietly, his hands placed reassuringly on Lion's shoulders. So live on. Do not blame yourself for Gray's fate. He may have died, but he certainly did not die in vain. Remember that for as long as you live. Nodding, Leon wiped his eyes, trying to get rid of the tears that wouldn't stop. Pausing, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pendant. Makarov recognized it instantly. It was the same one Gray always wore. Here. It was all that was left. That and the medallion I made. Shaking his head, Makarov forced the pendant back into Lion's palm and forced him to close his hand around it. Keep it. Gray would have wanted you to have it. You were a brother to him in his mind after all. Nodding, Leon gripped the pendant tightly. Thank you. Jura gave a nod to Makarov as he approached the two before lifting Leon onto his back to help him back. Kelia quickly waved goodbye to Wendy as the three Lamia scale mages left, heading back towards their own guild. It made sense that they would want to get back to them. Unlike them, Lamia scale had achieved too many casualties. They had been protecting the civilians and had also been forced to hold off the remaining dragon's final charge. Out of all the guilds, they had been hit the worst. Standing to one side, Levi and Laxus both scanned the crowd, sighing when they didn't see who they wanted to see. It was understandable though. Ichigo couldn't just appear right now. He was an enemy to the world after the stunt he had pulled, and the king had yet to be found as well. To the eyes of anyone outside of those that knew him, he had murdered the king and had been the reason for Fairy Tale's fall in the first place. Knowing that, it would be unlikely they'd see him anytime else. Natsu? Ichigo. Their heads snapped towards Makarov's voice, quickly turning from there to follow his gaze. They saw Natsu trudging along ahead of him, looking down at the ground with clenched fists. And behind them was Ichigo, not really looking any better. His clothes were torn and battered, but what struck them was how dead he looked. His head rose slightly as he noticed the stairs before his eyes latched onto them. It was like a light had appeared in them as he suddenly broke into a run, pushing past everyone as he tried to reach them. Yoichi Laxus was cut off as he and Levi were both pulled into a bone-crushing hug, finding it hard to breathe with how strong his grip was on them. They could feel his hands shaking as he held them both, tears falling onto their shoulders as he refused to let go. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It was like a dam had been broken open, the words not stopping as he held tightly, almost as if he was afraid they would vanish if he let go. Laxus and Levi didn't know what to do, so in the end they simply returned the hug, doing their best to comfort him however he needed. Natsu meanwhile walked over to the rest of the guild before speaking more dreaded words to the master. Lucy's dead. Protector of the fairies. Are you not going to go and see Fairy Tale? Asked the being inside Yuzo, still resting on the celestial spirit king's shoulder. I thought you wanted to see the people those summoners of yours liked. Mermaid heel too, I suppose. I will. In time. You're not going to seal yourself away again, are you? There wasn't much change of Yuzo's face, but the celestial spirit king knew his friend well enough to understand how she was feeling, even if it wasn't being shown. She was scared that he'd leave her alone again. Have no fear, my old friend. I will not be disappearing anytime soon. Besides, if I did, you'd break free of the bonds and reorganize something similar to the Eclipse Gate once more to help set me free, whether I agree with it or not. So what will you do about that then? The celestial spirit king glanced upwards at what she was talking about, seeing the world he had created in the sky above. The portal he had come through still hung there in the air, the world beyond waiting for him to return. If he returned, of course. And if he was staying, there was only one thing left to do. Clenching a hand, he held it upwards, light shining from his fist and firing up into the portal. The world above started to become distorted as the world itself warped in the sky, folding and compressing before his very eyes. And then it was gone, as quick as it had first appeared. His home was no more. If only you were this capable of closing the time distortion. I've got to leave some jobs to the younglings, the giant replied jollily, a faint frown hidden as he remembered what Ichigo and Mavis had done before they had left. I'm a specialist for spatial magic anyway. Meanwhile they had both been preparing for the Eclipse Gate beforehand. Closing the hole left in time that I sealed down was an easy enough task at that point. You know what, Mavis is right. I've got a rough idea, but I have the general gist of it. I'd have to be a fool not to when I've been around you for so long. I suppose, muttered the being. What about your world? You've destroyed it now. I can always rebuild it. Besides, it is not wise to leave such a world like that unoccupied. Every celestial spirit mage who used silver keys will have already found that they can no longer call on those spirits too. They were artificial spirits, but they became part of me the moment the zodiac stopped existing. They were merely those that filled the gaps after all, and without the power of the zodiac they couldn't keep themselves separate from my power. Turning his large head towards her, the celestial spirit king frowned. But we have another matter as well to deal with right now. Let this girl go. But she's useful. I'll never find a better host than her. You do not need a host. You're linked to me after all. I can supply you with all the magic you need, and you can have a form without needing a physical body. But dash. Leave her, Zara. Yuzu's body went rigid, the being inside her freezing as she heard the name she was called. That's right. That's your name. You forgot, didn't you? I can see it. You ran out of magic, and so you retreated into your core. But that core was in another world, and so you were lost in the void, waiting to be called out. That's how this girl must have found you, in a damaged state where your memories were fuzzy beyond those that were most important to you. The longer you stayed with her, the more they returned to you and became clearer. But now you no longer need her. Raising his broken sword, the celestial spirit king revealed to her the lacrima embedded in the crossguard of the blade. This is your home, Zara. The place you have wanted to return to for so long. I ask you, old friend, will you be by my side once more? My name. Zara. I'm Zara. The happiness radiating in her voice was music to the giant's ears, and he was quickly forced to catch the girl's body that Zara was inhabiting as the magic left her and returned to the lacrima he held. Almost instantly Zara reappeared once more on the celestial spirit king's shoulder, this time with a younger appearance, long brown hair pulled into pigtails. She glanced down at herself, slightly remembering the style she had worn quite a while ago. It was a simply design, a short dress with the sleeves held separately further down her arms and a pair of tights that covered her legs, finished with a pair of light-colored boots. And yet for her it was so nostalgic to wear. You've taken a new form, commented the celestial spirit king as he examined her. What inspired the change? Zara shrugged. I'm not sure. My memories are kind of vague in that regard. I remember messing around for a while, and I remember finding a couple somewhere who wanted a child. There was death, and then I think I took that child's place after influencing the parents' choice of name. I was probably bored and thought it would help pass the time while I waited for the Eclipse Gate to finally be used. The rest is kind of a blur. I hope your fun was wholesome, Zara. I know how you can be when you don't get your way. I'm sure I was fine, pouted the girl, crossing her arms. So what we going to do about Yuzu? She's been a good host, so I can't deny that I do feel a scrap of guilt for using her as a puppet so much. Hopefully her family didn't die. That would be kind of awkward to explain. They are already nearby. They have been for a while now, waiting for a chance to attack us if necessary. Setting his blade down on the ground, the Celestial Spirit King turned towards the sources of magical power. You can come out, he stated as he lowered Yuzu down to the ground. She's unharmed, so you do not need to worry about her. She just needs some time to recover. Ishin stepped out of the shadows before walking over to them, his hand never leaving the hilt of his sword in case he needed it. Reaching down for Yuzu, he examined her quickly before letting out a sigh of relief. She was perfectly fine. Just exhausted. With that done, he picked up carefully with both hands before facing the Celestial Spirit King for a moment. I want you to promise me that the thing you're talking to, wherever it is, won't ever possess her again. I won't have my daughter used as your puppet. She won't, assured the Celestial Spirit King, sending a glare at the spirit on his shoulder. I will make sure of that. Thank you. Ishin didn't waste any time in leaving, shunpoing away as fast as he could. Turning back to the sky, the Celestial Spirit King sighed as he looked into the distance. Something is happening, Zara. Something soon. For someone to even be corrupted by Mimi Heiji, even if it was 7 years in the future, does not bode well for the world. That being has not been heard from in hundreds of years from what I can tell from the minds of my zodiac parts. So why now? What changed that awoke it? Is Mimi Heiji strong? Asked Zara. I mean, I know it was once a Nukin, and the magical barrier particles are dangerous, but what about it itself? Strong. Mimi Heiji can't be described as strong because that word does not have enough meaning in it to convey Mimi Hagi's strength. It would be better to describe it as a fallen god. One that I don't even know how it was originally defeated in the first place. Protector of the fairies. Is this true, Lahar? Lahar nodded at the lacrima in front of him, feeling disappointed himself in the outcome. I'm afraid so, sir. It seems it was exactly as we feared. The king had been hiding something from the Magic Council, and because of such actions a catastrophe was almost caused today. I see. Lahar could see Grand Doma stroking his beard in the image, the old man thinking carefully on what to do. This is grave news indeed. But it has only gone on to prove my original thoughts on the matter. Crocus cannot be allowed to independently resolve magical matters any further. There cannot be a division in the country and excuses cannot be made. Sir. You do understand what this means, don't you, Lahar? You are a smart lad. There is a reason I've kept you by my side for so long. The time has come to unite Fiori under one banner. Our banner. The banner of the Magic Council. In all fairness, sir, protested Lahar, the danger has passed. From what I have observed, the Eclipse Gate, the device used, shows no signs of life in it anymore. The gate is dead, and it no longer represents a crucial threat to the world. Sanctions I can understand, the king has made a grave mistake in not alerting us to such a dangerous weapon, but to dissolve his leadership. I understand your point of view, Lahar. You always do help me get a glimpse at places I cannot see anymore. But if he did this once, and behind our backs at that, how can we ever trust him to manage the magic he has within his city wisely? And that is ignoring the gravity of the situation in regards to the magic he used. The Eclipse Gate is a device made by Ziraf himself. The magic within it has always contained traces of Ziraf's magic, and nothing good ever comes from touching such forbidden magic. Bringing a hand to his head, Grand Doma rubbed his brow in annoyance. And look at what that foolish king caused because he messed with something he didn't completely understand. No, in the end it was not even him that caused the mess that unfolded but his foolish daughter instead. I saw the broadcast of the Grand Magic Games, and I saw Juushiro's little pet take the king. No, the choice to open the gate tonight lay solely on the shoulders of a foolish little girl, pretending to be wiser beyond her years. We cannot trust such magical matters to such uneducated individuals when it comes to the issue they are drastically lacking in. No, continued Grandoma, resolve in his eyes. Magic can only be governed by those who have wielded it. By those who have experienced its joys and have experienced its flaws. Crocus can no longer be allowed to be independent. For the sake of the magical world, it must be changed. So the choice has been made, whispered Lahar quietly. Very well. I will remain on standby here and dash. No. I will need you back here by my side, Lahar. Lahar frowned, noticing the almost urgent tone in the chairman's voice. He didn't question it, however, only nodding his head. Very well. I should be able to make it back in a few days if I travel as fast as I can. That won't be quick enough. Head to the nearest Rune Knight outpost and use their teleportation systems. I'm sending you the access code now. That will only work for 2 hours, so hurry to the base and return to my side. I understand. What about the assault? 2 generals are already under the roof of the enemy. The others will join them shortly to end this once and for all. Every troop on standby nearby is being mobilized for this one final assault. By midnight tomorrow night, Crocus will no longer have a king or queen in charge of them. Instead, it shall be me. Protector of the fairies. So you've returned, Master Zeref. The black-haired man simply tilted his head towards the voice as he stepped out the shadows, depositing the weights on his shoulders off onto the ground. The man who greeted him took one look at the bodies before frowning. What are they? Some toys for keys to play with, but I'm curious, Silver. Why do you care? Silver shrugged, his steel armor shifting slightly on his chest along with the pauldrons with his guild mark on his shoulders. Under the armor he wore much simpler clothes, different shades of brown clashing with one another while a bright cape hung from his back, as white as snow. Just curious. The news of those games the humans were having was interesting to see, but they left it on such a big cliffhanger, you know? I mean, I never expected that guy to pull such a stunt. What was his name? Ichigokuro dash. Silver froze in fear as an overwhelming sensation fell upon him, screaming at him to run before it was too late. But he couldn't move, the cold eyes of Zeref locking him place with just a stare. Never utter that name in front of me, Silver, Zeref demanded to the man, knowing immediately that his demand would be obeyed without question. Nodding, Silver awkwardly scratched at the stubble on his chin when the pressure finally lessened, trying to not look so nervous around the man who was responsible for his current state of existence. Sorry boss, won't do it again. See that you don't, Silver. Otherwise you'll regret it. To me, none of you are irreplaceable. Silver gulped as he watched Zeref leave, knowing he couldn't argue about that fact with the man. It was the truth. For demons such as himself, he could be easily replaced if he stepped out of line, and likely with a demon that could do everything he could do and more. He was already on thin ground as it was, possessing Ice Devil Slayer magic. When surrounded by demons, not one of them would approach you when you possessed the power to slay them with unnatural ease. So it seems even the mighty Absolute Zero can be scared, mocked another voice, Silver scowling as 2 women showed up. The first, the one who was calling out to him, was probably the woman he liked the least. Dressed in a skin-tight suit, one he had pointed out how revealing it was many times to not avail, and wearing horned helmet that hid her hair away was the demon known as Kyuka, the most sadistic woman he had ever had the misfortune to meet. It was better than what she normally wore, however. This was what could be considered her formal wear. Her other attire was far worse in his opinion. The other woman he could at least stand. Wearing a simple leopard-printed kimono, the shade Nod blue, she was a lot more conservative than her fellow demon. That wasn't saying much when the kimono itself was still far too revealing, but it was better than Kyuka. A yellow ribbon held the kimono closed while thigh-high socks covered her legs and a white headband circled her head, curved horns on each side of her head. He had never asked if they were real or not, but he had a pretty good guess that they weren't fake considering how she reacted when anyone touched them. She could be scary at times, especially with those blood-red eyes of hers and those tattoos that had the odd habit of glowing that same color when she was pissed. Sela was hard to deal with when she was like that. The goddesses of the slave planet and the clear moon sky, he greeted, purposely using their titles rather than their names. If they weren't going to use his name, then he might as well follow suit. And here I thought you two were busy dealing with those groups of humans following us. Cultists and the like. They possess an interesting tale, stated Sela, her eyes possessing a glint in them like whenever she found something that caught her eye or looked like it might be amusing to watch unfold. Despite being humans, those that should reject our master, they have a surprising number of followers, and their leaders at least has the foresight to see the world for what it is and for what Master Zeref seeks from it. Some of them even have some interesting traits amongst them. They would make good demons if only they would offer up themselves as sacrifices. Kyuka nodded in agreement, obliviously annoyed that she couldn't take a few and try and turn them into demons anyway. It is such a shame Master Zeref has forbidden us from touching them, but we must accept that if that is his wish. I believe he said something about them losing that amusing spark if they became like us, bound to his will. They follow Master Zeref out of their belief in him, stated a new voice, a dark-skinned man appearing with long blonde hair. His arms exposed, the man wore a simple sleeveless top, a tie around his neck under the shirt's collar. His hands truly exposed his demonic nature, however, small scale-like blades on each of them along with sharp claw-like fingernails. We follow him out of loyalty as his creations. It only makes sense that Zeref finds it amusing to watch the viewpoints of others, as unchanging as he is. I suppose it even gives him some joy to watch the humans fight amongst themselves, the other side feeling betrayed by their own race for joining him. So you're back too, Tempester, commented Silver. Looks like many of the 9 demon gates are assembling today. Is there any special reason behind this? Master Zeref called us back. Would there be any other reason not to assemble? Even Franmouth is returning after his gathering trip, and from what I have heard he has found a very interesting soul this time. Jackal and Ezel should be back within the hour if the winds speak correctly, and Torafuzar is already here somewhere. Keys is the only one of us who cannot be called back, his job still ongoing. Never mind that, stated Kyuka, sauntering over to Silver in an amused fashion. I heard some very interesting news from the demons watching from afar. Apparently a very promising ice mage died during the battle. What was his name? Grey Fullbuster? Oh wait, isn't that the same surname as your own? My old son, Silver explained, knowing that she already knew the answer. Why wouldn't she? She knew most of the secrets contained here in Tartarus, bearing those that only Master Zeref and his elites were allowed to know. But even with some secrets hidden from her, he knew that she knew how he had come about. All of the 9 demons' gates did. I'm surprised he was alive, honestly. Oh really? You might be interested to know that he had some odd characteristics. He was quite demon-like at times. More demon-like than you are for sure. Silver could only shrug, knowing not to press her right now while she was trying to dig for something. It was an odd relationship he had with them all. He was a devil slayer. He had the power to slay them all. But as a demon, he was just that. A demon. The other 9 demon gates, however, were devils, demons of the highest class. Each and every one of them was from some of the strongest books in Zeref's library, somewhere that he didn't even know where it was hidden within Tartarus. Demons, and especially devils, from the books of Zeref were typically a step above any others created in different ways. If he didn't have his Ice Devil Slayer magic, he doubted he would even be ranked so highly amongst them at all, and even then he knew some of them were disappointed in his level of power. As if knowing he could be far stronger still than he actually was. Hand raising and brushing some of his hair back, his hand passing the large scar over his left side of his face that almost touched his eye, Silver posed a question of his own to her. What's going to happen, that other Devil Slayer? Kenpei Kizaraki, was it? All the other demons froze for a moment, all of them having a brief burst of fear or wariness at that name. Ah yes, muttered Sela, gripping the book she held tightly with both hands. That beast. He certainly is impressive for a human, muttered Kyuka, no less unsettled by the man. I could understand if he was something else, but he's still a flesh and blood human. He's not even a being like Master Zeref, Anukin. And yet his strength has reached and surpassed the pinnacle of all humans around him. Anukin. Silver couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't heard of this term before. Bit clueless here, but what's an ukin? Those that are unique, to quote Master Zeref. Those that the magic of the world has found interesting to some degree. Master Zeref doesn't quite agree with some of the choices, however, in particular that certain Shinigami. He did seem a bit tense when I tried to say his name. Kyuka laughed dryly. Tense is an understatement. I've never seen Master Zeref so obsessed with an individual before in my lifetime. Not even END has made him this obsessed, and it's been showing more and more often recently. He's been creating more and more demons and destroying them immediately after, trying to create stronger and stronger demons to face him. He's looking for a masterpiece that surpasses END itself. Silver hid the look of fear that almost threatened to show. A demon that surpassed END? Was that even possible? Zeref had never created any demon anywhere near as powerful as that one according to the tales he had heard about it, and now he was trying to surpass it. He knew the tales of how strong END had been. How it hadn't even been able to be killed, and that the one responsible for beating it had instead been forced to seal it away. And the one who had defeated END had been one of the strongest dragons to currently live at the time. Was Zeref really even capable of creating something that surpassed that? These bodies? Asked Tempester curiously, an odd frown on his face as he looked at the bodies of the people Zeref had brought with him. Did Master Zeref bring these? Yeah, answered Silver. Said they were some new toys for Keys to play with. Why? Something wrong with them? They're odd, muttered Tempester, a hand hovering over their bodies but not quite touching. This magic? No, it's not like that. It's not even a curse. I know this feeling. I remember it. No wonder Master Zeref brought them back here for Keys. I'm not surprised he brought them here. Master Zeref has always been cautious about this stuff. That he has been, muttered Kyuka. But he may have other plans once he's purified the bodies. He will take any weapon he can get for the war to come. It truly is beginning. The destruction of all humanity and the creation of the new world. Soon, Master Zeref will achieve his vision. And we will help him reach it, fulfilling his deepest wishes just like we always have. As the 9 demon gates that guard Tartarus, we shall stand victorious. For the sake of Master Zeref, and the completion of his dreams. Protector of the Fairies. Celebration of the end. So you've returned, Uriah. Uriah didn't say a word, instead bowing before the man in front of him, sat upon an ice-like throne. Indeed, Your Majesty. Good, I am glad. The man raised a hand to his chin, resting his head upon it as he stared down at the kneeled man below him. Tell me, what did you think of him? Of your brother? He was stronger than I expected. The power of the absorb is just as powerful as you said it was. I don't think my observations of him captured the full limits of it either, just as I do not believe he managed to get a full glimpse at my own power. I see. A smirk crossed the man's face as he leaned back into his throne, letting his arm come back down to rest on the side of it. Ichigo Kurosaki. He really has grown from back then. It's been years since I last saw that lost son of mine. Bringing up his other arm, the man couldn't help but smile as the blue pattern of lines crossed his skin. Uriah recognized this ability. Blood Vene, the ultimate form of defensive power for the body. The flow of blood could be slowed or even halted in wounded areas, and it was through this manipulation that the incredible defensive powers appeared from, magic cycling all around the body right under the skin. This pattern wasn't familiar to him though. The color of the pattern was definitely blood vene, but the pattern itself was where it all differed, crisscrossing a lot more than a normal blood vene did. You are curious, aren't you, my son? This is the power of his mother, Masaka Kurosaki. Uriah's only response was to clench his fight tightly, hoping that it wasn't noticed by His Majesty. It is such a splendid form that her magic has taken. Not even my blood vene was this well constructed. Yes, her shrift formed beautifully. The shield. It really is deserving of its name, do you not agree? It is a powerful ability, admitted Uriah reluctantly. Yes. It's such a shame your mother was never able to produce such a fine one too before she died. Her illness really did work against her, and she still refused my aid to save her life too. I'm glad you have finally rejoined me, even after the rest of your family denied my invitations over the years. If your grandfather had joined, then he could have had his dream live on forever through me. His power was a sight to behold, even in his weakened body. I truly wish he could have seen the good he could have done by my side as one of my stern ritter. I'm sure my grandfather would have been honored if he had been a bit less foolish. The man on the throne nodded, letting the pattern across his skin fade as he brought his arm back down. Yes, that is always the problem with foolish individuals. I have met quite a few in my lifetime, and they are never truly pleasant to deal with when they get the idea into their heads that I am their enemy. Looking to his side, the man easily spotted his blonde-haired follower hiding in the shadows. Jugram, your report. Stepping out of the shadows, his white cape lifting with each step, the stern ritter Grand Master made his way towards the throne, his footsteps echoing across the marble floor. Kneeling near Uriah, slightly further ahead and not quite as low down as he was, Jugram reached into his cloak before holding out a small sharp to his majesty. The battle against the dragons has come to an end. The result dash. Dragons. Uriah froze, realizing he had spoken out of turn before bowing his head down low to the ground. The man on the throne simply chuckled, however, making him glad he had more favor with him than most did. If he had been a lowly soldat or even a low-ranked stern ritter, then he might have been executed on the spot, or at least punished. That's right, Uriah. You left before it all began. Joining his hands under his chin, the man leaned forward towards them both. This is why I had Jugram here to watch the rest unfold. You saw it. To some degree. My eyesight is not what it used to be, but it was enough to get a glimpse of what was to come. And I feared it would not be wise to let too many Quincy linger in Crocus given the circumstances, especially not one as valuable to me as you are. As his eyes flickered back to Jugram, the blonde-haired Quincy took that as his sign to continue. The mages won, though not without casualties. Unfortunately, none of the special war potentials perished in the battle bar one. The ice demon, Grey Fullbuster. So he died, did he? A pity. And here I had such hopes for him. Such widespread control over ice is rare, even more so outside of Quincy and Shinigami. He would have made a worthy mage for our forces, provided we would be able to tempt him to join us over another. The celestial spirit mages also perished during the battle. This I managed to confirm once the war was over thanks to the aid of the Lloyd twins. This shard, however, was a fragment I found from the area where the celestial spirit king fought, a being who they summoned down from the stars. From the glimpses I got at him from a distance, he was an incredible powerful individual, his power coming close to rivaling your own. I see. Taking the shard from Jugram's hands, the man turned it over as he examined in the air, taking in every detail of the broken shard. As if sensing his presence, the fragment shattered before his eyes, fading away till no trace of it was left. An interesting weapon, but useless in any but his hands. I cannot replicate the energy within it from a mere shard. If it is your wish, we can mobilize the stern ritter to try and take this being down. There is no need. He is not a pressing concern. Rising from his throne, his black cloak fluttering around him, the man took slow steps down from the throne, each holding so much power and control to them as his magic radiated outwards around them. Without a word, the man passed them, moving towards the doors of his throne room. Both Quincy rose and fell into line behind him, neither saying a word nor asking where they were going. As if sensing the presence of their ruler, the soldat outside opened the doors wide, allowing the man to pass through without interference. Every Quincy that they passed paused in whatever they were doing as their eyes glanced upon the man, bowing out of respect or fear of their king and his power. They finally reached a large set of gates, many of the Quincy having paused to bow even as they wondered what he was even doing visiting them. Looking towards the large ornate gateway before him, gold markings etched into the metal, the man known as Wywak turned to them all as he spoke, his voice echoing with the deep tone of his voice. Ready the gate of the sun. Assemble the stern ritter. It is time to alert the world to my return. Protector of the fairies. Is this really okay? Asked Levy, her arms struggling to reach behind her back for the zip on her dress. Lysina shrugged, taking pity on the girl and helping her out. You mean us all attending the celebration, right? Well, we did get pardoned, and the king was found so. Lysina shrugged again as she finished zipping up the dress, bringing a hand to her chin. Honestly, it'll feel a bit weird, but at least don't have to be afraid of being arrested and imprisoned anymore. It was a weird feeling for them all. The king had been found safe and sound, though it had taken some time to search through the palace to find him, but in the end he had been alive, no worse for wear. One of the first things he had done once he had returned as well had been to thank everyone profusely for their aid and had sworn to grant any wishes they had so long as it was in his power to do so. For them, there had been no other choice. To return to their old legal status. The news would be announced tomorrow morning when the king's safe return would be broadcasted across all of Fiori, and would likely put a lot of people's minds at rest. There was no guarantee they would ever get their old guild hall back or even be able to operate in the same town anymore, but it was a start. And at least they wouldn't have to be on the run anymore. That's not what I mean though, muttered Levy as she put on the flat pair of shoes she had been lent. They had all been given these fancy clothes, just like everyone else had been. It was all for the celebration tonight, and that was part of why she was anxious. People died. In some ways I'm not sure it's right to be celebrating. Sometimes it's better to remember people in different ways, offered Urza, fiddling with own dress in her metal arm. With all the plating on it, it still looked out of place, and the difficulty was in trying to wear the dress in such a way that actually complemented it. That or to simply put the arm away for now. People like Lucy and Gray are not people who want people crying over them. They'd likely smack some sense into them if they could speak, telling them to hurry up and come to their senses. They'd want us to be able to move forward while remembering them, not to wallow in despair that they are no longer here. Still. Trust me, I know how you feel. But the past is the past. It won't vanish just because we celebrate the fact that we are alive, and their memories won't fade either. So long as we have them in our hearts, they won't be forgotten. I learned long ago that this was the best way to continue moving forward. Ah. Levy couldn't believe she had forgotten. Urza had suffered a lot more than most in her past, losing countless friends and even the people who loved her. Of course someone like her would already have understood her concerns and had an answer ready for them. What's happening with Ichigo? Asked Wendy quietly. That managed to shut them all up. Levy still remembered how long it had taken her and Laxus to get Ichigo to let go, and no sooner had he done so had all those tears vanished as he pushed them deep inside himself. But it still was a concern. And no one understood why he had been like that. The fact he had come back with Natsu, the one who had told them the news about Lucy, had a few rumors going about that he was the one responsible, and that it was because of his hand in her death that he was begging for their forgiveness. As hard as it was to believe, it certain had been a possibility. Ichigo wasn't one to kill someone for no reason, especially not a fellow guild member. The fact the king was still alive after his threat to him was just more proof of this, not that the knights in the city would admit it. But if there had been an advantage of killing Lucy, some reason to that would help save everyone else, she was no longer sure what he might have done. The old him would have never done such a thing, but he wasn't as easy to understand as he once was. They hadn't seen his betrayal coming after all. It had been possible that he had looked at all the details and decided to save the many over the few. The arrival of the Celestial Spirit King, however, had given them the true answer. She had died because she had summoned him to this world, and it had required every drop of her own life force along with her future self and the Celestial Spirit Mage from Mermaid Heel. It had also broken all the Zodiac keys so that no trace of them remained, just like the bodies of the mages in question. So that left them wondering on why exactly he had been like that. Just what had he needed to do that made him beg for their forgiveness, since it was definitely related to her and Laxus in some way. They were the ones he had gone to after all. They were the ones he had cried on. No matter what had happened, however, there was still the question on what would happen to Ichigo now. One of the first orders the king had given was to have Ichigo escorted directly to him, and he had gone willing to. With how much power he had shown, it was highly unlikely they could hold him, but they still were all worried about him. He had yet to reappear since then, and it was already quite late in the first place, almost a day after the dragons had been repelled. What do you think he's planning? Asked Urza, turning to Levy curiously. Levy frowned, shrugging her shoulders. What makes you think I know? Because you know him best out of all of us. You should at least have a rough idea at what his plan is. Crossing her arms, Levy sighed as she moved closer to the wall to learn against. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure here. This isn't his end goal, that much Laxus and I know. He wasn't even meant to be here in my opinion. He was delayed, and stopped from heading straight towards whatever his main goal was. That helped a lot, to be frank. We couldn't have survived without him, but it still wasn't his plan. Then what is he planning? I honestly don't know. It has to be something bad, however, as he didn't want to be linked to us anymore, as if afraid whatever he did would drag us all into the mess he's going to create. He's probably going after something like the Rune Knight's base or the Magic Council itself. Everyone turned to listen, who only seemed to ignore them, scratching the underside of her chin as she thought carefully. I don't know Ichigo as well as you do, but I do know more than you do about the kind of person Kyan was. And as Kyan, he was like this at times, according to Miss Kyukaku. He hated dragging people into particularly dangerous missions and would often volunteer to go himself if he wasn't confident in their abilities to protect themselves. It always related to high-impact targets, and it's part of what got him and him alone caught by the King of Edalas, the few he had with him being bought enough time to escape and not get identified. Glancing upwards, her eyes didn't seem to fixate on any of them, as if glancing at something in the distance only she could see. If we consider who he had with him, he certain would have enough firepower to take on the Magic Council, even with their impressive defenses. Every single person with him has reached the pinnacle of what mages have achieved right now, all of them incredible powerful with skills people would waste their whole lives trying to achieve. And with 3 of the Magic Council's original 5 generals here, along with the loss of 2 wizard saints to summon, being Yoryuki and Jura, the people they can call upon to defend them is the lowest it's ever been. Right now would be a prime time to attack, if he wasn't currently being detained, of course. You worked that out quickly, muttered Myra, eyeing her sister warily. She loved her dearly, but sometimes she got shocked when she went off into moods like this. Moods where she could only see the world of Edalas before her and the faces of those she fought beside in the revolution. And when she was like that, she had to remind herself that this was not her innocent little sister, but instead her lost sister who had fought tooth and nail to do what she believed was right, failing and suffering in the process. Are you sure that's what he might do? It's only a hunch. Well, he strikes me as if he's more like who he was as Kyan right now over Ichigo. Someone who has to think of ways to do things that others might not necessarily approach of to achieve results. I think I at least have a grasp of that Kyan side of him from sharing a cell block with him for a while. I mean, I didn't even recognize him as Ichigo back then, even when his real hair color started to appear. He switched back a lot more towards his normal self when everyone else appeared, but in the first few weeks he was quite cold to me, as if unsure whether or not I was a trick of his brother's. And with his brother's obsession with him, it was a very likely possibility. It is possible, Levi muttered quietly to herself. And it would be just like him too to distance himself from us before attacking. We couldn't be held responsible for his actions and he'd take on all the blame. Without being able to stop it, a nostalgic smile appeared on her face. Why does that sound so familiar, eh? You say something? Asked Myra, Levi quickly shaking her head. It's nothing. I'm going to go find the others. I'm just about ready anyway. Glancing at herself in the mirror provided, she gave herself a quick look, fixing the odd bit of hair to how she wanted it, before double-checking everything else was okay. She couldn't take her staff, which was annoying considering how tense she still was from the previous night, but she wouldn't need it luckily. Wendy had almost refused to go when she heard that she couldn't take hers, adamant about not leaving Nobara behind. And with the kind of power that Lacrima had, she thought the girl was right. She had managed to be persuaded, but only because she had made sure to get a jacket that she could wear over her own dress, the pockets large enough to hide Nobara within them. She doubted the girl would even let her hand leave the pocket in how nervous she was about the whole affair. Waving goodbye, she left the others to finish getting ready before she headed down the hallway of the inn. The town had suffered massive damage, but there were places here and there that had survived better than others. Right now a lot of the mages were all clustered nearby, borrowing the larger business buildings that wouldn't be running anytime soon. It was only for a day or two anyway, and they couldn't impose on the civilians who still had homes to sleep in. The rest of the citizens that were now homeless were in similar situations to the one they were, only more permanent for the next few weeks until they could clear most of the damage away and rebuild everything. The ball itself was meant to be in the palace tonight, or at least what was left of it. A lot of it had been damaged just like the city had, but the large ballroom it held had suffered less damage than most, probably due to it being out of the way of where Ichigo had been fighting. The dragons had only been interested in where he was in regards to the palace and not anywhere else. As much as she wasn't sure if it was right or not, it would be nice to be able to unwind a bit tonight. They had spent most of the day helping out with the clearing and rebuilding efforts, especially in regards to moving the bodies of the dead dragons. She wasn't sure what would happen with the bodies now, but with them out of the way there would be no delays in the repairs that the city desperately needed. Reaching the end of the hallway, she glanced out of the window to see the absence of the massive ship in the sky. That ship had been a godsend in the end, having enough power to handle multiple dragons. Of course, if those dragons had swarmed it, then she wasn't sure how things would have turned out, especially if it had been at the start of the battle. While powerful, she doubted the shields it had could have held against a powerful dragon's breath attack. The lack of it there now, however, was almost like an omen in her mind, however, leaving her unsure of what to do. No one had seen hide or hair of the others that had allied with Ichigo since the battle ended. They had all rushed off, and she had a feeling they were in the same place that the ship was now. But where was that? And was Ichigo with them too? Idiot, of course I'm still here, said Ichigo, as if reading her mind. She jumped slightly, seeing Ichigo's reflection appear behind her in the mirror as she spun round to face him. An open door behind him signaled where he had come from and how he had managed to sneak up on. It still didn't get rid of her anger, however. You idiot! Where have you been? Huh? Don't you remember? I went to see the king. Not then. She gestured at him, making sure to poke at the suit he was wearing furiously. If you've been back long enough to get changed and to put something this smart on, then why didn't you come and say something? I was worried sick. Hey, I asked where you were, Ichigo protested. They said you and the girls were getting changed, and I doubt you'd all appreciate me appearing while you guys were naked or something. I'd probably get labeled as pervert and get kicked out of a window. I hear it's happened to some of the others in the past. Levi blushed at the implications of him turning up before stepping on his foot angrily, causing him to wince. You still could have knocked and waited. We thought you had dash. Up and left? Please, I've got some time. Levi felt her hopes break as she heard those last words. So you really are going? I'd hoped. Clenching her fists, she cleared her head as she looked seriously into his eyes. Take me dash. No. Ichigo didn't waste a second cutting her off, already knowing what she was trying to ask. Laxus already asked the same thing, and I'd rather not repeat myself if I can, though I figure I'll probably have to anyway. Levi nodded stubbornly. I know you probably don't want to get us involved, but we can help. We're friends, right? Friends help each other, no matter what happens. Ichigo sighed, taking a step past her to stare out of the window. That's why I can't involve you two. You know that, right? If I could, I'd do this alone, and that's the simple matter of it all. But I know I can't try and handle it all alone. I needed some people to help me, people to make sure I don't die from trying to do it all myself, so I choose some. Then why dash? You know why, Levi. You're smart. You know exactly why. We're best friends, you and I, same with Laxus. I value you two so much, more than I think you two will ever know, but at the same time you both have others that care for you too. You have Wendy and Kana and so many others. Laxus is the same, especially with Freed, Bixlow, and Evergreen. I could never make someone abandon their friends to come with me just because I'm also their friend, especially when I don't want to make everyone suffer for my own mistakes. Don't you see? He continued. The majority of the people I take with me have two things needed. Strength and loneliness. Not one of them has a strong tie to anyone else but me, and that's why I can bring them. Because they offer and know that if I leave they'd be all alone, and to a lot of them that is a fate worse than death. Mistogen, Nozomi, Shinji. Kisuke meanwhile is another factor. He won't abandon me after helping me in the shadows for so long. What about Hibiki? Hibiki. I gave him an offer. I even planned to frame it all, make it look like he was forced into complying. But then he showed how much skill he had and said that he'd be joining us no matter what, else he'd take the ship and leave. Then why can't we do the same? If we find some way to force your hand to make us join dash. I won't allow it, Levy. Turning around, his arms crossed, Ichigo glared down at the smaller girl. No matter what happens, I won't let you get pulled into my mess. You're safer away from someone like me. I'll only cause you pain from here on out. That's for me to decide, not you. Maybe, Ichigo admitted before sighing. But you know what? It's the last night we can all hang out freely. The king won't do anything about me until tomorrow. He told me that in person is the reason for summoning me. I was too helpful with repelling the dragons. He offered to pardon me, but... well, I can't be a good guy right now. I'll be associated too much with Fairy Tail if I am. You're going after the Magic Council, right? I heard Hibiki let a few things slip. But yeah, that's the main premise of it. Why? Ichigo shrugged, leaning back slightly as he put some distance between them. Why not? They are a threat, surely you must know that. The system isn't bad. It's not good since this was able to happen, but it's not bad either. I mean, just look at what Juoshiro did. Sure, he probably wasn't the best either, but he was fair. Grandoma. He tramples over everything Juoshiro held dear in his fear. He wants to be better than his predecessor, but in reality that's only made things so much worse. And now there's only one solution. To stop him before he can finish his next move. And afterwards? Do you plan to run for the rest of your life? Do you plan to hide away from everyone until you die? I don't know. Sighing, Ichigo crossed his arms deep in thought. Even if I became Kaian once again like I did in Edalas, for example, it would be pointless. I wouldn't be able to abandon the others after all is said and done. I'm falling into hell with a rope, and dragging them along behind me without any support. It's only fair if I sever that safety net for me too, to put us all in the same boat. Well then, what about us? Shouted Levy angrily, clenching her fists so tightly that they could probably draw blood if her nails were a bit longer. If that's your solution, then this is nothing more than an elaborate farewell. When you've done what you need to do, will we even see you again? Or will we die first before that happens? Please don't make me answer something like that, Levy. None of us will be able to enjoy the party tonight, I do. Besides, I think we're drawing a crowd. Levy frowned, her eyes flickering to the sides to see the doors nearby slightly ajar as familiar faces stared out curiously. She could see Laxus nearby in one side, looking completely pissed off, and yet he simply stood there trying not to look at Ichigo. Ah, she got why. He already knew. He'd already been told, and had accepted that there was no longer anything he could do or say to stop him. Still, she was stubborn. Especially with the people precious to her. You will come back. Levy dash. I don't care what you say, you'll come back. Even if you can't come home, you can still come back and see us. If you're going to be stubborn, then I'll be too. Because I won't let you isolate yourself and the others from everyone for the rest of your lives. No one deserves that fate. No matter what, you will return. And if I don't? There was a small bit of teasing in his voice, but Levy could hear what he was really implying. He was testing her. Trying to see if she could back up her claim that he would return. And even looking for a bit of hope himself. Then I'll come and join you instead. No matter what complaints you have against it, no matter what you say to stop me, there is one thing I know for certain that you would do. If I'm in trouble, you'll help me. And if I cause enough chaos myself, if I make enough people hate me too, won't the only safe place be by your side? You wouldn't. You're bluffing. You know me better than that, Ichigo. Do I really look like I'm bluffing? Ichigo sighed in exasperation, a small smirk on his lips. I see now why he likes you so much. Why he likes all of you so much, muttered Ichigo quietly, Levy frowning as she tried to hear him. Very well, you win. I'll be back. Just don't blame me if can't stay long and if I bring a hell of a lot of trouble to your doorstep. I'm not a fan of cleaning up messes that aren't my fault, even if they are from my actions. Protector of the Fairies. You owe me an explanation, Ichigo. Ichigo frowned, glancing up from the half-formed blade in his lap as he looked across the table. What's wrong, Kisuk? Something the matter? That man, he is the future version of Doran Bolt, correct? You've filled us in on the most of the details, but you've left a few things blank. Stuff like what happened after the Eclipse Gate was sealed, and by your hands. Or, to be more frank, Mavis's hands. The magic used to permanently seal the cracks and stabilize this position in time was done by her power. Don't even try and pretend otherwise. I noticed the faint energy signature still present. That magic is beyond the normal documented time magic of the world. Folding his arms over the table, Kisuk took his bucket hat off and rested it on the table, the calculating look in his eyes never vanishing. You've held back any knowledge on her for a few days now. I've asked, interrogated, even begged, and yet you've held back against every attempt I've made. And before I could accept that, I was curious, but it was a minor thing. I don't like not knowing things, I think everyone knows that, but I could handle something small like this. But this isn't small, Kisuk continued on, briefly pausing to watch for any signs of weakness in Ichigo's expression. This is not your normal run-of-the-mill entity. I've believed Mavis was simply a normal spirit, and yet after seeing that kind of power I'm no longer sure on that conclusion. A normal spirit should not be able to wield such power. It's rare enough for spirits to even exist, and never without some source of energy powering them in the first place. I know that, and I know you do too. Tell me, because right now her existence is worrying me for what it represents. It's too similar to another's. Who is Mavis Vermilion? Or rather, what is Mavis Vermilion? Shifting his legs till they came off the table and rested back on the floor, Ichigo sat up in his seat before taking his hands off the blade on his lap and bringing them together in front of him. Does it really matter, Kisuk? She's on our side. That should be all that matters. Correct. She's on your side. We all know that, no matter how she may hide it, her top priority is your survival, your success, your continued existence. It's in her voice, the possessiveness she shows around you, always clinging to you and hanging off your shoulder. She can fly in that ethereal form and yet she rides around on you whenever she gets the chance just to make sure she's close by. And the fact she calls you her master is another matter entirely. If she's this powerful to mess around with such advanced techniques with time magic, techniques I've neither seen nor heard of before, why does she need you in the first place? You really ask the tough questions to answer, don't you, Kisuk? Is it not enough to just trust me here? Oh, I trust you, but I know you. I know how you think generally, and she seems to too. You stayed away from me when you went to the Holy Palace because you were afraid of me manipulating your actions and decisions. If she knows you as well as I do, even if it has only been a short time, bear in mind, just how do you know she isn't doing the same? Ichigo sighed, glancing to his right subtly. Kisuk picked up on it easily, his eyes following Ichigo's gaze to the area he knew roughly that Mavis must currently be in. And now you're asking for her permission. She's not me, Kisuk, answered Ichigo sharply. Her secrets are her own, even if I know the majority of them, and they are not mine to share by my own decision. They were told to me because of her unnatural faith in me. You fear she'd manipulate me? I fear the opposite sometimes. I fear I'm taking advantage of her goodwill far too much, especially when she agrees without hesitation at times too. So yes, I'm asking permission from her to how much she wants me to say, if anything. Pausing for a few moments, Ichigo nodded, muttering a small word of thanks towards the air Mavis was present in before turning back to Kisuk. I'll point out now that she is rather annoyed at you. If I wasn't trying to regain as much strength as I possibly can after coming close to almost exhausting my reserves from the use of my Bankai, she'd be present beside us right now and screaming profanities at you. I'll thank you for that small mercy then. So then, what is Little Miss Ghost willing to share with the team? She's not normal, I'll tell you that much. Tell me, what do you know about the basement underneath Fairy Tail? That basement, huh? Kisuk frowned, thinking back to the time in his youth where he had seen it. Not much, to be honest. I threatened Makarov with the knowledge of it once, but any chance I had to slip down there faded when I left the guild for the Magic Council. The moment Makarov lost faith in me, I knew I'd never be able to slip into the guild undetected and get past the barriers in place to truly see what was hidden. But you know it was important, didn't you? Of course. Makarov wouldn't have fallen for my bluff if there wasn't anything to lose. And I mean really lose. One or two little secrets aren't so bad. But what has to be down there is irreversibly damaging to Fairy Tale's reputation if it ever got out. Or at least that's what I inferred from the situation. It's probably worse than you think. If the Magic Council had any indication of the existence of what was down there, they'd storm Magnolia and kill anyone in their path, regardless of the consequences. What was down there is something people would sacrifice whole armies for to get their hands on it. Kisuk opened his mouth to speak when he stopped, his mind running over the last few lines in his head once again. Was. You said was. You know I went to Magnolia, right? Mavis wanted me to check on what was down there. She hadn't been able to in over 100 years. That's a long time for something to be left unaccounted for, and the matter with Precht had her worried about the safety of what was stored down there. You won't tell me what it is, I assume. No. It's not that I don't trust you, but rather I don't trust anyone with this knowledge. My Edala's self is probably the only one in our group that does understand, but that's because he's considered a part of me by my own soul. As I know his past, he knows mine, and as a consequence knows hers too. All right. What can you tell me then? It was gone, right? That's what you're saying. Ichigo nodded, his hands unconsciously clenching before he forced them to relax. Unfortunately, yes. And worst is that we have no idea where the contents of said room have disappeared to. The doors were locked, sealed in such a way that no magic should have been able to escape. The room wasn't breached, that was certain. The only way they could have gotten into the room is if they knew the correct combination of seals to release the lock, or they have the master override hanging off their shoulder. But it wasn't Precht, was it? A man as smart as that would know to bring all his toys to take possession of Zeref. If it was him, it should have been obvious. Exactly. But if you remember what I said, this room was sealed. There should have been residual magic traces present from whoever opened the doors before. The doors themselves don't stay open for long. A defensive mechanism in case someone forgot to lock the door and reapply the seals. Even someone standing nearby and constantly opening and closing the door wouldn't have helped because some energy would have kept leaking into the room every time it opened. There is only one possibility left due to that. Sighing deeply, Ichigo let his head rest against one of his hands as he separated them. Anukin. Anukin? And you're sure on this? About 70%. A normal Quincy would lack the control to manipulate their magic in such a way. Same with powerful ones. For all the control a Quincy has, they still are pulling magic in. It follows difference principles with Ukin. They told the magic to not enter the room, and the level of control that shows in itself is on another level entirely. I'd never be able to do it. The closest I could come to that feat is with my cloak, and that is only so long as I don't do much magic. They would need magic, however, to get what was in that room out. When someone can manipulate their own energy and that of the world's to such an extent, it kind of fills you with chills in my mind. I see. Kisuk closed his eyes for a moment, deep in thought. Whatever was I should say, in there, it's related to Mavis, isn't it? More than you could possibly realize. But the fact that the contents are unaccounted for is an urgent matter to deal with once we stop the Magic Council. If someone is running around with the contents of that room in their possession, it could mean the end for many of us. That is the kind of stacks we are talking about. That is all I'll share for now. Is that satisfactory? The knowledge that part of her existence is linked towards the contents of that room. I suppose it's enough for now. Very well, I'll let this matter drop. But not the others. Are you sure we can trust Doran Bolt? You admitted he manipulated events to bring about the events of yesterday. All of it, and for what? To make you a bit more prepared for what is to come. Call him Mest. That's the name he claims to go by now and the name he claims to be his true name. For now, we can trust him. The fact he can stand to be in my presence says a lot about how much he's grown, and if he was an enemy I doubt he'd be able to restrain his anger. Maybe if I was anyone else, but I'm not. I'm the source of his nightmares from long ago. The monster waiting in the dark, watching and chuckling. The fact he can see past all that old hatred is enough for me to believe him. Naive but not without basis. What about your blades? Zanjutsu currently is just a single working blade, and the blade in question is your smaller one. The larger blade is still forming right now. What happened to them? Ichigo paused for a second, his eyes flickering to the side but this time not to look at Mavis. Instead it was almost like a subconscious desire to ensure no one was listening. Finally however, he spoke. Magical barrier particles, Ichigo muttered, distaste in his voice. It's an energy unlike any other. One that lacks any trace of normal magic, and instead corrupts already existing magic into one of two forms. The first is to erase it from where it stands, removing its presence and devouring its existence. The second is to bind the energy with the wielder's magic and to twist it closer and closer to the ideal form it desires to wield said energy. And your blades were damaged during battle by this energy. My smaller blade only survived due to overcharging it with energy to take the blow for the blade itself, and even that got it chipped and damaged. As for my larger blade, well it was shattered completely. If I wasn't a Quincy, I'd have to go back to Aoesu and beg him to make me a new blade, but as it stands I don't have to. I have the blueprints for these blades in my head, and the souls that need to reside in said blades ready to go. The only issue is time. I figured with how slow the blade is reforming. How long have you been at that? Getting close to about 16 hours now. In the long scheme of things, it aren't that long, but in battle this energy would have been deadly if I had lost both blades. I never would have been able to fight as I was until the blades were reforged and ready to go. It's never a problem if a blade breaks. It's easy to repair. But building it from scratch takes far longer than I'd like. And even then, I can't just have some prepared ready. Only one form of this blade can exist at any period in time, which means I need to be careful when dealing with the energy of Mimi Heiji. Ichigo paused, realizing what he had said. Ah, Mimi Heiji is the dash name of the person who created the energy, I already guessed that. That kind of power suggests some form of intervention on magic's part. I assume he was Nukin. Ichigo nodded once. Figures. I wonder what happened to make him create such a horrible power. I'd experiment on it but this is one of the few times I actually feel uneasy. Never thought a new source of energy would be the thing to do that however. You're right to feel that way. Trust me, if you had been there and felt it, you would have wanted to look away in fear, and yet would have kept your gaze steady anyway to do your best to avoid dying. The wielders of said energy. Kisuke watched as Ichigo paused, a brief spark of hurt appearing in his eyes before it was suppressed in an instant. He frowned. That was odd to say the least. The wielders. Ah, right. Sorry, they said a few things about the future and I'm still reeling a bit from what they said. That made sense to Kisuke, and yet at the same time he could hear those nagging thoughts in his mind telling him to stop and confront Ichigo for the answer that was both made sense but also lacked the full truth. But he didn't. He just listened instead. They had been corrupted by the energy so much that they probably couldn't be called who they once were. But the power they had was enhanced massively by this energy. I'm just glad that I doubt we'll ever find a Nukin able to wield this power. To wield this energy is to allow oneself to abandon the path of magic forever, and for a Nukin that's as good as throwing away every last drop of magic in the world. For the power to cancel and counter all magic, you'd have to throw away the raw power and feeling of the magic that surrounds you, and even the most twisted individuals probably wouldn't be capable of that. They'd love what they have too much. I'll take your word for it. They are dead, right? Wouldn't want such horrible opponents to come chasing after us. Don't worry. They're dead. I killed them myself. All right then. I have no other complaints for now. Shifting his position, Kisuke got to his feet and pulled his hat back onto his head, grabbing his Zanpakuto in the process. I'll head back and check on Hibiki then. Will Zanjutsu be ready for battle soon? I don't know. It'll be cutting it close, but really we won't be able to wait any longer. If worst comes to worst, I'll improvise and make do with either one blade or I'll make a fake one to manage. It won't be anywhere close to the kind of power Zanjutsu has but it will at least make things a bit easier to start with. Kisuke nodded before leaving Ichigo to his own devices. As he left, Ichigo sighed, glancing to his left at where Mavis was floating according to his eyes. This is the right decision, right? To leave this mysterious Ukin matter alone for the time being. You're worried about any other followers out there of Mimiheiji learning about it, right? Don't worry, they won't. It was an Ukin, and as you said before, it is extremely unlikely any Ukin would fall. Don't worry about that, and instead focus on what needs to be done. What you decided is right. It needs to happen before anything else. With how dangerous the Magic Council has become, especially if they were to become involved with this unknown Ukin too in some way. We can spend time looking afterwards. For now, we get ready to strike. Ichigo nodded in agreement. Striking them it is then, this time for certain. No more delays. By the end of tomorrow, the Magic Council will be completely decimated, and I'll be the man standing there to draw in all the anger and pain of Fiori towards me. Protector of the Fairies. Settling down in a nearby chair, Jura simply watched as everyone partied nearby. Well, that couldn't be said to be completely true. Leon hadn't turned up, and he was worried about the man. If the man didn't have he would have been afraid for the man's life, having lost both his wife and the man who could be seen as a brother to him, especially when the former was also a result of the latter's actions. Leon hadn't listened to his worries, however, instead sending him off to this party to, in his words, have some fun and relax. Well, it wasn't like he really could relax right now. Not when he was still tense from the battles of the previous day. His body still expected to be attacked at any moment, and he barely even got to sleep for a few hours between then and now. He wasn't the only one who seemed to be still tense. The party was an impressive one, no one could deny that. The king had spared no expensive, a large feast prepared to feed everyone along with the best music he could obtain at the time, as well as creating the fanciest setting he could prepare for them all too. True be told though, it wasn't really his cup of tea. Too fancy, but then to the king this was probably the standard he had to hold these things at. There was an image to maintain after all. But even as he stared at all the dancers and partygoers, he saw the small signs. The small subtle glanced people did from time to time, as if just checking it was still safe. The small concealment of a weapon if their magic resolved around it, or in some cases like Urza simply having her arm on display. Her entire armory, or at least what wasn't damaged, would be available to her in seconds if needed, and most mages could create some form of energy in the same time even if they usually used a catalyst or focus of some kind. Many mages also hid bandages and such beneath their clothes, some of it showing as it peeked out of suits and dresses, especially on those who had taken on more serious injuries. Glancing to one side, his eyes trailing across the crowds, he easily picked out Kelia with Wendy in one corner of the room, a random mage he didn't recognize very well next to them. He wasn't worried, however. It wasn't noticeable by most unless you were looking at them, but he could see the subtle magic they were using out of sight, healing the man slightly. This had been happening a bit tonight already, even though they really should have been resting. They had not only been fighting like they all had, but their bodies had also been strained from their use of God Oversoul and Dragon Force respectively. Like he was one to be talking, however. He had been using every bit of magic that he had recovered since the battle had ended to help with the rebuilding. He had yet to even have a chance and try and replenish some of the energy he normally stored in his staff's lacrima for his legendary spell like he normally did after using it, and even now he had nowhere close to the amount of magic he generally had in him after normal missions. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and if anything he just wished he could head home now and sleep the day away. He couldn't, however. Despite how tedious this event might be, it was meant to help people unwind, and if his presence helped even one person do that, then he would be happy. His eyes caught sight of a small commotion nearby as some more mages entered, and he recognized one of the newcomers immediately. Ichigo, and following him were a few others from Fairy Tail. None of the others from his little group, but maybe that was for the best. He could already see the glares being directed at him, both out of suspicion and fear. It made sense. He may have helped them, but he was still the man who announced to everyone that he was intending to declare war on them all. As Ichigo walked through the crowd, he realized quickly that the man seemed to be heading towards him. And he easily recognized the cloak being worn too. He was wearing his own due to this being a formal situation, even if his was white instead of black. "You know you are really asking for trouble by wearing that, you know," pointed out Jura as Ichigo sat down beside him, grabbing one of the drinks on the table to take a sip from. I doubt the Magic Council really considers you a wizard saint after what you said. Ichigo shrugged, continuing to sip from his drink. They can think what they like, this cloak is still mine. Besides, I'd rather them see it and be afraid of it. Use the symbol they created to represent those that they had in temporary employment to signify their enemy. Well, I don't like it much, brat. Ichigo paused from drinking as he tilted his head towards the other voice, Jura doing the same. Yoriyuki scowled at the former as she crossed her arms in front of herself, a similar white cloak hanging over her shoulders over her purple dress. Almost all her limbs were covered in thick layer of bandages, but the treatment she had gotten from those with healing magic had certainly improved her condition. From what they had heard, she had broken a lot of bones in her limbs. I quite like being able to be recognized easily by this symbol. I suppose, however, the black of that cloak would give such attention to it. The light and dark sides of those who have the title of wizard saints. I wonder if Juashiro ever expected you to pull something like that off with that cloak when he gave it to you. You want to know where Kisuke is, I presume? I don't really see any reason why you'd approach me. Can't I just say hello to the world's #1 enemy? Or to his Heinz son? You don't really know me that well, so I doubt it. Is my father here, by the way? What about Karen or Yuzo? They're here somewhere. What about Kisuke? Ichigo shook his head, Yoriyuki instantly scowling in disappointment. I see. Well, that's a shame. If he does turn up, let him know I'm looking for him before he does another disappearing act. Without waiting for a response, Yoriyuki quickly disappeared into the crowds. Even with the injuries she had sustained along with not using magic, she was still fast. Hey Jura, Ichigo muttered quietly, a few moments of silence passing between the two before he continued. I'm curious about something. Wendy told me some stuff about Kelia. Stuff about how you've been looking after her for a while now. That I have been, Jura muttered, slightly embarrassed at being called out on it. I may have been a bit worried for her. She's one of the few sky magic users currently alive. Apart from her and Wendy, I have not seen a single other in years. That's because they are key components, so to speak. When it comes to Uken and their journeys, a sky magic user has always helped point them in the right direction to begin their path. There is always two. An Uken. Don't worry too much about that. I just want to say you were right to protect her. The fact you haven't found any others is almost like someone wants to stop either of two things from happening. The first is being identified. The second is allowing others like me to appear. I'm not sure I completely understand, but I get what you are saying. Someone saw the magic as a threat in general and tried to remove all traces of it. Ichigo nodded, his eyes glancing over to the two sky magic users in question. Still, it must have been a shock for Kelia to see someone like me. Did she act anything like Wendy did when she first saw me? Jura frowned, bringing up an arm to rest against as he tried to think back. You know, it's odd. She certainly was impressed with you, but... The frown slowly morphed into shock on Jura's face, and then finally fear. But what? Asked Ichigo urgently, seeing the look on his face. What happened? She didn't look like it was anything new, Jura muttered emotionlessly, barely listening as he considered the implications. She did once say that Uriah seemed weird, however. She even said to me in private a day or two ago how similar the magic seemed to interact when it came to you two, only it was in a weaker form when it came to him. But even when she saw him, she wasn't scared or surprised by something new. Has she ever been? Demanded Ichigo. Think carefully. There must have been a time. Jura could only shake his hand, neither noticing the noise they were creating nor how many stares that were being directed to them. Swearing, Ichigo ignored the older man as he rushed towards the sky mage. Kelia barely had chance to react before he had grabbed her, blocking Jura's cries to stop from behind him as he held her against the wall in the air. He ignored Wendy's questions as she tried to get him to stop too, his attention only locked on the sky god mage in front of him. Who did you see like me? He demanded urgently, Kelia looking more confused than scared. He could hear the shouts for him to stop and to leave behind him, but he ignored them. This was more important. I said let her go. Shouted Jura as he broke Ichigo's grip on Kelia, putting himself between the two to shield her. Ichigo, what is this about? What has gotten into you? I need that answer, muttered Ichigo fearfully, his eyes never leaving the girl behind Jura. Well? Answer me, why don't you? Tell me. She doesn't dash. Ah, you mean that energy at the Magic Council, right? Jura froze as he turned his head towards the girl in shock. Yeah, it was scary at the time, it even reminded me of someone I got a glimpse of when I first started training, but I realized quickly it was a bit different still. Nowhere near as orderly as it was around that man, and nowhere near as intense as how it is with you. It's even weaker than the feeling around Uriah, so it was probably just residual stuff, but it was odd. If I borrow Wendy's view of magic loving you, this magic must have adored the one who caused such a reaction. At the Magic Council? Ichigo frowned before backing away. He looked as if he was about to say something before the entire wall exploded in front of them. Moving quickly, he grabbed Wendy while Jura grabbed Kelia, both getting their respective charge to safely. Earth shot up around Jura just in time to protect him while Ichigo simply moved fast enough to dodge all of the rubble coming his way. Every mage went onto high alert, easily deflecting the rubble from the wall as it flew through the air. Heading forward, the king got as high as he could as he raised his voice, filling it with all the authority his position as king held. Who dares attack us? By the order of the king of Fiori, identify yourself or Toma stopped, no words able to escape his throat. His eyes glanced down in shock to see the large thorn embedded in his throat. Unseen to him, it continued right out of the back of his neck, slowly breaking back down into specks of magic now that its purpose was done. Father! Your Highness! Sorry about the mess, I'm afraid, stated an arrogant voice, a man appearing dressed in elegant white. Adjusting his glasses slightly, Quiljopi smirked at them all as Nod joined him by his side. It seems, however, some housekeeping has been ordered. By order of the Magic Council, we are here to declare an end to the reign of the royal family, and the complete rule of Grand Doma, the chairman of the Magic Council and the new emperor of Fiori. Protector of the Fairies. The siege of the Magic Council. The silence of Quilge's statement didn't last long. Within a moment, blasts of magic flew through the air. It wasn't as strong as it could have been with so many people nearby that could have been hit, but the numbers helped make up that difference. Quilge took one look at the incoming energy before raising a hand towards it all, blue light bursting forth from his palm as it bent back around him and his companion, forming a circular cage of energy that deflected all the energy back off itself into the surrounding area. None of the energy even managed to break through the gaps in the bars, an invisible force forcing the energy away onto the bars themselves. As the smoke caused by the destroyed debris cleared, Quilge let his cage fade away as he stepped forward, the bars bending around him as they broke back down into tiny sparks of light. As Nod followed behind him, a ring of thorns hanging around him in the air as they both stepped through the crowd. A few hasty mages made to keep attacking only to be held back by others, trying to get them to wait for a moment as they observed the situation. Well now, said Quilge as he reached the king's body, looking down at the fallen form of the small man. The guards nearby all aimed weapons at him, but he didn't pay much attention to them, treating them as nothing more than specks of dirt. It seems that's 1 out of 2 down. His head turned and instantly locked onto the princess in the crowd, being protected by all 5 of the Garu knights. Ah, how cute. She thinks those little assassins will protect us. Quilge. Ishin pushed through the crowd, his sword in his hands. He had been glad he had taken it, his desire to keep it by his side outweighing his thoughts at the time that nothing would go wrong. What is the meaning of this? What does it look like? Asked Quilge in return. I am simply following the orders of the chairman. He has decided that the royal family can no longer be allowed to have independent control of Crocus. If you want the culprit, look no further than that girl over there. It was her actions that caused this today. If she hadn't opened the Eclipse Gate, a device created by Zeref I might add, none of this would have ever happened. She is to blame for all this. That's a bullshit reason and you know it. That's not the reason for such actions to take place. Just how long has the chairman been waiting for an opportunity like this? Quilge shrugged, the smirk never leaving his face. I do not understand the mind of that foolish man sometimes. Honestly, his orders alternate frequently. Sometimes he asks us to be kind and show mercy, other times he says to eliminate everyone without hesitation, no matter who they are or how innocent they might be. He actually wanted us to bring the king here in alive, but casualties always happen in battle. You realize we can't allow you to do such actions, explained Shunsui as he appeared at the edge of the crowd behind them. Shunsui's right, added Yoryuki as she joined them to the left of the two Quincy. Opposite her they noticed Karen stepping forward slightly, keeping Yuzo shifted behind her much to the younger twins' complaints. We won't let you kill the princess or do what you like after everything that has happened yesterday. Is that you, Yuzo? Asked Quilge, ignoring the threats all around him. I was hoping to see you here today. You see, His Majesty has expressed his desire to see another of his daughters, and he would love to meet the girl who inherited power from Masaka Kurosaki. She's not going anywhere with you, shouted Karen, a mole already released as flames wrapped around the large blade. She wished she hadn't worn this dress now, as it was a lot harder to move in than she was used to. Beside her she could see Taoshiro with his blade drawn too, a slight noticeable chill in the air courtesy of his magic. Don't even think about trying anything, jackass. Quilge sighed, a noticeable frown across his brow. Honestly, such crude language. I thought you raised your children better as Hein, he said as he turned towards the older Shinigami, or is this simply how ugly Shinigami are in comparison to the refined nature of Quincy like myself? His Majesty called out Shunsui, both hands holding the hilts of his blades, even if he had yet to draw them from their sheaths. By that statement, I assume you have decided to stop pretending you have any allegiance to the Magic Council. Before Quilge could answer that, a different voice interrupted him, one that made his composure break for a moment in fury. Hey, you bastard! Pushing to the front of the crowd, Natsu pointed a flaming fist at the Quincy, the sharp glare on his face never letting up. He remembered what this man had done and how close he had come to killing Gray, and probably would have done the same to him next. Weren't you on the king's side? Who else could His Majesty be? Ah, I see. You are an idiot, so I shouldn't be surprised you fail to grasp the situation, stated Quilge condescendingly. I knew I would be able to mess with your heads a little. I never expected you to live, however, but I see the ruse lasted longer than I had expected. And I see you aren't as toasted as before. What? Did you not like being a human barbecue? Quilge chuckled, his composure breaking as he drew his sword and swung out. A large arrow generated from the energy that he generated with his swing, rushing towards Natsu immediately. Grabbing it with both hands, flames firing outwards, Natsu caught the arrow in its path, only being knocked back a few steps before he shattered it to pieces. The moment the arrow had been let off, however, Ishine and the others had moved, blades being drawn as they descended down at the Quincy. The jail-like barrier barely made it in time to protect the two, and even then it was only due to Quilge taking into account Yoryuki's speed, even in her injured state. The moment her knee smashed into his face and sent him flying towards Asnod, the barrier sprung up, protecting them as the swords of the other Shinigami slammed against the bars of the jail. Recovering his composure, Quilge sheathed his sword before adjusting his half-broken glasses, his hat having fallen on the ground at Yoryuki's feet. I apologize for my brutish actions. It seems I lost myself in my anger for the moment and lowered myself to the level of that pink-haired brat. Screw you too, you bastard. Nonetheless, continued Quilge, as if the previous incident had never happened, I should answer your question, Shunsui, out of respect for our old comradeship, as fake as it was. You were right to never truly trust us. We have been merely following the orders of His Majesty to the letter, waiting for the right moment to act. So you lot were the ones in charge there, muttered Ichigo as he stepped forward. You wanted control of the council. Is that what you think? Or is that what the hybrid thinks? Ichigo tensed. And what do you mean by that? Oh, don't get me wrong, you are very skilled. A perfect copy, but then what else would we expect from the man His Majesty dubbed as the perfect Quincy? If we hadn't been informed about you, we would never have realized. We would have just assumed that you were suppressing your own energy. But you see, once you know, it's fairly obvious, O King of Edalis. Because despite all your talent, despite all your skill, you have no magic of your own. No matter how hard you try to hide that fact, every Quincy in the world should be able to work it out by simply observing you. All the magic you wield comes from either around you or the supplied energy of your hybrid brother. Ichigo frowned slightly before he gave up all pretense of pretending, a smirk crossing his face as his appearance shifted to one more of his liking. I see. Well, that solves having to pretend for a while. Indeed. It was rather rude too, however I can forgive such impudence considering how valued His Majesty thinks of you. You weren't to know after all, never having had the chance to meet a fully grown Quincy. You have been given the offer to join us, and in exchange His Majesty will grant you a true body if that is your desire. Turning his attention to Yuza once more, he gave her an offer too. As for you, Miss Kurosaki, His Majesty has expressed interest in seeing your power in action. The Wraith, was it not? If you wish, he may even be able to help you increase its strength. With enough power, you could wield it as it was meant to be wielded rather than this pitiful lie it has taken. A lie? What do you mean? My power dash. Don't listen to him, Yuzu, shouted Karen, gripping her sword tightly. We can't trust anything these guys say. Don't even consider what they say as truth. They just want to mess with us. Our offer will stand for a while, Quilge continued with a smirk, so please do not be hasty and deny us outright. You may want some time to consider such matters, and when you are ready with your answer I'm sure His Majesty will be happy to hear it. Turning back to the Edalas form of Ichigo, his smirk lessened slightly. You however have less time to consider such matters. You are currently tied to the existence of Ichigo Kurosaki. If you leave it too long, His Majesty will have to assume you will follow whatever he decides, for better or worse. Ichigo shrugged, his smirk still present. What can I say? I only need one family member. This extended family he might offer is too much of a pain to deal with. Besides, I don't really like listening to rulers and such. The last one I listened to I overthrew and took his crown for myself. Unless you want to kneel at my feet instead. Glancing around, the King of Edalas noticed the few betrayed looks he was getting. Ah, they really thought he had been Ichigo. It was a shame, but it had been something that had to have been done. They'd get over it. Turning back to Quilge, he gave him the largest mocking smile he could. I have to say however, you really have given us a great big hand here. If you're here, doesn't that mean that there is not a single person left at the Magic Council who is on par with us? And? Do you plan to take advantage of it? You aren't even wondering where my brother and the others are? You really are foolish to leave that place undefended. Grunts won't even be able to do anything to stop us. Despite the laughter Quilge was being faced with, his composure never cracked. He even started laughing himself, causing the Edalas form of Ichigo to hesitate for a second. What? What the hell do you find so funny? Oh, it's just amusing. You see, I never said His Majesty was involved with the Magic Council. But you know, there has been this strange energy around there for such a long time. But go ahead, do whatever you want. I just hope you are prepared, of course. Wasn't it your brother who declared war after all? On all those scheming and hiding, as he so put it? Are you sure he hasn't already signed his own death warrant? Ichigo scoffed before his body immediately started to break down. Say what you want, it matters little. We won't be scared by such threats from someone like you. Tell His Majesty to meet us himself if he really wants to declare war. Ah, my foolish Quincy, said Quilge as the Edalas form of Ichigo vanished. He is already on his way. Turning to the other mages present, he did a small bow as the cage began shifting slightly. Darkness sprung up from the ground around them as a small hole in the jail opened, wrapping around him and not as if swallowing them. Now I must be off. I should warn you however that this city that you so wanted to protect is not safe yet. You should probably keep at it. I wonder how many of the Rune Knights you can get to stop without being forced to kill. With that said, the two Quincy were swallowed up by the darkness. All that was left were the sounds in the distance slowly growing, the attention of the crowds being drawn to the fires of the city near the edges as Rune Knights marched forward, destroying everything in sight. They could hear the screams beginning to start and no mage wasted even a second, rushing to action. For the second day in a row, they had a city to save. Protector of the Fairies. So that's the plan, concluded Kisuk. Any questions? I have one, said Mistogan as he pointed towards the future version of Doran Bolt. No one has yet to explain why he is here. Ah yes, him. Ichigo? If you would. Mest is useful. Plus he was here on the ship when we were leaving. No one didn't notice the slight tension Ichigo had when he looked at the man from the future, but was wise enough not to push the matter too far. What is important to remember is that he is on our side. At these words Ichigo properly turned his attention completely towards Mest. So you'll be doing things our way, not the way a future version of me may do them. Got that? Mest nodded from where he was, his scythe lying against the back of his chair. Fine with me. I already had every intention to do just that. And right now there is nowhere else in the world that I could be this useful to. I will defer to your decisions. Good. Returning his attention back to the others, one hand reaching for the large almost finished blade on the table, Ichigo gave it a brief glance as he judged its progress before sighing. It's not finished yet? Asked Hibiki, glancing up from the screens he had with him at the table. The ship itself was on a form of autopilot, but they would have to take manual control soon, as it wouldn't be able to handle combat alone without assistance. There was also the unsaid risk of being discovered en route, which meant constant monitoring of the systems just in case of incoming energy signatures. We will be there in about 15 minutes, you realize. Can you make do with that? Ichigo shook his head. While it may look almost finished, that is no indication of the power held within it. Building the frame of the blade is a long task due to the complexity of a Zanpakuto, especially when building it from scratch. The issue, however, lies in that my soul will not power it until it's complete during a complete reconstruction. The moment it finishes, it will be as strong as it always is, but until then this blade is weaker than my old Zanpakuto, as it lacks any power in it. So when do you reckon it will be finished? Asked Mistogen, cautious of allowing Ichigo to fight without it. It's risky enough as it is, and if you are not at full strength then there might be problems. I've already got one handicap on me. I'm still feeling the strain of overdoing it with my Bankai from yesterday, but even with this I can adapt. I have one blade still, and if it comes to it there is one solution. A fake Zanpakuto. You can still make one. Ichigo gave a sheepish grin, reaching back with one hand and scratching the back of his head. Well. It's tricky. Any Quincy worth their salt can create a weapon of magic. It's a pretty basic skill overall, just a bit harder than a normal energy bow. Making it physical was always the next stage, and making a fake Zanpakuto is barely any different if you know how it is made up. But they are all merely fragments of Zanjutsu. No matter how I make them, they are all the same in how they work, and their power is nothing compared to using the real blades of Zanjutsu. But if I need to wield one, it should be enough to help boost my power even a tiny bit while I wait for Zanjutsu to finish repairing. That's a bit more reassuring, muttered Mistogen in relief. I'm surprised thought that no one has discovered us yet and that we haven't been forced into a fight. Surely by now the Magic Council's sensors would have picked up on us. Oh, did I never explain that to you? Hibiki looked up from the screens before swiping with his hand, a new one appearing in the air. With another swipe, the screen was sent flying across the table till it stopped in the middle, rotating and lining itself down on the table's surface. From the screen projected a large model of the ship, different areas highlighted in different colors and with different labels and measurements. Take a look at the outer layer. Staring at the model, Mistogen's eyes slowly widened as he took in a few measurements that he recognized, and from the look of it he wasn't the only one surprised. Nozomi was too. This data. This is the system we had on our submarine. You're capturing all the emitted magic before it escapes the ship's hull and routing it right back into the system. And with such demanding systems present, unlike the submarine's systems, you're actually able to decrease the engine output if necessary to balance the energy flow. That's advanced. All eyes turned towards Kisuke, the man's eyes never leaving the ship's model. I saw the systems on board, and I might as well point this out for those unaware of the scale of this technology. It's advanced. Hibiki smiled proudly. Thank you. It's our PRI-. No, that's not a compliment of skill. It's advanced. It's fact. It's beyond your level of skill. You're smart, but you're not a scientist or an engineer. You're a human database. A control system if anything. No, this technology is more advanced than should be possible. But it's here. It's all working. You saw the power it had too. I did. But I've also seen the blueprints you showed me. To be honest, we aren't using even 10% of this technology's full power. I can probably fix stuff and boost that up, but, even then, I can only get us about 20% at most. So little? Asked Mest. In the future I never traveled on board this ship bar once when Ichigo asked a favor of me, and even then it wasn't for long. And I never saw any of the technical details of the thing. Why can't we utilize it all? Because this technology came from Hades, stated Kisuk, glancing at Hibiki. That's where you said all this came from, right? His airship? Yes. We can use a lot more than his ship can. Isn't that proof enough? No. Because it's been 7 years and natural advances have taken place. I'd reckon, however, that some of the designs on those blueprints have been altered. Because the jump this technology makes seems too large to be covered by normal means. Especially the miniature Etherian cannon. By all rights, it should not be possible right now. I've seen the original, and even seen part of the schematics briefly when Juoshiro wanted to see if I could improve it. The original is already years beyond most technology, believe it or not, and to have a shrunken version, even if that has far less power, is a miraculous feat of technology in itself, especially when I can barely understand how to shrink it down in the first place. Ichigo, what do you think? Kisuk's right, muttered Ichigo, glancing towards Mavis, who gave him a nod of agreement. Hades went to the Holy Palace, and it was there he gained Ziref's eye because he happened to be there at the right place and the right time. Or at least that is what we've managed to confirm to the best of our knowledge. With that in mind, it's likely Ziref gave him other things too. Designs that weren't even invented yet, all to see how far he could go. Kisuk nodded. I thought so. With this in mind, we can assume that the systems are meant to rely on devices not yet around. Some of the devices as well are likely to have come from different time periods entirely, perhaps even different world lines. The generator used, for example, is very organic in nature, while the shield controls focus on more of a crystallized structure and design. We're using mismatched technology. It's like trying to join puzzles from two different jigsaw puzzles just because they are both blue. That's why we're having problems handling their full power. I see. Crossing his arms, Hibiki took his attention away from the screens for a moment. I did wonder at times why some of it was so hard to understand and why it was so tricky to get certain devices to cooperate with others. If we got the right technology out of the Holy Palace, could we fix it? No. Ichigo's reply was both firm and unyielding. I don't know what Ziref was thinking when he gave Hades those secrets. And no one would have stopped him because it is completely within Anukin's right to distribute stuff from the Holy Palace. But I disagree with bringing such technology out if we aren't ready for it. Could you imagine if the Magic Council got a hold of this technology, for example? They'd be unstoppable. The fact these shields could prove effective against some of the dragon's attacks is proof of that. He's right, muttered Shinji. All you'd need is a few ships like this and the Magic Council could have ruled with an iron fist. I apologize, Hibiki said, bowing his head. I wasn't thinking about that. You're right. We had the same fear when we found this technology. It's why this project was kept so secret amongst even our own allies, all to make sure the Magic Council never discovered it. It's all right, Ichigo replied. We just need to make do with the power this ship has anyway. For the period of time we are in currently, it's more than sufficient. I suppose. Good. Anyone else got anything to ask before we begin? Once we start, we'll be separated for the most part, even if Hibiki can coordinate some radio contact with people if they need it. Try and avoid it if unnecessary though. We don't want anyone getting distracted in the heat of battle and getting hurt in the process. And above all, Ichigo froze, drawing a few worried looks from the rest of them. Sorry. That was my Edala's self returning to me. Are you okay, my prince? Asked Nozomi in concern. You look worried. No. It's fine. Just as we suspected though. Something is present there at the Magic Council. An energy residue of Anukin, or at least there had been at one point it seems. I don't quite like the methods done to find this out in my memories, but that's in the past now. Beyond that, however, Crocus is being invaded. The Magic Council has made their move. We knew it would happen, stated Kisuk calmly. It was only a matter of time. I'm surprised they attacked so early, however. We had originally believed they would have kept their forces back for a few days to judge the situation. Both generals left are accounted for there now too. There is no one left that we know of that can defend the Magic Council. What is Grand Doma playing at? He's taken away every last defense he has. There's likely more, suggested Mest. I don't know though. In my time, the Magic Council wasn't a threat once the dragons ran wild and war broke out. I never really heard much about what happened there. They just went quiet one day and we assumed they were all dead or something, and since most of the Rune Knights had been still alive we didn't pay it much attention. We'll take the risk then. Hopefully there aren't any more cards up his sleeves. Hold on to those words, muttered Hibiki in concern, glancing at the screen in front of him. Got a hell of a big reading. Close to the level of Kenpei Kizaraki? Are these readings even correct? I don't think we have much to worry about from this one, said Kisuk as he and the others who could recognize it smiled. He's an old friend. Protector of the fairies. Walking up the final stretch of the hill, Gildarts Clive let a soft smile encroach onto his face as he saw his destination finally coming into view. It was an isolated area, that was for sure. It had taken him hours to finally reach here, especially when he couldn't take the normal routes. But now he could see it, the massive complex that was the seat of those who managed magic in the continent of Ishgar. The large mountain barriers had been passed, and now all he could see were the human-made stone walls. He knew from just a glance they weren't normal walls, however. Such an isolated base would have spared no expense, especially when the Rune Knights not present already in the base would be hard-pressed to reach them in time otherwise. All the defensives of this base were meant to either stop any attackers or to delay them until the forces under the command of the generals could arrive. Sekizeki walls was what those walls would undoubtedly be, and there was a very strange fluctuation of magic around the area too. Likely a barrier of some kind, held in an almost inactive state unless it identified any incoming energy. That's what he would have done if he was in their position. Letting his eyes scan across the base, he took in the large building that was the central headquarters of the whole base. It wasn't much different than the first in design, so it would probably be similar in the internal layout too. Probably meant the base went down further than it showed since the original had gone down into the hill it had rested on, or so the stories had said. His eyes continued down across the path he would need to take before seeing the large lake that stood between him and the Magic Council. A soul ship docked at the port. You really don't make things easy, do you? Sighing, he tightened his grip on the string around his small rucksack and took a final step forward off the cliff's edge. The drop immediately curved out as he slid down the side, very small bursts of crash magic being used to control his speed. The moment the ground leveled out, he broke into a run, charging right towards the lake. With one strong jump, he leapt into the air, sailing across the sky as the ground beneath his feet shattered. The water below quickly seemed to race up to meet him as he fell before his feet slammed against the surface. Instead of sinking, however, he kept running, his magic expelling downwards from his feet with each step, the water acting as a stepping stone for him to emit some sort of force downwards. He smiled happily as he saw the ship start to burst into action, cannons already being aimed at him. He hadn't expected them to just sit around and let him pass after all. Sorry guys, he said as he continued rushing forward, on a collision course with the ship itself, but I don't have time to mess around with small fries. Blasts of magic fired forward, enhancing the cannonballs held within as they sailed towards him. In response he quickly raised his free hand, magic blasting forward in a net-shaped pattern and slicing the incoming energy into tiny pieces. They had all fallen into the water before he even reached them, and by this point the ship was already reloading. Unfortunately for them, they had only had one chance to stop him. That chance was now gone. Out of the way. At the last second, he jumped, sailing right over the ship before his feet made contact with the dock. Spinning on his heel, he brought up his palm and slammed it forward towards them, the air cracking in the process. There was a pause for a moment, and then the ship was sent flying, tearing through the air from one side of the lake to the other where it ended up beached by. All right, Gildarts muttered, his smile dropping a bit as he noticed the now bright barrier that had sprung to life from the walls. Not bad. Sekizeki walls to resist all but the strongest attacks, combined with a magical barrier with enough energy to deflect an army for about 2 hours. Well, a regularly non-magic army at least. Raising his free hand, he clenched it into a fist before punching directly forward, crash magic tearing through the air and ripping the ground apart as it traveled. It hit the barrier and walls, however, before the magic flickered out of existence, the walls themselves not even scratched. Of course, he laughed. It wouldn't be this easy, would it? Looking down at his metal hand, he sighed before releasing his normal right hand's grip on the string of his bag. He let it drop to the ground, not even giving it a second glance. He could retrieve it later if he needed to. Besides, there wasn't anything valuable in there. He had everything important already on his person, including the one picture he had with him and Kana before he had left. He hoped she was okay. The ending to the games had shocked him tremendously, and he didn't know much about what had happened next. He would have rushed back, but he had heard what Ichigo had said. He knew exactly where that idiot would be going next, and it just so happened that he could be in the area to lend a hand. That was a lie. In reality, he had been waiting for a chance to strike back ever since their defeat at the Rune Knight base. Man, he really was pathetic. He couldn't believe the master had wanted to make him the next guild master when he was this reckless. Even now, he still wanted to get revenge, even if it meant he had to leave Fairy Tail to prevent dragging their name through the mud too. Kana would understand. Maybe. One day at least, she definitely would. But for now, all he could do was continue down this path he had decided on. In his mind, it was the only path he could continue down, so long as his magic was only good for one thing: destruction. Raising both hands, he opened and clenched them both as he compared the two. When it came down to it, there really was a major difference in power. His left prosthetic hand, completely metal, was one meant for pure raw strength. It could also transmit his magic fairly well through it too, and that helped a lot. However, with the amount of power he had ever since Second Origin, there was a significant difference. When it came down to it, his right hand, while weaker due to being flesh and blood, transmitted the power far better than the other limb. It also meant each limb was better suited for a different task. If his left could pack a lot more power into his swings, his right had another purpose: to shatter everything even more than before. Raising his right hand in front of his chest, he took a deep breath before pulling his arm back. Shifting his stance, his left metal leg digging into the ground ahead of his right, he swung, the very air shattering as his fist tore through it. The amount of raw energy spiraling around his fist was enough to even become visible, however it never flew forward. Instead, it was almost like his fist had hit an invisible wall, one that his fist could not break. That only continued for a second, however. Cracks sprouted from where his fist was connecting with, the cracks extending further and further into the air before finally a large shattering noise could be heard by all nearby. That single sound was the cue for the dam to be released. The moment the noise began, the very barrier protecting the magic council shattered to pieces, every last drop of the magic exhausted as it attempted to withstand the tremendous force of the shockwave the man in front of it had just caused. The nearby Sekizeki walls in front of Guildarts met a similar fate, breaking apart as the energy tore into it, breaking it apart despite its resistance to magical power. In the end, only chunks of the wall remained, the very fact something was left a testament to its resistance. More walls continued around the complex, but Guildarts didn't bother worrying about that. They weren't in his way, and a path was already open for him to travel through. "Here we go," said Guildarts as he rushed forward, heading right for the main building. He tried to swallow the small trace of doubt he had as he increased his speed, hoping that he was simply moving too quickly for the Rune Knights in the base to get to him and try and stop him. Because any other answer would make him wonder where they were, and why this place seemed to reek of so much death. "Protector of the Fairies. We're back," called out Lilynet as she marched in through the open doors, an annoyed spark in her eyes from her failed attempts to kick them open before. In the end, she had been forced to wait to open them normally, after a brief one-sided shouting match at Stark for looking at her in that judging sleepy way of his. "Lily." A green blur shot forward through the air, slamming into the other young-looking hollow and making both fall into the floor in a mess. Lilynet scowled before she pushed herself to her feet, grabbing the child-looking hollow by her mask and pulling her up. "Ow ow 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 ow. Oh, shut up, you little brat." Lilynette exclaimed, bringing the child up to eye level. She had to push down the small bit of guilt she felt however when she saw the tears in those large brown eyes. Sniff. Nell, sniff. Go. The two eyes on the mask seemed to glow brighter for a second before the hollow known as Nell accelerated forward, catching Lilynette off guard as Nell slammed her mask into Lilynette's own helmet-styled mask. The effect was instantaneous as Lilynette immediately released her grip and both fell down to the ground once more, each clutching their own mask tightly as they moaned in pain. Starkey paid them little attention as he walked past, only pausing to glance at the two. They always seemed to get into fights when they saw one another, and most of the time it was started by Lilynette too because of how clingy Nell could be. It seemed the small child was still wearing that green gown too, the hood of it down like normal. She never seemed to wear anything else, not that he could say that he was any different. Being a hollow at his core, even if he had some traces of his old humanity back, meant he never really cared much about the things most humans might care about. Nell paused as well as he passed, looking up at him and smiling with closed eyes. She was not hollow, that was for sure. A crimson line seemed to extend across her nose from one side of her face to the other, and her mask was far more cracked than most had. The mask had a large scar running down its left side, along with a broken fragment where teeth should have been to mirror those on the right side. Out of all of them, she was the only one whose mask had been cracked once again after it had been removed for the first time, and the results had not been pretty. "You have news?" asked the man waiting for him. Starkey recognized him immediately. How could he not? The quietest of them all, and one of the most deadly too. Ulquiorra Cipher. Of course. Man, this job was a drag. I just want to go to sleep and rest. I'm so tired. You're always tired, you bastard, called out a voice from above. Glancing upwards lazily, Starkey easily spotted the hollow perched on the supports that connected the walls above to one another. Sporting a half mask on his right side of his face, the mask similar in style to that of a panther, the hollow known as Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez jumped down from his perch, landing crouched on the ground beside him. Dressed in a black top and trousers, a white jacket over it and two belts looped around his waist, Grimjo turned to face Starkey, revealing bright blue eyes the same shade of his spiked back hair. Green markings surrounded the edges of his eyes, a shade not far off from Nell's own green hair. Starkey kept up his normal attitude, pretending not to notice how Grimjo already had a hand resting on his sword, attached to his waist by the belts he wore. He pretended not to notice the slight twitch his hand did too towards his own. Hollows were creatures that normally ended up fighting one another. While he may have lost a lot of that trait a long time ago, likely to Lilynette considering how trigger-happy she could be at times, others like this hollow hadn't. And he wasn't even the worst. That honor went to Neutra. So, what was it like? He wasn't foolish enough to miss the bloodlust in Grimjo's voice. Come on, there must have been a lot of strong guys there. Did you kill any? Or did you wuss out and run away with your tail between your legs? Hey. Starkey's no coward. Starkey sighed, ignoring Lilynette's protests from behind him. Our mission was only to observe Ichigo Kurosake, stated Starkey simply. No more, no less. Splitting our focus onto others would have proven counterproductive in the rare case that we might miss something important. So? What was he like? Strong. Ah, who am I kidding, he wouldn't have been worth observing if he wasn't. The sound of someone clearing the throat caught Starkey's attention, causing him to glance back towards the waiting Ulquiorra. If you would follow me, our lord is expecting you. Yawning, Starkey nodded, raising a hand in a wave behind him towards Lilynette to let her know to go play. He could find her later. This was the safest place for her currently since no one would dare harm her so long as he was nearby. The slightest fluctuation in her emotions and he'd be by her side as fast as he could. Walking down the pure white hallways, Starkey glanced out of one of the windows, seeing nothing but the sight of pure white sand as far as the eye could see. Hueco Mundo. It was good to be home, though that was only because this place existed. It had been far too lonely before then. Opening the doors ahead of them, Ulquiorra gestured for him to enter. Lord Barragan. I have brought Coyote Starkey as you requested. The room was bare for the most part. The only things in the room was a long table with 11 seats, the head of the table raised towards a throne where their leader always sat. The other 10 were evenly distributed around the table, 5 on each side. His gaze was drawn back towards the throne, one that was made out of the masks of countless hollows. The very sight of it was enough to show how powerful their leader was, able to use so many masks he had taken as trophies in such a wasteful manner. The man sitting on the throne was old. Not in hollow terms, however. In that sense, he was younger than most. No, it was in his human appearance that he looked old, with both white hair and a white mustache, along with the countless wrinkles on his face. His face showed the countless years of experience he had lived through, most of it all coming from his time before becoming a hollow. The scars did the same, one extremely prominent one running down his right closed eye. Even while looking old, however, the man in front of him didn't look even the slightest bit weak. His bare arms showed the large muscles he had, a pair of golden wristbands present along with the sleeves from the arms cut short before even reaching his elbows, instead trailing off into black fur. The white cloak he wore was almost regal in its design, fur lining the edges of it with 3 layers of additional black fur across the cloak as it neared the end. Around his waist as well hung a solid gold disc, held up by 3 gold chains as a belt. The man was as good as a king in these lands. The crown he wore on his head even showed as much, having formed from the remains of his hollow mask when he had removed it like they all had. This was their king, Baragan Luzenbairn. So you have returned, Coyote. Starkey nodded at the deep voice, respectfully bowing as he forgot his tiredness for the time being. Due to the fact you have returned, I assume you have information for me. Yes, Your Highness. At the end of the 5th day, Ichigo Kurosaka declared war on us, Baragan said in boredom, interrupting Starkey before he could finish. I already know that, even if he doesn't realize who exactly he has declared war on. Sailaporo has already shown me the footage he recorded that was transmitted all over Fiori. No, what I care about is his strength. How strong was he? Very. He defeated all opponents who stood in his way, and even went as far to fight many of the dragons by himself from what I could see in the distance. I would have gotten closer, but I feared that I would not be able to return if I got dragged into the mess. While I recognize my own strength, I do not know if I would have the raw power to take on a dragon one-on-one, even if it was a young one like the majority most mages faced. I see. That decision was for the best. The first-hand information is more than sufficient. We have no footage of the events that happened beyond the 5th day of the Grand Magic Games anyway. Frowning, Baragan slouched back against his throne, the masks it was made out of shifting slightly to allow him to be more comfortable. He is far stronger than I anticipated at this point in time, not that it matters. In the end, his power will be useless against me. All things fallen given enough time. Slowly pushing himself upwards, Baragan stepped out of his throne as he started to walk down the steps of its ascended position. Prepare the Garganta. I think it is time to pay him a visit. Pausing as he reached Starkey, a glare was directed at the laid-back hollow. I trust he didn't discover you. Of course not. Ichigo Kurosaka likely has no idea I was ever there. Protector of the fairies. You saw that right? Asked Hibiki in shock, his eyes glued to the screens all around him. The barrier. We had planned to tear through it with the condensed Etherian cannon. And he just shattered it to pieces. Just how strong is Gildarts? I heard the rumors, but to see it firsthand is simply something else entirely. It's the power of crash magic, explained Kisuke. Gildarts himself is strong, but not strong enough to do a feat like this with any other magic. But when you combine his power with his skill with crash magic, you get something else entirely. That magic is one of the most destructive powers that has ever existed. No matter how else he may use it, its true power lies in its ability to destroy. That barrier never stood a chance against him. Let's not waste time, ordered Ichigo. We have our jobs to do. Find each and every member of the Magic Council and take them into custody. A fair chunk of them may not be corrupt enough to kill, but the chairman is another matter. Leave him to me. Remember, reminded Kisuke, that he'll likely be in the lower levels. The chairman must be the most protected, so it only makes sense he will be able to retreat downwards from his office to safety. If the rest of us split up around the complex, we should be able to also disable any rune knights that come our way. There are no generals to fight here, so we should have an easier time out of it so long as we don't leave it too long. Leave it to us, sir, said Mr. as he nodded at Ichigo. We'll keep everyone away. I'll stay up here, Hibiki added, getting out of his seat to head to the main controls. I'll make sure our getaway stays safe and provide any aerial support you lot need. Let me go with you for now, my prince, requested Nozomi. If there are multiple enemies, you may need help to continue on unopposed. Scoffing, Shinji crossed his arms, his sword hanging from one hand loosely. If she's going with you, am I too? Leave the others above to mess around with whatever they want. I wonder what I should do, muttered Mest before turning towards Kisuke. Mind if I tag along with you? Be my guest. All right everyone, said Ichigo, drawing all their attentions. Remember, we're all coming back from this if we can. We have 1 hour until any reinforcements get here. Let's be gone before they can arrive if we can, unless someone wants to volunteer to hold off an entire army by themselves. Good luck. Seeing all the confident and smiling faces gave Ichigo a bit of hope. Nozomi's portals opened up as people rushed through, appearing right above the complex to free fall down to the ground. Ichigo quickly grabbed Nozomi as they fell, well aware she wouldn't be able to reach the ground safely without some assistance. He saw Kisuke doing the same with Mest, the rest easily able to travel through the sky and land safely. The moment they landed, they separated, splitting off. He wanted to worry about them, but there was no time for that. They were on a deadline. There was a large hole in the side of the main building that they entered through, the signs of guild arts obvious for all to see. It was surprisingly quiet, however. Deadly so. There wasn't even any alarms sounding, but that didn't mean there wasn't one that had already happened. Still, it was unnerving. The layout should be similar to what it was like with Juushiro, Ichigo started saying as he quickly tried to work out where they were in relation to his memories. Glancing to the right slightly, the same direction the holes continued towards, he pointed towards it. If I remember correctly, his office should be that way. Let's hurry. Nodding, Shinji and Nozomi both rushed to follow after him. He did his best to control his pace for the two of them, especially Nozomi. She was undoubtedly the slowest out of them all when she wasn't using her magic, and even Shinji would lag behind if he moved too quickly. Luckily the room they had to get to wasn't too far, even at a slower pace. The first signs of fighting could suddenly be heard in the distance. Pausing for a brief moment, his head tilting towards the direction of clashing energies, Ichigo spoke to the others. Seems it's begun. That's a strong energy signature. They're fighting Mr. said Nozomi quietly. That level of power seems unusually strong. Shouldn't we have heard of someone in the Magic Council's employment having that level of strength? They definitely don't feel like any of the wizard saints I've ever seen. We expected there to be some surprises, stated Shinji. Makes sense they would hide away some strong warriors just in case. The king did the same with the Garu Knights, didn't he? This is probably the Magic Council's version, only stronger. Ichigo frowned as more signatures seemed to sprout up with the others. They have a few of them. The others should be okay, but that's bothering me. Come on, let's keep going. All three put on a final burst of speed as they rushed through the last hole, entering what would have been a very elegant and professional office if it hadn't been completely trashed. The walls were cracked in multiple places and everything was scattered all over the place. A massive hole in the center of the room extended downwards, quickly narrowing as it turned into a proper staircase. His best guess was that guild arts had been in a hurry and had just tore the ground apart to find the way down, accidentally destroying the stairs in the process. Without any words needing to be said, the three rushed downwards, not noticing the slight shifting in the shadows behind them as a small creature stuck its head out of the darkness and crackled, disappearing to deliver its report now that its purpose was complete. Protector of the Fairies. Barely avoiding the explosion, Mr. activated his meteor spell at full power, darting from spot to spot. He knew from previous experience that if he slowed down for even a second, he'd likely get caught by one of the traps this thing had set. The person wasn't normal, and that was taking into account the inhuman appearance he had. On the surface he looked human enough, but then you would see the ears and tail, similar to those of a cat or a wolf. Dressed in loose baggy clothing, a brown and dark yellow spotty scarf around his neck and a jumper tied around his waist that his tail came out under. The person in front of him laughed as he raised an arm towards him, Mr. Ogden immediately realizing that he needed to dodge. Shooting upwards, he barely avoided it as the ground was torn apart in a massive explosion beneath him. Whatever the magic was that this creature used, it was definitely linked in some ways to his hands. Unlike the human-like coloring of his skin, the lower half of his arms was darker, almost completely black, with small diamond-like patterns the further it went from his hands. Honestly, he was kind of scared right now. From the look of it, this creature couldn't fly. They were limited to the ground, and that gave him the advantage. Or so he liked to think. Except these explosions were not normal. They seemed to have a short range when not triggered remotely, always resulting from the creature's hands. But despite that apparently short range, the explosions themselves had no such limit. Each was large in scale, and the laughing expression on the creature's face only seemed to strengthen his theory that they weren't the strongest attacks that he could do. "Not bad," called out the creature from below, a smirk across its face as it looked up towards him. "So what's your name? I don't normally bother with this, but it's more fun to know the names of those I kill when they actually don't die in the first minute." Mr. Ogden replied simply. "And yours? You obviously aren't human. Even your magic feels weird. Who are you?" "Who am I?" The creature laughed before placing a hand on his waist mockingly. "I'm someone far superior to you, but I suppose I'll play fair. Jackal, one of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. I have to say however that you really got here late to the party." Tensing, Mr. Ogden never let his guard down as he spoke. "What are you talking about? It's quiet, isn't it? Not many people have been here in years, you know, and those here aren't exactly normal." Pausing, Jackal looked off into the distance for a moment, sensing something. Mr. Ogden didn't let the chance slip past. The man had proven to be fast enough to avoid sudden strikes before, but that had been when he had been ready. And if it hadn't been for the explosions Jackal had created around himself, he would have been caught by the second or third hit. The demon simply wasn't fast enough to dodge once he was that close. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, Jackal already trying to look back in time, he was powerless to stop Mr. Ogden as his fist shot forward and slammed into his chest, sending the demon flying against the remains of the tower they were at and to smash right through it. Most of it was already gone as it was, destroyed by the original surprise attack when the tower itself had been detonated. Right as he tried to take another step after the demon, however, Mr. Ogden noticed the odd sensation for a brief second before it detonated. Pain burst across his arm as blood poured from his limb, the flesh burnt away in a second. Clutching his arm with his other hand, he did his best to keep it steady as he held the limb loosely by his side. Glancing down at it, he was lucky he had Meteor up. He probably would have lost the limb if it hadn't been. "Ah man," called out Jackal as the demon pushed himself off the ground, barely even injured. "How's it feel?" he asked mockingly. "It hurt? My curse does that to people. Go ahead, attack me again. Just be prepared to sacrifice something in the process." "This isn't normal magic," Mr. Ogden bit out harshly. "This feeling. Just what kind of magic do you demons use? You don't like it?" Jackal sneered. "Of course you humans wouldn't. We demons simply went back to the root of magic and followed a different path down. Like it is for all of you, it's still magic. It's just got a bit more of a curse to it than your styles." "Oh? So that's how your curse works?" Jackal's head spun towards the voice, spotting the woman standing in the sky immediately. From a glance she would have seemed like any normal female teen, dressed in clothes she saw as stylish, including knee-high boots, a mini-skirt, and black stockings. Then he noticed the subtle extras too, the long white cloak clasped around her neck, coupled with the white hat that matched the rest of her pristine white outfit, a 5-star insignia emblazoned on its front. Rather than stylish, it seemed more militaristic in appearance. Flicking her long black hair back with one hand, the other resting on her hip near the heart-shaped belt buckle, she smirked as she licked her lips at the sight of all the destruction beneath her. "I have to say though, if you were human I'd have fallen in love with you. Not many people like explosions as much as I do, and those that do simply aren't good or brave enough to cause widespread ones. A cocky little bitch, aren't you?" snarled Jackal before raising a hand towards her. You want to mock my curse, do you? Take this. Swiping out with one hand, an explosion tore apart the ground in front of him, spiraling upwards and outwards as it tore everything in sight apart. Mistoggan jumped backwards, meteor shining at full blast as he did his best to get out of the range of the explosion. The teen, however, simply looked at the attack before raising a hand towards it, one finger extended towards it like a gun. Bang! Just as the attack was about to reach her, another explosion happened, right at the front of the original explosion. The original explosion was quickly torn apart as the second explosion expanded, consuming the original and stopping short of Jackal himself. Snarling at her, Jackal's eyes glanced towards Mistoggan subtly, only to see he was just as surprised as he was. She's not your ally, is she? No. And I assume she isn't yours too. I can hear you too, you know. Crossing her arms, the smirk never leaving her face, the girl introduced herself proudly. The name's Bambietta Basterbine, the Sternritter with the letter E from my shrift, the explode. So that's it, muttered Mistoggan. A Quincy? Sternritter? Asked Jackal before clarity filled his eyes. Ah, I get it now. So the man our leader warned us about has finally decided to leave his frozen throne. Of course. So then, shall we have some fun? I haven't been allowed to run wild in ages, not since I killed all those Rune Knights on Tenro Island. Mistoggan froze. That was you. Of course. Why? Does it bother you? They were nothing but trash in the dash, ducking at the last moment, Bambietta barely avoiding the kick that threatened to knock her head clean off from the force. Oh, so that's how it is. Yes, said Mistoggan, keeping his good arm up to face her while one eye kept track of Jackal. He knew from just looking at him that the demon wouldn't team up with him. This wasn't a two-side battle here. This was one giant free-for-all. For the sake of all those that died, I will kill you here and now. Both of you. I'll like to see you try, chuckled Jackal with a grin. Come on then, declared Bambietta as she made some distance with a burst of Hyrankyaku, not surprising Mistoggan in the least now that he knew she was a Quincy. Let's have some fun. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.